Yes. Karibuni guys. Acha nimtaje moja anihakikishe kama mic yangu inafanya. Gideon Kipyegon ama Shadiki Mskoech Kipkemoi, Baba Fidel, Fernando Kelvin, microphone tafadhali. Nikonfirmie kama unanisikiza tafadhali. Nikonfirmie hapo kwa comment section kama sauti yangu iko sawa. Please tafadhali. Leslie Muhando, niambie kama microphone yangu inafanya kwa comment section tafadhali. Nitashukuru sana kwa sababu naweza kuwa naongea hivi kumbe najiongelesha. Thank you Mash Takash. Asante Eddie. Thank you Prince John Prince. Prince John Prince ni wa UDA. Prince John, mbona mmefinywa bana? Hii wiki mtaisahau kweli? Hii wiki mmefinywa sana. Hiyo ni mambo yalipita. Otherwise tunajua hii Mutembei show ni ya Raila Odinga. Hey, Ngetich, mbona hasira bana? Asante sana Moses Maina na Mashtakash. Nashukuru. Sasa kama ungependa kuchangia kwenye show yaliyotendeka wiki hii, apart from Ruto kufinywa, Raila alikutana na magavana na pia leo kumekuwa na mkutano inaitwa PG pale Karen, na pia mambo mengi tu. Pengine mimi pia sikuyasikia mengine, lakini tujadiliane kwa muda wa saa moja ijayo. So Lodi Wiseman, nakupa link uingie kwa show unene nasi. Link inapatikana wapi hapa jamani? Invite. So ndio hiyo, nimeweka link kwa comment section. Ukiklik hiyo link utakuja mpaka hapa. Alifinywa na nani? Hey, Koech ama Kipkoech, uko sawa? Sisi ni serikali. Asante Solodi Wiseman. Nimeweka link, kuna link 2 kwa YouTube, Mutembei TV na Kenya News Zone, na pia nimeweka link kwa Facebook inaitwa Mutembei. So ukiklik utakuja moja kwa moja mpaka hapa. Let us discuss for 1 or 2 hours, then we call it a day. Kizito. Nipe kitu kidogo ndio nikuweke kwa show. Jueni NASA. So M-Pesa yangu iko on, tuma kwanza. La sivyo utakaa hapo backstage. Unatuma utumi. So guys, nimeweka link kwa comment section. Ukiclick itakuleta mpaka hapa. Adhiambo, God knows, but let's pray for the best. Thank you, Adhiambo Oindi. Yes. Zima Dan connect. Nimechoka, sitasema itazima mic. Kizito ndio kutoa bwana, zima. Okay. We love DP Ruto here in America. Ruby Kendago. Matt Kakash, kuja unifinye. Hey, Yego ni aje? Yego microphone Yego. Unajiongelesha Yego. Finya microphone Yego. Kibicho na Matiang'i alifinya Ruto sana. Maoni yake Henry Odhiambo. Poa sana Yego, ni aje?
Mutembe.
Yes.
Fiti sana. Mbona unakuanga biased sana bana?
Nimefanya nini bana?
Yeah?
Nimefanya nini? Ni ukweli alifinywa. Mlifinywa hamkufinywa?
Kuna ni yeye ndiye ame. Hatukufinywa this week. Hii wiki. Unaona since BBI tuwafinya kwa hiyo story na BBI. Siku hizi tu mnaongea propaganda.
By the way, kwa wale ambao mnapenda BBI bado siku kama ilikuwa 15.
Clinton, can you please enlighten Diego on the topic? Maybe he don't know what is going on. He's answering about BBI and you are asking about kufinywa Wilson Airport. Labda hakusikia.
Mimi sijasema Wilson.
Ndio nimeingia.
Sema unafurahia mtu kufinywa Kizito, lakini pia ni sawa. So welcome sana bwana Yego. Yego, una participate ukiwa wapi?
Saizi niko Kitale.
Uko Kitale?
Yes.
Okay, karibu sana. Nenunge Mandela.
Yes, nakusikia. Sijui kama unanipata kwa upande wako.
Uko sawa. Nasikia kuna Mandela moment.
Yeah, mimi nakupata nikiwa huyu jamaa amesema Yego anako Kitale. Pia niko Kitale lakini maeneo ya Matisi.
Oh, Matisi. Nasikia kuna
Mimi niko White Farm.
Okay. That is great.
Okay,
sisi huku ni watu wa UDA na tunasema William Gitio. However, the frustrations our party leader William Ruto is getting.
William Gideon ama William nini umesema?
William Ruto is getting.
Kuna kitu umesema William Gideon ama nimesikia nini?
William Gitio.
No, Gitio inamaanisha yeye peke yake.
William peke yake, hakuna mtu mwingine. William Gitio, not Gideon.
Oh, wajua Gitio kwetu inamaanisha jiwe lenye liko kando ya barabara.
So we come from different languages, so iko na maana mingi kutegemea na kabila lako.
Okay, sasa ni yeye peke yake.
Sisi huku Trans Nzoia ni William Gitio bwana.
Hata akifinywa alivyofinywa ni Gitio tu, bado ni Gitio.
Afinye ni Gitio bwana, tunasema UDA.
Okay.
Tuliunda Jubilee wakati wao wakatufukuza, lakini sasa at least we have got a place to call it home. However, the frustration we got in our Jubilee that we built, we used our
Nunge Mandela. Uliunda UDA uliunda Jubilee na nani na wewe huku mpigia hata Jubilee kura. Umejua mkiingia hapa kwa platform wachange uongo. Because I know you very well. You did not vote for Jubilee. Yeah.
I voted
There are
for
so
Uhuru, my
many things
brother,
that
my
when you are
brother.
telling us, just to say I'm in UDA,
Yeah.
but see it tuliunda. Uliunda na nani? You yourself, you never even voted for Jubilee.
Kizito, wewe
Okay, I'm
ulipigia
prone to
Jubilee?
corrections, but I voted for Jubilee.
Thank you. You did not vote. I just wanted you to be clear. It's not a fight, my brother. I know very well you never
Yeah, no.
voted for Jubilee.
Na Kizito, wewe ulivotia Jubilee?
Me
Mimi nilikataa
sikuvotia
election.
Jubilee. That's why I cannot say that tuliunda. Tuliunda, which means I voted for it. Mimi niliunda ODM. Ever since I was born, I'm an ODM member. So even in
Kizito,
my blood is
wacha kuweka
ODM.
siasa, wacha kuweka siasa kwa roho, weka kwa lungs.
No, I'm not.
Weka
Sijaweka
kwa
kwa roho. Sijaweka kwa roho. I'm just telling you a fact. We just speak facts.
Mtembei.
You know, when you are
Angalia
saying something, better you have facts. Like me, I'm saying I'm an ODM member. I've been voting for ODM from Ford Kenya, from what for all until ODM started. I've been ODM member. So when
I was
you
also
come
I was
here,
also a member of ODM.
I know you never voted for Jubilee because you don't know how I know it.
Okay.
Ki-
Wewe bana,
Kizito.
huwezi kutishia hapa eti nani ya kuvotea Jubilee. Nyinyi mlisusia uchaguzi, tunawajua. Wale majamaa wa kung'oa reli tunawajua.
Sasa
No, Diego, can't you
Yes.
see? Even him himself, he knows. It's not that something I'm just
yes,
saying.
Kizito,
Huyu ni wetu saa hizi. Usi hata mimi 207 nilikuwa ODM vizuri. Si unajua? Eh? Si 207 tulikuwa
I
ODM wote.
know. Hata tu ulikuwa ODM. That's why I'm saying.
Yes. Yeah.
Right now you are in order. Me sikatai. Watu wa UDA, I've come to realize that you people are going to Uganda because even today you are donning a very nice yellow NRM clothes. You
Yes.
copied it from Uganda.
Na
So
unajua
the difference
si
between
saizi-
UDA
si
and
saizi-
NRM
ngoja.
party in Uganda, which means maybe they are
Sikiza.
similar.
Sikia. Sasa hizi mnasema mko kwa serikali.
Hatujasema
Yes.
we are
Hamjasema.
in handshake. We are in handshake.
Eh.
We are not in serikali.
Au kusikia Murathe jana vile anaongea matope.
Man, even Murathe alisema vizuri, alisema we are going to work together. Or do you want Mtembei to put for you the clip? Because you know some people, you people, the only problem with UDA people, we are you are really good people, but you know how to twist things. Even right now, anything that is being said, you can twist it anywhere. But that is politics. Because
Kizito, I'm
Murathe
not
was
a
very
tribalist,
straightforward and even accepted that you people say that I'm a mole in this Jubilee. I'm the one bringing problem. But I accept. It's only that I have to leave to my stand.
Kizito, can you also have a decorum and
Okay.
listen to other people's opinion?
Yeah, I'm listening. I was
You know,
just answering him.
Okay,
you know, I'm not a tribalist, but
Thank you. Kuna mtu ako na echo, namtafuta, nikimpata namtoa. Kizito zima. Thank you. So socializing ilikuanga 10 minutes, mmeipeleka mpaka 14. So tunaanzisha show. Sadona uzime ama utoke. Okay, let me remove you completely. Thank you. So guys, tunaanza show. Tergat, uweke picha ama utoke. Kuna watu wenye wako na picha hapa chini. So let me create space. Thank you. So nilikuwa nasema kwamba tuanze show. Yaliyotendeka wiki hii. You have your 3 minutes to say anything that you want, from Ruto kufinywa, Sudi kufika Uganda bila boss wake, and all the drama. You have 3 minutes to say so. Nenunge Mandela.
Thank you, my brother. Can you listen to me? Mnanipata?
Uko na echo. Okay, proceed Mandela.
Ninasikika sasa? Ninasikika? Is there an echo from your side?
Proceed Mandela.
Thank you, but kuna chenye nilikuwa nataka kuongelea tu kuhusu the deputy president trip to Uganda, which was stopped by the authorities. Mine is just to offer frustration kwamba it wasn't good for the government kumkataza.
Ameenda. Okay, Yego. Talk to us, Yego. Nenunge hauna net bana, rekebisha. Okay, mic ya Yego haifanyi. Mota.
Sorry, siko nimeweka.
Okay, make sure umeweka.
Na wasalimu wote. Mko poa?
Kabisa.
Okay, sasa Kenya mimi nilikuwa nasema these people the so-called system sasa wanajaribu kumdalilisha naibu wa rais. Kwangu mimi nafurahia sana juu at least tunapata sympathy votes. The more mnajaribu hiyo kusema ati wacha tumfinye huyu jamaa, ni the more anapata watu wengi sana. And ni kitu hiyo ndio mmeona recently and the last 4 years amejaribu, watu wamejaribu. Unaona tu maarufu wake unapanda like every year, wakifanya hizo utafiti yako juu, na hiyo ndio tunafurahia, na naomba tu iendelee hivyo hivyo mpaka wakati tutapika kura. Ni hayo tu.
Okay, thank you Bwana Yego. Nani ako na swali kwa Yego? Na waona hapo chini, kama uko na swali sema ukuje juu. Juu hakuna space hapo, so najua Kizito hawezi kosa.
Yego?
Yes.
Kizito, do you have a question?
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
What makes you think Ruto is getting sympathy support? And do you think the sympathy support will make him become the president?
Ukiangalia saizi the lineup from all angles, unaona wote wale wakina Raila, Kalonzo, Mudavadi, wote ukiangalia like wako kwa timu moja, and the moment tu wanaongea mazungumzo yao yanaelekeza kwa naibu wa rais. So watu wanajiuliza mbona huyu mtu anawindwa? Is it because ni ukweli yeye ni corrupt ama ni ile tu ameekelewa? So unapata watu wengi, na unajua hata wewe sasa watu wanapigana, sema watu wawili wanapigana, and then all of them wako kwa ule mtu mwingine, na ule unaona ule mtu mwingine yenyewe sitabidi tu umemsupport, not because hata ako na policies mzuri, okay, but because unasema hapana, huyu mbona watu wanamfanyia hivi? That's why unapata nao hata mtu mwenye aje decide chochote anaingia tu kwa Ruda direct. Ni hivyo.
Okay, thank you Bwana Yego. Kirongo ni aje? Microphone Kirongo. Achilia Mike Kirongo. Okay, Kihash, niaje?
Yes, niaje?
Poa sana bana. Sema nasi.
Mi niko poa, niko salama.
Mm.
I've heard the previous speaker akisema Ruto anapata sympathy votes. I think to some extent ni ukweli. But I think Ruto should just resign from the government, because him being in government anakosa ile time ya kunini na politics vizuri, because he'll still be Uhuru will try to control him as much as. So mi kani anaweza mwambia atoke kwa government apate time yake.
Atoke kwa government afanye nini?
Patane kwa debe, but I don't think he will win the next election. Maybe in the years to come, the next general election, but this time sioni. A lot of things are against him at this time. He's one man ako peke yake.
Hizo a lot of things unaona zina favor nani sasa now that they are against William?
Okay. This will be determined kama hii Oka one Kenya Alliance hawezi fanya kitu unless they're with Raila. So if they can join Raila, wote wakue under Raila wote, and Uhuru wakue side yao. As much as most of the Kikuyu wako side ya Ruto, Uhuru bado hawezi kosa percentage kadogo. So if NASA can be able to come back together again and rally behind one candidate, that is Raila Odinga, and Uhuru awajoin awapatie a bit of support, I think Raila will take the presidency.
Okay.
Because I believe at a central saizi things are going to change. I believe at some point they will be whipped and they will all face the mountain. Yeah, because in the beginning of the year ilikuwa ni Ruto, but things are going right now. The ground are starting to shift. If we had an election in January, Ruto would have carried everything in central. But from the recent things that has happened, Kiamba, and even Mugoga by the Jubilee won. So you can see Jubilee, they're starting to recover some ground. So it's becoming very tricky kwa Ruto. And even if they decide to give him vote, I don't think the voter turnout will be as it was in the last general election. So yeah, I think he needs to look for new grounds, of which I think it will be difficult for him, since sijaona any regional leaders or political or tribal leaders anataka kusupport Ruto. He's a one man on his own. Hakuna mtu anataka kuwa associated with him. So I think that plays against him kinda.
Okay,
unless
now that umeleta hiyo nini ya Kiamba, what happened in Kiamba that shows that ame lose ground, and what happened in Muguga to show that Jubilee bado wako kwa ground?
Okay, one thing about Muguga Jubilee won with a very small margin. I'm telling you, if it was in the beginning of the year, Jubilee inge lose with a very big margin. There was a time when people were very angry with Jubilee, but right now things are changing. From what I can see from the ground. But I'm from Kiambu. I'm from Kiambu County.
And in Kiamba?
In Kiamba,
yenye UDA waliwin ilikuwaje?
If you see the margin yenye walishinda na ulinganisha the margin yenye ilikuwa Juja in terms of percentage. In Juja they had
kulikuwa na mbili. Kulikuwa na by election Kiamba na Muguga. Jubilee na UDA waliwin. Linganisha hizo mbili. Pale Jubilee wakishinda na 20 votes iko sawa. Ruto akishinda huku na 500 votes haiko sawa kulingana na wewe.
Nasema sisemi hata iko sawa. Nasema Ruto ako na ground central but hauwezi linganisha venye ilikuwa in the beginning of the year.
Okay.
Ama inaenda kai na nini inapotea, ndio nakwambia. Ukiangalia ya Juja as much as candidate ako wa UDA but alikuwa affiliated na Ruto, ukiangalia percentage of winning ilikuwa juu sana ukilinganisha what happened in Kiamba. The percentage was a bit bigger, but kama sasa venye unaona kuna change, the percentage is becoming smaller time by time, inaenda tuko inakuwa ndogo ndogo.
Okay, thank
So
you.
the problem ya Ruto itakuwa ni saa kuregain hiyo popularity tena kuipata itakuwa shida.
Wajua, mimi umefanya vizuri kuniambia unatoka Kiambu. Kuna kitu sielewi. Huyu jamaa mwenye alishindwa Kiambaa alikuanga mtu wa Ruto kabla ingie Jubilee, si ni kweli?
Yeah.
Na huyu MP wa saizi alikuwa mtu wake wa mkono, si ni kweli?
Kweli.
So alipochukuliwa na Jubilee, Ruto akachukua mtu wake wa mkono. Saizi mtu wake wa mkono ndio MP wake, si ndio?
Ndio kweli.
So come to presidential election, does it mean that mwenye alipigia huyo wa Jubilee na mwenye alipigia MP wa saizi hakuna au 50% hawezi wakapea Ruto kwa general election? Si umewahi vote? Maybe ulipeanga huyu gavana wenu wa kitambo alikuwa anaitwa nani? Kabogo kwa independent candidate ukapea Uhuru kama rais. Si kitu hicho ina happen? So
ina happen.
Mbona mnasema tu hizi 50% sasa ni za Raila? Now that they voted for Jubilee candidate.
In fact, wacha nikwambie sema ni za Raila. By the way, Raila is a very hard man to sell in Central. It's very hard to sell. So kenye inaweza msaidia ni voter apathy. Nakwambia kama hatutakuwa na any presidential candidate at the top, we might have the voter apathy. Hata wenye wataenda kupigia Ruto kama Kiambu unasikia ni 1.2 million voters, utapata maybe ni 600 pekee on the vote, because hatuna ile state ya kufanya nipige kura. But coming back to your question, nilikuwa nataka kuelezea ni ati hii election as much as ilikuwa ni ya huyu jamaa anaitwa Kawanji na huyu jamaa mwingine wa nini, huyu Kareri Njama. If people are voting for real leaders, Kareri Njama ni alikuwa ashinde. The guy has been on the ground for the longest time, but Kenya West ni chama. But I'm telling you, hiyo gap yenye Uhuru na Ruto walikuwaga nayo inakuja inakuwa bridge, because angalia margins zenye Ruto anashinda nazo, even if he's popular. Angalia hiyo margin ulinganisha na ile ya Kiambu. Dr. James naona tu ana shake.
Wait, bana, mimi sikuelewi kabisa. Maybe Jakes in 1 minute malizana kihash tuende kwa mtu next bana.
Baze sijaibambika na mse anabonga na side zote za mdomo. At one moment he says Jubilee ilifanya fiti, iliperform, actually ni kama iliwin, but ni venye sijui what. The other thing, Ruto is losing ground and all. Top on the list, this was a Jubilee seat, so there was nothing Jubilee was gaining. It was to retain. Losing it is a blow, even if wange lose na 1 kura. Losing is a blow by all means. Number 2, Kareri Njama was a very strong candidate. Very strong. Actually, he was number 2 in the previous election. He did so well, right? You cannot linganisha Juja and Kiambaa by all means, because in any case, as you have rightly said, ni vile tu hujajisikiza, that it is Jubilee that made this Njama guy to fail. So in any case, he was associated with a party that has no room in the land of the living.
Okay.
The other thing you have said is that Ruto should be worried. Honestly, I don't think he should be worried by any means. Why do I say so? Let me ask you. If you go to Bonchari, he has never had strong candidates in a foreign land. Let me use the word foreign. Bonchari is not a stronghold of Jubilee.
Yes.
Candidate, but
Dr. James, you are talking.
Was able to be that, and the difference was 300 votes. So
Jakes, be careful when you're using your words. Jakes, be careful. Don't call any other place foreign. We are all Kenyans.
Kizito, put the bottle down. Wachana na changa Kizito. Let us listen to Jakes.
So as I said, if 300, we saw you shouting from the rooftop because ODM won, and it was the difference between him and UDA was only 300. In Kiambaa, it was 500 plus, my friend. You didn't see us shouting as you did, but as much as we wanted to shout, we did actually. The other thing I wanted to know, losing a seat, that was a Jubilee seat. It was not a UDA seat, it was a Jubilee seat. The other thing, as Jamiwani has rightly told you, this was an amateur who won a pro. Karirinjama has tried, not once, twice. He has lost. This was his win. In any case, alikuwa na tamaa. Alidanganywa na the guy called Tuju, thinking that direct nomination will help him. Only that he was being directed to something that was steering to a burial. So what did we do? We allowed him to go to Jubilee. He did all he could. Actually, the votes he got were not for Jubilee. Those were his votes. Those were his votes. And in any case, if you want to believe what I'm telling you to be factual, look what happened to Mogoga. That was a Jubilee seat. The previous election, the second candidate was defeated by over 8,000. Go to the records. This time round, the second person was defeated by only 27 votes. What does that translate? If Ruto has not just made inroads, he has now begun making strongholds for what previously was not his staff. So, and the other thing I want you to note, that a loss for UDA in Mount Kenya does not translate to a win to, let me say it as I look at Kizito, does not translate to a win for Baba.
A quick rejoiner.
Yes.
Okay, 1 minute. I'll be very quick. What I'm saying, I'm not saying that Jubilee has redeemed itself, but I'm saying in terms of how Jubilee was last year and the way it is right now, UDA was a very strong party. But as time is progressing, you can see changes. Because I'm telling you, if this by-election was held somewhere in January there, the UDA candidate would have gotten around 75%. That's how strong UDA was. But you can see right now, even if they're winning not as big margins as it was expected, and mind you, the president has not yet started campaigning. He's just keeping quiet here, anafanya kazi. Jamaa anazunguka huku akituambia how the president is bad and all that.
Yeah,
but
let me ask you,
from the mountain you face the mountain.
Just one question.
Yeah.
The only person who has not gone directly to the ground is one William Samoei Ruto.
Oh, Ruto is all over here doing Harambees every weekend.
You didn't see him in Kiamba. You didn't see him. So
yeah, we didn't see him.
We didn't see him in Kiamba. But the president had the guts and the gusto to present his candidate to all. We saw the photos. He thought that taking him to Twitter, Facebook, and all those will translate to votes.
Never came up
Sasa hiyo mic yako
So what was I saying? Just like it happened to, was it called Mboga? Mboga was, or Mbogi, whatever his name was. He was largely displayed as a favorite, as the president's perfect choice. But actually, what does that mean? It means that when you are shown to be the favorite, the presidential choice, the people show you we are the ones who make people presidents. President don't just come because of a pronouncement.
Alafu bwana Kihash.
And he lost terribly.
No.
Alafu Kihash, niko na swali la mwisho kwako.
Niulize.
Unasema itafika time the mountain will face the mountain.
Yeah.
Itaface aje? Mtatoa presidential candidate ama mtaface mountain either nyuma ya William ama nyuma ya Baba?
Wacha nikwambie. Central Province tutajipata mahali tutakaa chini tutaongea tusikizana. But let me tell you something. Baba itakuwa ya Baba ni hiyo ni ngumu sana. Ya Baba itakuwa ngumu. Because for a very long time Baba amepigwa sana in Central. So you can't undo that in 1 year. Kutoka wakati wa Kibaki, in fact people said ni alisumbua Kibaki alikuwa afanya kazi, wamekuja wamesumbuana na Uhuru. So kuredeem your reputation inataka a few years. Haiwezi happen overnight.
Kwa hivyo
Sasa
unasema
wewe
ndio
wewe
mwisho
wewe kama
mmoja.
youth, wewe kama youth unajua vizuri you've been brainwashed. Unaweza amka tu asubuhi moja uende upigie Raila useme ni yenyewe wamekuwa wakitudanganya tu. Ama wewe pia
Raila
umekwamilia pale penye wazee walisema.
sasa mimi nakwambia mimi Raila
Hapo
hapana,
ndio.
mimi hata mimi hapana. Na pia Ruto hapana. By the shida ya Ruto, me I don't trust the people wenye wako around him. The guy I have no problem with him, lakini hapo watu wako around wengi ni wa wash. I don't like them. They are funny characters.
So
Kupatia
kihosh.
info kuuliza.
So
Bana.
kihosh.
Haki kiash bana.
Raila. So Baba is a no, Ruto is a no. Who's your guy?
No, we'll get another person. We'll get another person.
When?
We'll get another person.
Magungu sijali, this is our man. Ni vile tu sahihi, it is among the undecided. Atakuwa tu.
Unajua huyu Kihash ni mkora sana. Eti watu wenye wako around Ruto anaona ni wakora. Na baba naye hapana.
Baba hapana. Let the man.
Baba huna reason ya kusema hapana. Baba ni hapana tu. Baba ni hapana tu, lakini wa Ruto
Jamiwani is not saying no to Ruto, but he's saying Baba hapana. You know, it speaks volumes, eh?
Alafu hana reason ya kusema baba hapana. Ni hapana tu hivyo plain.
Iko. The guy amefikisha miaka ingine, sawa, acha atulie. Tutakuwa tukimwita wakati wa national public holidays anakuja, vitu kama hizo. Yani akuwe tu statement. Kukitokea vita mahali nini, lakini sasa I think amemaliza political capital, ana let the guy just rest. Atafute kijana mwingine mdogo ampatie ODM asukume yeye. Because sasa akisimama saizi alafu anguke ataenda nyumbani akiwa I think mimi nikiweza advice naweza mwambia this time akuwe kingmaker.
Kiashu umemaliza ya temba.
Okay. Nani? Kizito ulikuwa na swali na Wangugu, alafu tusonge mbele. So Kizito then Wangugu, ulizeni maswali yenu kwa Kihash na tusonge tafadhali.
Mine was a quick one. Kihash, kwani Kihash ni wale wase wanaogopa DCI, anaogopa asifunguliwe file?
Hapana.
Kama ni wanywa kwa CRB. Kwa CRB wanaona kama watakutwa.
To you Kizito.
No, you know what I've come to realize. I just want to. I never wanted to ask a question, but I just wanted Kias to contact Mugambi privately to lecture him on how Central votes, because I've come to realize that he's even talking without knowing anything. You see, even Ruto Pana, Raila Pana, we will say, yeah, you are very right. Central people, they are cunning. If you want to know that they are cunning, remember even today in the meeting where Ruto called the PAG, the person for who campaigned very vividly, very hard for this guy was not even there, Moses Kuria himself. There was only one person from PEP, and they made it clear. Aden Duale made it clear until everybody noticed. Nobody could have noticed it, but Aden Duale made it very clear that in PEP, we only have a dot in us for PEP, which means the way Central people are, even Jakes is talking, trying to lure us, Central people, it will reach a time. This thing Mugabe, last time he talked and repeated it, you people still don't want to agree. Central people will go. Even this Baba you are saying is hard to sell. When Kias will find that Baba is the one who will secure him, will dry clean him. They are very cunning. They go where they can be dry cleaned. Look, those people who are supporting, all the Central people who are supporting Ruto, all of them. You cannot trust all of them. You cannot trust them. Did you see what happened today when they were fighting themselves? Ichunga Gachagua Aaron Cheruiyot. So, Kias, please, just elaborate to us how you think Baba cannot be sold and why. And why is it that Ruto cannot get inroads and he has been there every year, every day?
No,
Kiash,
okay.
Kiash kidogo tu Kiash, dakika tu moja nikombe Kiash. Kiash, nikuombe tu dakika moja the words from Kizito are seriously hilarious. When Moses missed, actually he ended up tweeting where he was. Him together with other MPs, actually they even sent an apology, and if you follow closely, what he was doing. Then
do you know every MP, even when Sonko was being impeached, he took some MCS to Kwale. They decided to tweet, "We are there, we can vote." So that is how cunning people are, and that's the trick Moses Kuria did. He said, "Oh, that's PAG, and me, I'm a pep person. I'm not going. Let me tweet. Even me, I can send you WhatsApp. Like now, I've sent M-Pesa to Jamiwani. Will you know that I've sent M-Pesa? No.
Kuria is
For him to let me in.
Is this one thing I wanted to say before you interrupted? One, the presence or the absence of Moses Kuria is not an endorsement of Baba. That one you should take home and store it in the nearest circle. Number two, as Kihash is telling you,
No, Jax, just 1 minute. When you are talking, just 1 minute, please. Just 1 minute. When you are talking, don't only put Baba. When you are talking only Baba, don't talk only what you are referring is Baba. Anything is Baba. Talk about Pep, Moses Kuria, and Ruto. Not only, even Baba is not in a PhD. Talk about Pep, which is Kuria and Ruto.
I'm well guided.
No, mtu wa kutoa sheria ni moderate. Kizito,
hebu toa hiyo kofia. Toa hiyo kofia Kizito.
Unajua akili ni nywele na umefunika nywele.
Acha tupeane time. Kila mtu akuwe na time ya kuongea.
Dr. Jax na Kizito. Naomba mrelax kiasi. Kuna hao watu wako na mioto nikawa wanataka kuondoka. So tuwape time waongee alafu wasonge. Kirongo. Microphone Kirongo 5 minutes or 3 minutes to 5 minutes itakuwa imetosha.
Kirongo is still looking after the cows, so he's just walking anyhow. We will not even get internet.
Kizito zima mic. Na kama kuna chupa mbele yako toa. Kizito. So Kirongo, achilia mic yako na unene nasi. Okay, Moga, ongea nasi Moga.
Yes.
Uko mbali sana.
Mnisikia?
Yes.
Mi kuna maswali nataka kuuliza Kizito. Kizito, unanipata?
Okay, Yego.
Yes.
Ongea nasi Yego. Moga, mute your microphone Moga.
Nimesikiza hizo maneno zote from Kiash. Kiash by the hata sijui yako wapi. And I guess Kiash ni ule mtu anaongojea sijui ni handout anataka ama ni nini ndio tuambie penye hapo. And then also nilikuwa nasema this a place. Mbona wanasiasa waje utilize Rift Valley? Juu hapa Rift Valley hakuna mtu amekuja kabisa. Mpaka hata Ruto mwenyewe hata yuko. Raila mwenyewe aje kuja. So sielewi ni nini mbaya na hii Rift Valley. Mbona watu wote wanaenda tu Central peke yake? Hata ukipata like Kisumu, mimi naona saizi hustlers wame take over the
Yego.
Hapo Kondele. Yes.
The Rift Valley is in the DP's pocket. That's why nobody's coming over there, man.
No, don't worry about that. Si hata Central kuna wenyewe, but mbona Ruto wako huko Central sana? Alafu pia Kisumu hustlers wametuambia tukuje huko sana. Sijui kuna shida gani huko Kisumu pia. That's why somebody I talk about Kiamba and Juja. Those people when you vote for Kariri and this guy the Kawanjiku, all of them tukisema sasa tuna vote huko juu the presidential, of which the Ruto anaweza pata around 70% ama to 80%, because the other guys when you vote for Kariri definitely si ati kwa sababu ati watavote Raila and not haimaanishi
Mic yake imeishia hapo. Akirudi
au
online.
wenye walivote for Kariri Njama the Kariri, sorry mwananipata? Yes, ndio nasema hao wote wenye walivote hapo hivi Kiamba and nini, nasikia tu nasema ati hao wote wenye 50% si wa Ruto. Hiyo ni uongo, because for now for Central sioni a serious candidate. Musalia has been there. Raila hata hajaanza inroads yote huko Central, and I know I have many friends from there. I don't think they'll give Raila. Yeah.
Okay, Yego, umesema unatoka Trans Nzoia. Yego, hapo
Yes.
Western ama Trans Nzoia iko Rift Valley, sijui vizuri. So, hapo Trans Nzoia, kama kuna race kati ya Raila, Ruto na my party leader His Excellency Governor Zachary Okoth bado. Kwa presidential candidates watatu, nani anaweza shinda hapo Trans Nzoia yenu?
Unajua kwanza
those are the
Trans Nzoia,
three serious people that we have.
For now ukiangalia hapa kama Trans Nzoia hapo tuko sana like there's we might say that it is a cosmopolitan, and wengi wenye wamejaa huko like 60% they are Kalenjins, so I think Ruto will take the day. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Na governor
Gambi ni nini unaniona?
Governor anaweza pata percentage ngapi? Governor Obado, my leader, anaweza pata percentage ngapi? Juu tuko kwa debe na tuko serious.
Obado si wa Trans Nzoia ama unamaanisha?
Ako presidential candidate bana. Tunaweza pata ngapi Trans Nzoia?
Obado hawezi pata chochote. Hiyo ni ukweli. Maybe 0 votes.
Hey.
That's for sure.
Hujaniambia poa, ungedanganya na percentage kama 3 4
percentage 5. That is 1%. Let's say no, even 0.003 hapo.
Sasa unaniambia tu hivyo red handed 0. Hey, sini life. Thank you. Thank you Bwana Yego.
Na mkuje, that's why nataka somebody aniambie mbona this Rift Valley hakuna venye hata wajamaa wanaweza ingia, like juu Rift Valley ni kubwa. Kuna places ODM walikuwa.
Si ushajibiwa.
Yego.
Okay, Mugabe,
yes.
Let me ask you a question,
Yes.
When you talk of Rift Valley, do you know even Narok, Kajiado, and Turkana in the Rift Valley?
Yes, I know.
People have been there looking for friends and looking for connections. Why do you want to construe Rift Valley to be the only place that Kalenjins are, or the Ruto's lineage is?
No, sinajua nimesema there are so many parts of it. That's why nilikuwa nimesema kuna Turkana na Narok and the upper part now kama sasa Eldoret. Unaona? But ukisema kama Narok huko hakuna votes. Huko ni kidogo, as much as these guys wanapenda kwenda Narok hakuna votes. Wewe unaambia Masai aenda apige kura saa ngapi ama ako kwa msitu bana?
Wacha na hate speech. Hiyo ni hate speech bwana. Wacha niyo maneno.
Yego nyinyi amwendi msituni.
Hiyo ni ukweli. The Masais. Those guys
ng'ombe mnapitianga nayo wapi? Yego. Kwa lami ama wapi? Otherwise asante kwa time yako bwana Yego. Mute microphone juu uko na people.
Lakini alafu kuna kitu kingine moja tu naweza kuambia Yego.
Yes.
As much as kura ni ndogo, hiyo ndio inaitangwa swing vote. Hao ndio determine atakuwa president. Juu unapataga for example kama saizi hiyo wakati Raila walikuwa wamesimama na Uhuru, unapata wote wanaanza maybe from 5 million. Kajiado hizo undecided areas, hizo zinakuanga swing vote. Na ukishapata hiyo ndio inakufanya president. As much as ni kidogo
Kama
hata
last general election, si Turkana na Narok wote walikuwa ODM, walikuwa NASA. Si ni ukweli? And
Yeah.
wako na effect yote.
Ilikuwa.
Maybe you can prove that.
Mimi nakwambia hiyo ni ile tunaitanga swing vote.
Yes.
Kama nyinyi watu wa Central mmekuwa swing vote.
Unajua hata Yego ameuliza ati kwa nini watu waende Rift Valley. Si Rift Valley, hiyo side ya Kalenjin yenye wako. Nyinyi tunajua already mko na serious presidential candidate. So kwenda pale ni kuharibu time yako. Unajua hiyo ni kuharibu makasini yako. But in Central Province, I don't think we'll have a serious presidential candidate. So this time tutakuwa kingmakers. Lakini nakwambia Central with due time tutakuja tutaongea in one voice. There are a lot of leaders wenye wanatokea bado na watatokea. Kina Kabogo bado hawajatokea. Na these are the guys wenye saizi wameonekana wako na some political
Kabogo alijaribu anajaribu kutokea but unaona wanamfinya chini. Anajaribu hivi akienda kwa market wanamwambia wewe bana.
Atatokea.
Thank you.
Atatokea. Na tukipatana
Kihash, ni ukweli mko na 8 million votes ama ni plan tu ya kutuibia kura? Mko na 3 million, 4 million ama 8?
Mimi naweza ipea 6 million.
Sasa ile 8 ni kutuibia tu.
8 ni a bit overstretched but I think 6 iko ukichukua a bit of Nakuru, uchukue Nyandarua na
Nakuru iko Central.
Nasema there are a lot of Kikuyus.
Okay.
Nakuru nasema by the hata usiona hata governor Nakuru anakuaga nini za Kikuyu kutoka revolution ianze because tuko wengi huko like pia tuko, so I think tunaweza chapa 6 million comfortably. Na mimi sasa kitu yenye hata
8 haikuangi, si ndio?
8 sidhani 8 na tulikuwa 18, so nikumaanisha wengine ni 10. I think it's overstretched. Hiyo sidhani. I think ikienda 6.
Msijaribu kufanya hivyo tena bana. Tunataka baba kuwe rais.
Wewe nimekuacha kwa Obado, so unataka baba.
Yani Kias, you are telling the panel that you ballooned the votes.
No.
To reach 8 million.
No. Me, I'm speaking my mind. I'm saying according to me. Maybe the ABC might have a different opinion.
But mmekuwa mkitutishia mko na 8 million. Kumbe haziko.
Unajua Miguna gave watu wa ODM a very good advice. Alisema winning an election is not enough. You should know how to take power. Exactly. Winning an election is, you should know how to, do you know how to get to State House? Do you know winning an election is one thing and getting state power is another thing. So you should know the both. Na naona hata Ruto wanakataza atoke nje because hawataki kuwa na ile connection. Unajua if you have the backing ya watu wengi, either we hataki kurig, ukiona support from outside you will able to take over power.
Yeah, ndio maana naambianga Kizito, acheni kusema Ruto ni muizi. Mtakuwa mnasema ni muizi amewaibia kura wakati yako State House.
Na acha nikwambie
watafanya.
Acha nikwambie hiyo kitu ya kusema Ruto ni muizi. By the hiyo kwanza inatuma Kikuyu mpende zaidi. Unajua Kikuyu amekuwa anachukua hiyo kama wakiambia nyinyi wengi. So inakaa ni kama he's one of us. So the more we relate to
tukianza kuita Governor Obado ni muizi, Central itakuwa stronghold.
Unaona mnamuita kama sisi wenye tunaitwa, so tuna relate vizuri na yeye.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Nilikuwa nataka tu niulize, when you people see Ruto,
Mota, sema nasi. Desagu. Jonathan. Acha niwatoe, mrudi bana, mrudi mkipata network, mrudi. So, uliza swali lako Yego, halafu tusonge mbele.
Nilikuwa nataka niulize, this is for Kisito. When you see Ruto, what comes to your mind?
Corruption, terrorism, somebody who double speak, somebody who will atafinya wa Kikuyu. You've asked me what is coming to my mind, so I'm just telling you. Don't take me wrongly, because I'm telling you first.
No.
Just do you know why? Let me give you the reason why I say so.
Yes.
The first in the office of Ruto is where Echesa came with these people who are exchanging, who are dealing in guns. It was rumors. It was not true. It was rumors. We swept that one. It came about the scandals. All the scandals that are there, we assume that they are just rumors. Then it came to this issue of bringing maize from Uganda. Ruto said it in the live in TV that he has been a friend to Museveni, and they are doing very big business with them. Even if he's selling his chicken there, he's selling eggs, that means those people can also sell their eggs in Kenya. That one is fourth. Third, this iodine, how comes is being they are being is in the connection of terrorism, and is the best friend of this your man Ruto. Fourth, everybody who is sidelining with Ruto, you people are saying that maybe it's just rumors, maybe it's because they have never been judged, we don't know. But why is it that they are just being connected to deals, which means if I see Ruto, what I'm seeing, atafinya wa Kikuyu, and believe me or not, atafinya wa Kikuyu kuliko wa Jaluo.
Thank you. Kizito, you are making very dangerous statements. Kwani Ruto anaenda kuwa rais wa Kikuyu pekee? Mambo na kufinya wa Kikuyu. We don't care.
It's not going to be do you know what I'm telling you? And Diego knows. Challenging. Man, there's echo. There's too much echo.
Kizito, zima mic. Kizito. Just a moment. Bwana Mota, mic yako inatupigia kelele. Sasa sema na sisi na uondoke. Malizana na sisi. You can't mute your microphone. Nimekupea warning karibia mara 10. So Mota, talk to us.
Hey, can I get space?
Man, let me continue. Tuko na wapenzi watazamaji na wale wenye wana contribute.
So, unajua ukiongea na mic yake iko on, hata atukupati ni kelele tu.
Yeah.
Acha tumalizane na yeye aondoke.
Miwani, niongee kidogo.
Okay, ongea.
Asante sana kwa hiyo nafasi. Nimewatafuta sana lakini ndio hiyo nimefika sasa. Hello? Unanipata? Sasa nilikuwa nataka niseme mtu kama Kihas ameongea vizuri sana. Tena nimekubaliana na wewe. Na nataka niongee na mtu kama Kisito na Mungai John. Nasikia wanatucontradict sana. Ya kwanza mimi natoka Kisumu. Na chenye naweza sema mbeleni hapa tunaona tu Ruto. Juu hatuwezi kufia ng'ombe moja kila mwaka. Kila mwaka ni ng'ombe moja, na anakuanga na vitendo zingine ambayo sinakera. Sasa hivi ameenda Jubilee, amebomoa Jubilee. Ameshabomoa Jubilee, anaweka maneno kwa mdomo ya wengine na yeye anajifanya ongei. Unaona? Ruto naye amedhulumiwa, yani muda mrefu sana. Anafanyiwa vitendo hivi na hivi, aongei, mpaka kasi yake, responsibilities zake amenyang'anywa, mtu mwingine amepewa. Na huyo tena, huyo Kiasi, sijui anajiita aje Kiasi, nimemsikiza vizuri akisema yeye haisi support Ruto, haisi support Raila. Tena nimekubaliana na yeye kabisa. Hata mimi kama si kusupport Ruto, ambayo ni mtu wangu kabisa, siwezi support huyo mzee. Huyo mzee nimesikia story zake kuanzia sijui lini. Nimesikia ameanza kuvaa sijui 90 what. Yeye kila wakati anakuja amenyang'anywa. Atanyang'anywa mpaka lini? Tena huyo Kiasi amesema Miguna aliuliza amejua barabara ya kuenda State House kweli? Ambaye hajajibu mpaka sasa. So kuenda State House mpaka ujue barabara pia ya kuenda. Usione tu uko na mafuasi na uko na watu wenye wanajua kutusi watu ndio utaenda State House. Huyu jamaa nimekubaliana na yeye sana. Tena nimependa reasons zake sana kabisa. Anaweza kuwa best yake. Lakini Kizito, we ni mtu wa nyumbani kabisa, lakini tafuta barabara mzuri. Usikufie mtu mmoja bwana kila wakati bwana. Mtu mmoja usimkufie Kizito. Nimechoka.
Wait. Acha Ombwede amalize, then you
Sasa
interrupt. Haujamenshoniwa peke yako bana.
Sasa
ama nikurudishe nyuma ya curtain.
Au mwache tu hapo hivyo. Tembea na watu. Ruto ni mtu wa Kenya, si mtu wa Uganda. Ukimpatia kura, umempatia kama mtu wa Kenya. Na hizo maneno zenye watu wameshinda wakisema Ruto ni mwizi, wamesema mara mingi wakijua mwizi, si wamstaki, wamfunge, arudishe hizo vitu zenye ameiba. Yeye anasema yeye ni mwizi. Pesa ya vijana ilienda wapi? Pesa ya corona saisi ilienda wapi? Mnasema Ruto ni mwizi. Hizo muongelelei ya Ruto ndio mnaona. Na wezi ngapi wako hapo Kenya? Mi siko Kenya lakini najua Kenya. Wezi wangapi wako Kenya? Ya Ruto ndio inaonekana. So Kizito, change style, change step, tembea na mimi. Nimemaliza.
Okay, thank you bwana Ombwede. Ombwede, umesema hapo Kisumu ni William.
Mi huyo ndio mtu wangu. Hata saisi ukiangalia hii nguo yangu, nilipenda tu juu ya mkono ya rais hapa na mkono ya William Ruto. Ndio ilinifanya nipende huyo mtu sasa. Sasa siko Kenya,
Sasa
ningekuwa
naona
Kenya.
Mikono miwili. Iko wapi ya William?
Hii ndio ya William, ndio maana nimeipenda sana hii.
Okay.
So nimewapenda hata hii chama niliingianga tu juu ya William Ruto.
Okay, niko na swali.
Ndio ilinifanya niingie kwenye hii chama 207.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay, thank you.
Ask me. I will just ask.
Jubilee haikuwepo 207. So
yeah, ilikuwa
Let me ask him a question. Be not in touch with the reality.
Yeah.
Obwedede.
Yes, Mr. John.
Are you playing politics of substance or politics of I hate this person, I love this person, or this person has fight for so many years and this person has come as the new entrance in the presidency? Which politics are you playing?
Okay, me on how I do my own politics is that I check on people how they are behaving first of all. And for how long have you been vying and coming with complaints all the time? and the developments and the art, the kind of art you have. That's how I do it to make me follow you.
Okay, let me ask you: does failing in an election make one to be a bad leader?
Failing in politics?
Yeah, does failing in a poll make one to be a bad leader?
No.
For example, let me be clear. Nikisimama nianguke mara 10 inamaanisha mimi ni kiongozi mbaya?
Haimaanishi wewe ni kiongozi mbaya, lakini terms tena vitu zenye zinatoka kwa mdomo tena inaweza fanya mtu akutoroke, si hivyo?
Yes.
Sasa mi nimetoroka juu ya maneno zenye zinatoka kwa mdomo ya watu
kama
na
gani?
kuangalia upande ingine, upande moja unaona ni mbaya, lakini ya kwako unaona ni mzuri. Sasa hiyo nimetoa hiyo example hiyo ya wizi. Hiyo ya wizi ya Ruto ndio inaonekana ni ukweli ama si ukweli, na wakijua yeye ni mwizi, mbona hajastakiwa? Na watu wako kwa serikali inasemekana wako na power kumuliko sasa, na yeye ni deputy president I mean. Mbona hao watu wamchukulia hatua? Na hii agenda ya kila siku mara kila mwaka mtu anasimama na agenda moja ameshinda naye akikuja naye, wakati huyo mzee amekuwa prime minister, alikuwa kwa serikali. Atuambie, ndio hiyo anasema deputy hajafanya kazi, atuambie yeye amefanya nini na pesa ya vijana iliendanga wapi?
Utakubali nikujibu? Can I tell you something?
Tell me, I'm just listening.
If you want to see the presidency of Raila,
yes,
look at 2007 to 2013. Ukitaka kuona the presidency of Ruto, look at 2013 to 2017. Why do I say this? For example, ukiangalia when Raila, they had the Grand Coalition government, when he had the half of the government, that is the only time that Kibaki performed. We had the Bonda at that time. We had the Thika Superhighway. We had all the policies implemented when Raila was in the government. Now, tell me what Ruto did he achieve when he had half of the government between 2013 and 2017, so that we can compare those two periods to know who is the best leader.
Sasa kuanzia 2013 mi nimeona makazi zake amefanya.
Gani?
Stima imekuwa hapo, mabarabara zimejengwa. Hii mambo na handshake ndio imeleta vitu zingine. Sasa naona makazi 1, 2, 3 zinaendelea siku hizi ya kupigania deputy president ili ionekane ile wakati wake hakuna kazi ilifanyika. Na tena nikuulize, si ndio huu rais Uhuru Kenyatta ndiye alikuwa mwizi wakati ule? Huu Waiguru ndiye alikuwa mwizi wakati ule. Sasa hizi ni watu wangwana, si wesi. Ruto ndio mwizi sasa hivi, na huu Ruto ndiye amempatia support 207. Sasa hizi huu Ruto amekuwa mtu mbaya, amegeushwa sasa yeye ni mwizi. Mbona hatukwangi watu wa ukweli sisi? Kuna mtu wako kwa biashara, anafanya biashara na watu ama yani anatumia Wakenya kufanya biashara, yeye anaingiza pesa akituma wengine, we fanyeni hivi na hivi. Mimi siwezi kubaliana na kitu kama hiyo. Ndio mimi nasema mimi niko Kisumu na kura yangu, hata hii kura yangu hii iliingiana. Mimi yenye nilikosa tu hii ya MCA tu ndio haikuingia, zote ziliingia. Tena hii naona ikiingia.
Thank you Mbwere.
So hapo kwa siasa, hebu nimalizie hapo kwa siasa tena. Ruto ndio mdogo sana kwa hao watu wote.
Clinton, we wanted to ask him question, but he's just talking. Why don't you give us, we answer you? We ask you
just
questions.
listen, I finish. Listen, I finish, Kisito.
No, you ask me, I will forget what I wanted to ask you before you continue, because you are just continue making. First, I have only 3 minutes.
Ameulizwa swali na Mugambi.
But he's just beating about the bush. He's not answering anything. He's just
You answer me.
complicating it. He's not answering.
Just ask a question.
Do you want to answer
Okay.
for him, or you want to put a question?
I want to ask him question.
So
And
wait,
let me go step by step, Mr. Miwani.
Ngoja amalizane na Mugambi.
Okay.
Ya, nilikuwa nasema hata nimesahau vitu zenye nilikuwa nasema.
In 1 minute umebakisha dakika.
Can I make my point now? Or can I put my case?
You just remind me on what I was talking about, because I've forgotten everything.
We've also forgotten. So Ombwedede, asante kwa kutuambia kwamba Kisumu pia kuna William.
No, that's what I was going to say. In short, I wanted to say this man is really confused, because even if I may ask you which part of Kisumu you come from, you are confused. You don't know which part of Kisumu. Secondly, you are talking about the T-shirt, and that T-shirt, they are saying that part is dead. You don't know even that T-shirt they are saying is dead. You are still dressing it up, very proud of yourself. Which means you don't know even the party.
I'm seeing the hand of my leader.
Which hand? Man, be realistic. You know, Ombwedede.
Kuna shida mahali. Kizito na Ombwedede, mkiargue Ombwedede zima mic.
Can I make my point?
Kizito isisikike sana. Kizito pia ukiongea malizana na Ombwedede ndiye kujibu. Tafadhali. Haitakuwa kelele hivyo kabisa. Kizito, ask your question. Na Ombwedede malizane in 2 to 3 minutes. Alafu tusonge mbele. Lakini argument mara juu kwao,
But that was the part of question. You never even allow me to ask a question. I'm trying to start from so that he understands where my question is coming. You know, the only problem, Mr. Miwani, if you people don't want us to be communicating here, we are using our bundles. So we can also disappear, we go to other channels, because you people, when somebody want to ask question, you must start from somewhere is when you ask. But when you protect him before I even ask the question. Because you've heard even Mugabe ask him a question, is just beating about the bush. He's saying this hand is Uhuru, this hand is Ruto. How does that come in? Secondly, my question to him was,
excuse me. Sijamprotect. Kila mtu alisikia ukiongea na anaongea kuna kelele. So nyinyi mnaweza fikiria eti mnajibizana vizuri, lakini sisi hatuwapati. Then ukisema akiulizwa swali ana beat around the bush, na wewe ukitaka kumuuliza swali unasema there is a place you start from is when you come to the question. That is also beating around the bush. So asking question is allowed, lakini kitu nilikuwa nakataa ni mic yake kutupigia kelele juu uko na echo. Na tukikwambia utoke uende urekebishe echo, hakuna space hapa chini, hautarudi. So ukiongea azime mic, akiongea uzime mic na tuwapate vizuri. That's what I meant. So now put your question. Alafu John utaongea wakimaliza. John Mugambi utaongea wakimaliza. So proceed Kizito. Ombwedede, mtu akiongea unazima mic tafadhali.
I don't have any question. I will
Mugambi
talk
John,
later.
proceed.
I don't have any question.
Okay, thank you so much. And Clinton, at least the last time you were Miwani, you concealed your face. Now we can see you.
Yule alikuwa ndugu yangu wana.
Okay, thank you. So I want to make my point and not to beat around the bush, not to play politics of sycophants. From what you have asked today about the DP and the state, and what transpired in the airport, I want to make the following points. Number one, the deputy president of Kenya is not a private citizen. Therefore, he should get all the required papers, all the required authorization for his security to be guaranteed, number one. Number two, one of the things as to why he was denied flight to Uganda, in the list of the people whom he was flying with, one of the person was a man of questionable character, and we could not, at any given point, risk our president to go and have a meeting with someone who was a mercenary, who has ever been mentioned in a terrorism kind of an act back in 2000 or 2001. So for him to be denied his flight to Uganda was for the betterment of his security in Uganda. Number three, you have seen even the Ugandan foreign affairs office said that they did know that the deputy president of Kenya was going to visit their country. That tells us that in case Ruto went to Uganda and something happened to him, we could not blame the Ugandan authority, and we could not blame the Kenyan authority. However, our country could have been left in a very confused state. Maybe we could be having a lot of chaos now in case something would have happened to him, was he to go to Uganda that day. So it was all about his security. I'm saying all this from the information that I've gotten from the government through the media and other sources. The second point I want to make is about what happened today in Karen. Sometimes last week in this forum, I made some points, and some of us here trying to kind of oppose me. But good thing the time is proving me right that DPS, he has the MPs, he had that MPs in his current home. But the unfortunate thing, all those MPs, they were the first timers. If anything, only Ichungwa was the second timer who got to 2017 election unopposed because Uhuru shielded him not to get a serious competitor. What does that tell us? When you look at the people who are behind you, when you look at your soldiers, if you have inexperienced soldiers and you are going to a war or a competition, be assured or being guaranteed that you are going to lose the war or the battle or the competition. Number two on that point, Kuria made a point in his Facebook page, but he pulled it down earlier today. Good thing I got it before he pulled it down. He said his main reason as to why he did go to Karen today, it has been caused by Deputy President's wording or allegation when he was in Inoro TV, which was streamed live, when he said UDA is a self-sufficient party and it is not ready, nor is it in business to make coalitions. Remember, PEP was aligned to Kuria. When they saw Kuria is becoming so powerful with PEP, the DP sponsored chaos in PEP for Kuria to be expelled. Kuria, coming from Central, he was so wise. He formed his own party, Chama cha Kazi, and that party is what Kuria is running with. That is one of the parties that he is going to sponsor in Mount Kenya. Number three, we had the TSP, which is a party aligned in Mount Kenya. That is from Laikipia side, from Mwango area. Today in Karen, why have you muted me?
Not me.
Okay, today in Karen.
I am busy with my phone.
Okay, yes. Today in Karen, we didn't see the TSP, the Kyujuri party there. What does that tell us? It tells us that there's a lot of ruggles going around the UDA and the Hustler Nation. And as time goes, Mount Kenya people, they are lobbying. Mount Kenya people, they are thinking, they are consulting. And it will come a point whereby the deputy president, Raila, Mudavadi and his Oka, whenever they come to Mount Kenya, they'll have one or two people whom they will be discussing with on what are you bringing to Mount Kenya, be it the TSP, the Chama cha Kazi, or Jubilee. So it is until that time that we will know whom we are going to support. Mount Kenya, as I said last time, they are votes that are decided by their leaders, by their elders, and by the people who are opinion makers. What I mean is, whenever we want to take and give a direction, our leader, whoever he is, may it be the president or whoever, they will call our leader in Sagana or another Sagana. We will go discuss how does we benefit from this kind of an alliance. If we don't benefit, we don't support, and that is what is going to happen come next year's general election. That is what I can make as regards to today's topic. I know we have different sessions. I'll come later later. But if there's any question I can be asked, I can handle it.
Okay, mi niko na swali moja tu.
Yes.
Umesema hakukuwa na PEP members ama PEP pale Karen. PEP iko na wabunge ngapi Kenya hii?
Okay, when I said PEP, you know, a party is not an MP. A party is the organ of the party, and a party are the leadership, the strong leadership of the party. I know I know the Juja MP was there. He's a newcomer, telling us that the PAP MP was there. It's not a good point to convince us that PAP was there. Moses Kuria was the chief campaigner of that candidate. He was not there. In his Facebook page, he made a point in the morning. The reason as to why I didn't go, trying to complain or blame the deputy president out of the point that he made when he was in Noro radio and TV.
So Moses Kuria, as the party leader, did he decide to punish the disrespectful member of the party, Koimburi, for attending the PG that was planned today?
Okay, as I have said, I really don't think...
Akona mbunge moja. Sasa hizi manage to convince huyo moja eti where you are going, we are not part of it.
Remember what I've said, when the PEP was so strong, remember it had even a candidate in Kiambaa, but Moses Kuria was asked to withdraw his candidature. And it is from that point that the wrangles began, and Moses Kuria slowed down his engagement with the PEP, and he came up with his own party, Chama cha Kazi. So PEP being a party with its own known people from Mount Kenya who are not in DP's residence does not mean that Moses Kuria is going to punish the new candidate. So I don't think if he has any to punish.
Na ETSP pia iko na wabunge.
No, TSP is a new party that was formed by Chujuri, but it has good number of followers from Laikipia, from Meru, from Nyeri, and the Embu counties.
So I think today was members of the parliament meeting, not chairman of the party, not members of the party. I think ilikuwa tu ni ya wabunge. So kiunjuri kutoenda pale haimaanishi kwamba maybe hasupport UDA ama vitu kama hizo.
But do you want to tell me that Mudhama is Mudhama an MP? Is the former senator for Mombasa an MP? No. So that was a meeting for all the people who subscribe to the Atlas Nation and this Kulbaru shenanigans. So it's not about UDA, it's not about the MPs. It is the people who subscribe to what the deputy president says. And if they all subscribe to him, we would have seen so many people from Mount Kenya and across the country.
Okay, thank you. Any question to Kihash? Kihash, yeah.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, I want to comment a bit about what Mugambi has said. The first thing he has said, all the MPs were new MPs. I want to correct that and tell him there is Mithika Rinturi, who has been a member of parliament for a very long time, and now he's a senator. There was Duale, a very seasoned politician. There was Cecilin Barile, even though he's now nominated, but he has been a member of parliament for quite some time. But I agree with you on the issue of Moses Kuria. As I want to tell you, Kikuyu will not join UDA. Kikuyu will form their own political party and they'll go and negotiate with other leaders. Anyone and that's why you see Moses Kuria playing safe. Moses Kuria knows how things are in the ground. Yeah, he knows that we will not join UDA. If you join UDA, we will not have a chance to negotiate. So what I expect, leaders from Central Kenya will sit down and agree on one political vehicle. And that is what the Central Kenya will use to negotiate with whoever comes. Because if we enter UDA, we will not even have a chance to get the deputy president's slot. because we'll be deemed as if we are from the inside. But I see a situation whereby we'll have the TNA and URP kind of scenario, where we will go there as newcomers and negotiate for a place in either government that will deem fit. The other thing is about Ruto's visit to Uganda. I think Ruto has become rogue. And I say this with a lot of respect to all those who support him and all that. Ruto should know his position in government. You are deputizing somebody. And that point where you reaches and you feel you can do anything disregarding the president, I think the best thing you should do is resign. Yes, resign. And all these MPs, they are newcomers. And if you expect like in a Koimbori will bring you to Central Kenya and get votes, my friend, you're joking, you're daydreaming. If you see all the serious politicians from Central Kenya, they are not here. They might not be MPs, people like this guy from Laikipia, Kionjori. He might not be an MP, but he has a lot of influence compared with all these MPs here. These are people with some political mileage compared to this. There is Kabogo, there is Kionjori. These are serious people who should bring you to the ground. If you go to Embu, Kiraito, people like those are, even if they are not in office, these are very strong people on the ground. Yeah, and Kivuti. But if you come with Gachagua, yeah. So I think Ruto should consider his team from the Central Kenya, and that's why I told you there will come a time all of Central will face the mountain.
Okay, to add my
position.
Let me add by saying this, please.
Yeah.
It is known, it has been proven that Central Kenya handily support or vote an MP twice in parliament. May you be a performer or not a performer. So if the DP is depending on this newcomer, I think it's leading on a very slippery path. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Bwana
mkema hivyo like now Kiash unasema this akina Rigathi Gachagua nao wengine, these are the people wenye wamefanya Ruto amekuwa strong sana Central. So penye wamefikia, and by the way usione Ruto knows everything. Amekuwa kwa serikali for that period na anajua which MPs to deal with and those not to deal with. For Moses Kuria, hata nilisikia jana Murathe akasema Moses ni na mchana ako huku, usiku ako huko the other side. But do you think Ruto ajui hiyo story? These MPs ndio wamefanya Ruto amekuwa strong. Let me say for that. And I think at a Central, like for these guys around 70% watarudi for the second term. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Yego.
I want to correct something that he has said. Yego has said Gachagua, and I don't know who have made Ruto to be famous in Central. The person who made Ruto to be famous in Central is none other than Uhuru himself. Uhuru is the one who brought Ruto to Central Kenya. He's the one who made him famous. And I'm telling you, last year and early this year, Ruto was very famous in Central Kenya. In fact, he was a preferred presidential candidate. That's why I was telling you, if this Kiambabe election was held in January there, Ruto's candidate would have won with 70%. You see? So Uhuru himself made Ruto and not Akina Gachagua. Ruto, the people who are with Ruto right now, they are not very consequential when it comes to the campaign or the campaign in him. Necessary, they will not translate into huge votes at the end. And the reason why Ruto is very famous, there is an anti-Uhuru wave in Central Kenya, which is diminishing as time goes. Because there was this narrative that Uhuru has done nothing for the mountain. He has made the mountain people to suffer. But that notion, with time, inakuja ka inaisha. And that's why I'm telling you, by December, wewe utaona mambo venye itakuwa. If only we'll have an election by December, you'll see. Hii mambo inaenda kaila ina nini tu. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Jonathan.
How are you
But
all?
ukiangalia the ground venye Ruto.
Wait. Jonathan, proceed.
Yeah, nasema mjamboni. Sasa najua Wakikuyu ni watu wanakuaga they stand on their own. So Wakikuyu, so tuseme like Ruto sahi so happy, ameanza campaign early, so happy, anafanya kila kitu. But when it comes to ikifika wakati wa Wakikuyu wataamka, like itakuwa serious now, campaign itaanza like official campaign now. When the bus will hit the road, like utashangaa kuona Wakikuyu watatoa mtu wao ama Wakikuyu watasupport mtu mwingine tofauti than Ruto. Sasa unaona watu wa Ruto wanaona they are so much over excited, like wanaona venye Ruto sasa anashangiliwa kwa sababu kampeni bado hazijaanza. Wacha kampeni itaanza, Wakikuyu tena wata stand on their own and mark my words and take this to the bank, like Wakikuyu kuna mtu mmoja wao lazima atasimama, hata kama hatakuwa rais, lakini lazima Mkikuyu wao lazima akuwe vice president, na huyo vice president ata make so much impact mpaka Uhuru atashangaa kwani Wakikuyu wanamfuatanga ni kina nani. So kwa hivyo like wasi underestimate Uhuru Kenyatta na wasi underestimate Wakikuyu kuwa like wameanza kumfuata mapema. Unajua, that's what I can say.
Nataka nikujibu hapo kidogo. Huyo alikuwa anasema Wakikuyu watasimamisha mtu, na mimi kwangu naona hivi, is either Uhuru ambie Wakikuyu wafuate mtu fulani, watafanya hivyo, ama Uhuru aende nyumbani vile vile Kibaki alienda bila kuongea. Hizo ndio options zenye naona hapo.
Thank you. Jonathan, ni wewe ulikuwa unaongeleshwa.
Sasa wewe unasema hivyo, lakini mimi najua wana Wakikuyu they always face the mountain. When the right time will come, they will face the mountain and they will listen to whoever who will guide them to vote. And this game like Ruto saya naona like there's so many Kikuyu wanamfuata, like hawa bunge kina Gachagua, kina Ndininyoro, like they are so powerful, wanaongea wakimuongelea rais vibaya, wakimkashifu their own, like they will stand up with one leg. With all of them they will face Mount Kenya. When they will have their own, trust me, there's someone there atajitokeza and they will support
Jonathan.
Yeah.
There comes a time they will face the mountain and they may have their own candidate. Wasipokuwa na candidate wao, unaona wataelekea wapi?
Mimi naona wasipokuwa na candidate wao, a very serious one, when unajua he can't beat the others, naona hivyo watafanya hivyo, they will negotiate these powers, like watasema like wewe utachukua urais, lakini mtu wetu lazima akwe vice president, alafu kwa ministers lazima we need to have our own, like wakwe wengi kwa ministers of health of something, ministers wakwe wengi like kutoka mlima Mount Kenya. So mimi naona hivyo, you know.
So kuna presidential candidates wawili ama watatu, kuna Raila, Ruto na Obado. Unaona wanaweza negotiate na nani sana?
Obado ni nani sasa?
Presidential candidate. So kuna presidential candidates.
Wapi? Yeah. Obado ni nani?
Basi ongelea hao wawili.
Obado si
Obado ni governor wa Migori, ambayo yeye pia ako na chama yake na ako na watu, mimi namjua hapo Migori ako na watu sana.
Sasa akiwa na watu
Migori hatuja kuuliza ako na watu Migori. Ni presidential candidate. So Jonathan, after facing the mountain, what join Raila ama Ruto? Now that they gonna face the mountain.
You see me what I'm seeing this election coming 2022 on August, like this will be a so tough election you have never seen. Kwa sababu like unaona say like what I'm seeing is like mountain imegawanya. Like let's say for example like hata mtu akisema atapata votes, he can not get like 90 or 80 or 70 what many people are saying that atapata kule Central Kenya. Maybe akienda sana maybe 50 45.
Akipata 45, 55 zinaenda wapi?
Sasa si hapo ndio sasa hiyo mountain ndio watakuwa wameamua, ndio tutaona sasa tukifika 2022 najua, lakini what I'm seeing and what we are going, I can't see him getting like 90 like the way walipata ama 80 the way walipata 2013. I can't see that. I can't see Ruto getting that for sure.
Wajua Jonathan, mimi kuna kitu sielewi. Mnatuambia William anaweza pata 60%. Hii 40 itaenda wapi? Huyu mtu mwingine mwenye atapata 40 amsemagi, lakini za William zenye hawezi pata mnajua. Ni kama kuna timu mbili zinacheza. Atakayeshinda humjui, lakini atakayeshindwa unamjua.
Can I answer you?
No,
That's how you always talk to us.
Can I answer that question? Let me ask you.
Yes.
Let me help Jonathan. In case Ruto gets 30%, the 70% will go where Uhuru will go. So if Uhuru comes to Ruto, Ruto will get 100. If Uhuru goes to Raila, Raila will get the upper hand as compared to Ruto in Mount Kenya.
I think that's what I mean, and that's what I'm saying.
You never said so. You never said so.
You know, we can't say so because when I say so, people will attack me. People will say that I'm saying maybe Raila. Why am I saying like that?
But now they will attack you because you've accepted that's what was in your mind.
Thank you. And one more thing, like about kusafiri, mimi nashangaa why Kenya imekuwa sahi na like imekuwa like a hot topic, like why was the deputy president Ruto was stopped to go to Uganda. I don't know. I don't think if this is a very big deal. Like now is everyone talking? It's like ukifungua television sahi, every interview is about like why was Ruto stopped going to Uganda. I don't understand why is it so a big deal.
Okay, thank you. Joshua, una lipi la kusema?
No, hi everyone. It's really nice to be in this candy conversation and to see that everyone can have their own view and their own perspective. I hope this conversation can also happen on a physical scenario and everyone can keep their feeling and like the way I see here. It's really nice, and I have a lot of interest and touch about Kenya. I'm actually joining this conversation from the Netherlands, and I follow this live a lot of time. But I think I want to take you guys back. We are discussing about the Kikuyus, the Luos, the Kalenjin, and so on. I think politics is about interest, and by the end of the day, we have to be able to define what is our interest as the community, wherever we come from. We all have our interest in terms of the business-minded approach, the agricultural aspect, the marathoners, the fishmongers in the Kisumu, the divers in the Indian Ocean, and so on. All of those people, when they will come on the table, they will praise their own interest. And that is the beautiful thing about politics. About the 2022, we have to look back at the sequence of events and who says in the Kikuyu land or in the politics about the dynamics and the trend of everything. We are now talking about the UDA. The UDA is very famous and so on, which is it's okay, because one of the thing, in my opinion, what I see in UDA, what they are trying to do is to popularize their party. Because if you have a popular majority in any region, and by the end of the day, you are able to win the majority in the parliament, even if you do not become a president, you have your way and you'll become a problematic to the governing or to the governing party that will come to power with their seat. And this is a scenario which we saw Kibaki experience. But let me take you back to the Kikuyu and how it will be in 2022. I think if you follow politics and you follow speech from Uhuru, I don't know whether anyone remember the speech he made when he once went to Mangu. he said, and he was very angry when everyone seems to be divided, talking about what and everything. He said very well and said, let people speak. But he knows the people who talk. The people who talk are not the one who are talking now. So there are those people who really talk and make decision and decide the direction, not decide the direction how people will vote, but influence. And that is those are the conversations that we need to see. Who are the people who influence others to vote and to which direction? I think the most candid question Ruto need to ask himself is, who is that target person in the mountain that he need to liaise with? He cannot ignore the business people from the Kikuyu community. He cannot just go with any politician he find along the road. The people like Gachagua, with all due respect, he's been known of his uncouth behavior when he was a DC during Moi era. These are the people, in our language we say, it is that hyena that follows you, waiting to see whether the swinging hand will fall. They are only interested in your pocket. Another thing you need to see to follow is the Mwangi Kionjori. That gentleman, he talk a lot of Kikuyu, a lot of proverbs, but in those proverbs, he makes sense. He has been talking about advocating for the unity about the mountain. That mountain, it will unite. And when it will unite, it will bring grievances on the table, saying that this is what we want, this is what we want. And any candidate who can fulfill that, then we can take you as, or we can become a deputy president. If that will not happen, be ready for a Kikuyu president. However, politics is politics. Remember that. Today we are seeing that Raila and Ruto, they are not seeing each other in the eyes. Tomorrow they might see each other on the eyes. The same case with Ruto. Tomorrow you never know. They might look at each other's eyes with Uhuru and take the same direction. But tomorrow never comes. So let's see how it comes. And I really like this candid conversation of us. So thanks.
Okay, thank you, Brother John.
Okay. Joshua has mentioned something which is so important. I need to make it in this forum. Last week, I think this week, Kyojuri said one thing. Raila is not foolish. He is going to push TSP until the end, and there's no one who is going to coerce him to fold his party. Because, for example, he gave a story of a tortoise who was given feathers to go to the moon. When the feathers were plucked, the tortoise fell. So he told Kikuyus or the people from the Laikipia, let them remain with their own feather, which is TSP. So as Joshua says, people from mountains, they have started thinking critically now, not politically. Thank you.
And one more thing, if you allow me to also mention something. The scenario that we are seeing in mountain at the moment is that every leader who have come to rule in the central have not taken time to mentor a young generation of leadership. Because in our language we say, if you want to know a healthy herd of cows, you only know it with the calves that are there. So at the moment we do not have, we have those calves, but they don't have those staminas. We have the Kijoris, because Kijori will never stand in Eldoret and have that pull of the crowd of the people. He may not be able to stand in Kisumu to pull all those people in on the podium. But in the real sense, when he goes to the Kikuyu, he has that. So for us, we thought like someone like Peter Kenneth would come into the forefront. But again, you know what happened in 2017 in the Kikuyu land? It was really strategic to make sure that the big wings of the central province are flowed down. It was during the Jubilee primaries. I was actually a member. I was competing for a member of parliament. You don't have to know about it, but that thing was flowing all those senior guys who have real experience in the political class. And this is what now is eating us in the central province. However, it is just a season. In the future, we will have better and strong candidates that will front there, and we do not have to have that backing. Of course, that backing of Uhuru, the people like the people who control the businesses and so on, they will be there. But we want to have that moment whereby Kenyans can be able to discuss about ideologies, but not ideologies that comes along with things to do with man. I respect all the supporters of Ruto, but man, Uhuru, it's a good iconic thing to push the whole agenda. But I do disagree with that Uhuru icon of like, how do you give someone Uhuru? Of course, it's an important tool for work for the people who are on the lower level. But there are no policies. There is no policies that will change like immediately that when he come to power, if Ruto will come to power, there is no policies that will change immediately that will the guy from the Mkokoteni down there will really feel it like, oh, I'm benefiting from it. Because the reality of thing is
Excuse me, Joshua.
Yes.
I have a ask.
Yes, go ahead.
My ask is this. Ruto alisema akiwa rais kila mtu atapewa wheelbarrow. Niko Zimbabwe. Sifuatilii sana news za Kenya. Hii wheelbarrow ni alama ya chama ama wheelbarrow ndi agenda, kila mtu lazima kuwe na wheelbarrow? Nielezea tafadhali. Juu mimi nilikuwa nafikiria ni alama ya chama kama chungwa, mwavuli ya Wiper na hizo zingine. Wewe ulikuwa member of parliament, ulikuwa unataka kuwa MP.
Yeah.
Unaelewa siasa kutuliko. Hii historia ya wheelbarrow ni kila mtu kupewa wheelbarrow ama ni alama ya siasa? Pia ni inaashiria kwamba atakuwa anapigania watu wa chini. Unaielewa aje hii wheelbarrow? Kila mtu na wheelbarrow ama kuna venye unaielewa tofauti?
That's a really good point and a good question. And let me also correct you. It is not that I'm very experienced with politics, and it is not that I'm the wisest person in this forum to discuss the political issues. It is all about ideas and thoughts and so on. Yeah.
Kwa wenye tuko hapa hatujai vibe, but wewe unaelewa.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
In any political contestation, people come up with iconic instruments or slogans to push their agenda. In this scenario, the UDA is using the slogan of Uhuru to demystify the lowest standard of the person who is affected by the economy. And this is the person who has a mkokoteni. Number 2, the mamamboga. Number 3, the tout, who is always moving with matatu and so on. These are the movers of the economy. That is the reality. These are the movers of the economy. They may not be the best people who are making a lot of million and so on, but these are the people who make money flow back and forth in the road, in the estate, and so on. The big question we need to ask ourselves is, how do we make sure that there is a proper leverage in terms of, one, even if I am working as a mkokoteni guy, I can go home happy with what I have earned, because there is an affordable health facility. There is good system for the transportation that I don't have to walk long kilometers because I cannot afford that even coin of going with a matatu. Number 3, there is good facilities or good opportunity that I can be able to purchase my food. And also I can be able to pay the most essential thing as a shelter. So how do we make sure that these aspects are affordable? That affordability is what the Uhuru concept is bringing. However, it has been mudslinged into the narrative. Everyone is coming with his own narrative, with his own narrative. The problem that is there is the person who is talking about this narrative of the Hurubaru, can we trust? Is he genuine enough with whatever he's talking about? That is the point we are supposed to talk about. Can we trust this conversation? Are we talking about the same monkey, but moving from one forest to another? However, as it moved to this other forest, it is only using a lower branch compared to using a top branch where eagles can see this monkey. So this is the narrative that we are supposed to have. So how trustworthy can we trust our leaders who are on the top there, who are going to gang for this, the highest bidder position in Kenya, and that is the presidency? This is a scenario. And the issue.
Joshua, now that you come from Mount Kenya, venye mmefinya Ruto kwa hii position, wewe kama resident wa Mount Kenya, unafikiria mkichukua hiyo position itakuwaje? Hata mkikuwa nyuma ya Raila kama vice president, mkiwa nyuma ya Ruto kama vice president, venye tumeona mmetreat Ruto, mna expect mtu wenu afanyiwe hivyo, ama mtu wenu atakuwa na functions za kuperform, or you are not interested in this position at all?
Let me tell you
something. Go for the big fish, or you remain without.
Let me tell you something. Any Kikuyu or any Meru or any Embu person, whoever he is, he may not benefit from the top position of being or having a presidency. Because in my own capacity, I have never seen, my life has not changed because of Ruto or Raila or Uhuru as in presidency. What he has created an environment that enables me to continue with my profession, with whatever I do in business, and ensuring that there is that proper stability. Because if there is no peace, we may not survive in terms of any business. Look at the moment, we have the scenarios of the corona and so on. If there was no corona, I think we would be talking something different about, there will be no this narrative about UDA, ODM, what. We would probably now, the BBI conversation still will be there, but I have problem with this BBI as well. It's talking about why should it come only when election is coming? You know, these are things that we also need to digest deeply and be able to interpret them properly. But the problem
as things stand, hakuna BBI.
Hakuna BBI. But the problem is that Kenyans refuses to have this candid conversation, to have a realistic conversation that makes us believe on what direction we are going. We just read, it is like the pastors of nowadays in Kenya. They read one verse and Jesus wept. And then that wept statement, it will be manipulated. By the end of the day, watu watatoa sadaka. Sadaka ndio kitu ya muhimu. So it is the same case here.
Okay,
Readers want our vote.
Thank you, Joshua.
But we need to follow the ideology. Thanks, man.
In 10 seconds, Joshua, do you see the possibility of the president and his deputy working together in 2022?
Oh yeah, there is a possibility. Politics is in politics. We've seen even in the global world, people who never see in each other eye turning to shake hands. It is possible. However, that possibility, the current deputy president must not act as a president. He must also humble himself. Because in my opinion, how I see Uhuru, that guy is kind. He means well for the country. And not just for the Kikuyus. He means well for everyone. And that is a candid conversation.
What did Ruto do to show that he was acting as a president when Uhuru is there?
Well, these are hearsay. I have to say these are hearsay from people. We do not know where this guy crossed their line. I am not in government, and I don't know how they trend. So the thing is, for us, we only hearing. and they can make their stories juicy.
But you've just said that he should humble himself. Leta tu mfano moja, alienda akasaini nini kama rais na rais alikuwepo, so rais hakufurahia, ndio maana wamekosana. Unajua tukisema he's outshining his boss, we don't understand.
I don't know whether you have read something called exactly. Someone have said there, amekuwa ni muhanga, ni muhenga, amesema ambiwi tazama.
Eti amefanya mwenye macho ambiwi tazama.
Mwenye macho hambiwi tazama.
Sasa sio ni methali tu.
Ni methali tu, lakini iko na maana yake ya kindani bana. Iko na maana yake ya kindani hivi kwamba
okay, Joshua, let me answer Collins, eh?
Yeah, sure.
The last time that Ruto was in Uganda, we saw him having a meeting with the president of Uganda. If that is not outshining your master, what does it mean? How can you go to a neighboring country, meet the president of that country without briefing your president or your boss? Those are some of the small gritty things that people don't see.
But as far as I am aware, alianza kuwatshine boss wake 2018. Alikuwa kwa Museveni last week ama last month. So
I think it's also good to follow the conversation of Uhuru and Ruto in this sense. Eh? Remember this session in BBI in Bomas of Kenya, when Uhuru stood up and said, this process was as inclusive as possible. That to make sure that the running of the government is smooth, it was nice to reach out. And in the process of reaching out, we invited different members from the side of my side as a president and the side of Ruto to make sure that there is a candy and a good representation to see how that can go on. And he was almost spilling the beans, whereby he said, wewe ulikuwa na watu wako walikuwa, tena nini kilifanyika? But do you remember what happened? Our great respectable man, deputy president, stood up and walked to the podium telling the president, if you go run that clip, it says, niliona namba yangu inachukuliwa na mtu mwingine.
So, on the same issue, Raila akiwa interviewed sijui kwa KTN News ama NTV, akaulizwa, was Ruto aware of the handshake plan? Akajibu, he was totally not aware. Hiyo pia umeisikia, si ndio? So who is fooling who? Ni rais alisema ukweli ama ni Raila anasema ukweli?
Well, in these two scenarios, there is a fact, there is a true fact being said by the president, because if the deputy president continued staying at the seat, then we could have seen that there is nothing like that. But in my own interpretation, the reason why he stood up and said that I saw my number 9 was being taken away was a thing that everything was on the table. Everyone knew what was going on. But politics being politics, you expect any statement from anyone from their quota to assume that they won, that, oh, there was no need to involve him. Because that's how it goes anyway in politics.
Okay, thank you.
Can you also speak?
Yeah, you can speak. You can speak.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Though I've joined a bit late, but I've followed the conversation, and I like the way you guys are moving on. One thing that is coming out clear from Mugambi, Joshua, and Kihash is that these are fanatical followers of Uhuru Kenyatta, and they're a bit in denial over what is going on in the mountain. They seem to be in denial that their favorite person has lost clout and has lost control of the mountain. It's the fact of the matter that if you speak to Kikuyus, even in the streets, even boda boda guys, even matatu guys, even any Kikuyu on the street, most of the time, you get that 99% will be against their own president. That is the president of Kenya. That is President Uhuru Kenyatta. Most of the Kikuyu guys, they're like, Uhuru cannot direct us. Sisi wa Kikuyu tu direct wangi na mtu yote. Sisi ni independent minded. Kwanza huyu aliisha. That's how they speak, by the way. Just talk to any Kikuyu in the streets. That's what they're saying. And out of the 5 or 6 by-elections that has happened in the mountain, for a government machinery controlled party like Jubilee to lose almost all the seats, that one, except the Longonot one, that one tells you something. For imagine using all the tricks in the book, but you're still losing. Using all the government machinery, but you're still losing. That one should tell you something, that the results that came out is not exactly as it is. Given a fair ground or condition, the results will even be worse for the Jubilee and the president. But because they are controlling the system, they somehow manipulate it. For example, we heard about Kiambaa. They used the money for Azes, and they threatened that if you don't vote, we're not gonna give you this money. And those Azes, most of them were given the money and told, go and vote this way, or else you're gonna see what will happen. And chiefs were placed strategically in the polling stations to ensure that, to remind the people that if you don't vote, there was this, that if you don't vote in a particular way, you will not be getting that money. And plus many other tricks they used, but still they lost. Fact of the matter is that a lot of things have happened since 2018 that the people did not like. One thing that came out very clear is that the association of President Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga did not argue well with the people of the mountain. They saw it as it was not done in a manner that everybody felt that they were included. Unlike the one for Ruto and Uhuru, which was done openly in Afraha Stadium, cheered by thousands of supporters, and preceding that, there were negotiations that were happening between the elders of both camps for several months. So if you compare how the handshake was done between Ruto and Uhuru and how the handshake was done between Uhuru and Raila, we can conclude that people did not feel included for the second handshake. It was done, let's say, it was done with a lot of contempt and arrogance, and people felt like this man is now taking us for a ride. And that is one of the reasons why I think people of the mountain started to have some ish with the president. Secondly, we heard about the business people in Nyamakima and other places, Kirinyaga Road and other places, complaining about their collapsing businesses. You see, this government closed down the business of counterfeits, in quotes, and so many people lost their businesses. That is also another reason why he lost a good number of the people. Another thing, there was this tag that Kikuyus were carrying that they always use people and dump. They did not want to carry that tag anymore. So they wanted to stick to the agreement of Yangu Kumi and Yandugu Yangu Kumi. And since Uhuru negated that, they didn't like that. So, plus so many other issues. Plus the issue of the leaders from Mount Kenya being harassed by KRA, EACC, police, media, and everything, being controlled by the state machinery. This one did not go down well with the people. And remember, it is the leaders, it's the middle section leaders that are in contact with the people on the ground. So if majority of the MPs are not with you, Majority of the MCs are not with you. Majority of the and other leaders are not with you. Of course, you lose the ground. Secondly, Uhuru is retiring. Who wants to follow a person who is retiring? Remember, Kibaki was also, when Kibaki was retiring, he tried to push for Mudavadi candidacy. And you saw what happened. No Kikuyu listened to him. Why? Because they knew this man is going away. He's now a lame duck. The same thing to Uhuru. The guy is going home. Why should they listen to him? There are other leaders who are coming up. For the government to arrest Gachagua, they don't just arrest anybody. Why didn't they arrest, for example, the woman rep for Nyandarua? Why did they pick on Gachagua? These people that are seasoned politicians, the government, the Kina Uhuru, they know who's likely to be the next kingpin. And they start frustrating you as early as possible. People like Moses Kuria, Gachagua, Dindi Nyoro, and others. These people don't think that the government does not know about their moves and what they're doing. The government knows everything about their account and about their capability of rising. Remember, Uhuru has not groomed anybody to take over after him. And they know that one is an obvious reason why he has not groomed anybody. In politics, they say you don't groom people because if you groom people, your family will lose. For example, even Raila has not groomed anybody because if you groom somebody from Nyanza, that will be the end of the Odinga family as in politics. So to maintain that, so that when you come out, your family takes over again and continues, you don't groom somebody. So these other leaders, they know that. So they're trying to come up, but they're being trampled upon by the president using the hammer of the state. And the by-elections showed us that truly Uhuru has lost ground. And I was listening to Kihash saying that that the Ruto is losing popularity in Mount Kenya as compared to last year. Let me tell you one thing. If today, or if last month, it was Kariri Njama vying on a UDA ticket versus Kawanjiku vying on a Jubilee ticket, how will the results be? It would have been a landslide. Let's not forget Kariri Njama is a very strong candidate. The only thing that let him down was the party. The party was the reason why Kariri Njama lost. If Kariri was vying on a UDA ticket, where he was supposed to be the UDA candidate until the last minute, when he was called by the state, and I don't know what happened, he jumped ship, and that is how he lost narrowly. So for a little known Kawanjiku, a first timer, unlike Kariri Njama, who was run before and came second to Koinange, for a first timer to come to win that election, that one tells you it's not about the guy, it was about the party. You get it? And you talked about, Joshua, you talked about seasoned politicians like Kiunjuri, Kabogo, people who lost election. How can somebody who lost election again be influential? You get it? You have to have it, first of all, you have to save yourself first for you to come back again and influence another person. Who will listen to you? Nobody. The people who have built Ruto, in Central Province are the so-called young thugs. And the people who support Ruto in Central Province, majority are the young people. They are the young people. Thank you.
Coles, I have a question.
Yes, please.
So do you mean that when someone wins by election, so it means that direct will mean general election? Is that
okay?
What you
let me
mean?
answer you. Let me answer you. It is not one by election. It is a series of by elections. You get it? It is a series of by elections. And when people are trying to say that it was 50-50, they should use the same analogy when talking about other provinces, other regions. For example, in Coast, ODM lost, but you people are not saying that ODM lost. You don't want to say that ODM lost. In other places like Bonchari, ODM won it by about 33%. So does it mean that ODM only controls 33% of Kisii? You get it? So when you want to say that Kiamba shows that Jubilee has UDA only has 50%, use it also in other regions. so that we can conclude, both of us, we can say, so if they have lost here, they have gained here, and the same to the other party. Yeah.
Collins, I have a question for you, Collins.
Yes.
You are trying to put a picture that when someone loses an election, there is no one on the ground to listen to him. So how will you convince me that the people who have lost the elections in the past and they have won in the rerun, what's the magic? How do you demystify that kind of a scenario? Now you have said that an election, there is no movement, but we have seen scenarios whereby you lose an election, but in the next election you win. Number two, my second question. You are telling us that Uhuru has lost influence in Mount Kenya. And your team, the Tanga, was telling us that even this BBI is going to be flawed in the county assembly. What magic was used? What magic do you think was used to pass the BBI in the county assemblies across the 11 counties of Mount Kenya? If at all, who lost the influence?
Okay, let me answer you. It's very, very simple. Remember, the BBI was not only passed in Mount Kenya, it was passed in the entire country by MCS. You get it, including some Kalenjin zones. In fact, most of them. That one tells you it was not about the influence of the party leaders or the faction leaders. These MCS were given car grants. They were given car grants, and even you, 1 year to election, you're given a car grant. Will you refuse? So imagine you're given a car grant and still you vote against the government. The next day there'll be a door.
Do you also remember? Collins,
yes.
do you also remember, just one moment, Jonathan, unlike any other bill the MCAs have ever worked on, you remember during the passage of BBI, we saw governors in the chambers, governors who were paraded to be, what do you call them? People who are supporting BBI. And unlike before, the good tidings you have with the governor ndio italeta maendeleo kwako kama MCA. So there was a lot of intimidation despite the car grant. It's just what you have said about Kiambaa. Chiefs were present so as to intimidate the voter, so that the voter can be reminded, I am the chief, ukiniletea tu kesi twako na nini, I see what you are doing. So it is also what they did in Bonjari, increasing the number of police. It is a tactic, it is a scheme. So by the end of the day, those are the schemes. You cannot really quantify that to mean that is a popularity of any candidate. If that is so, then I would ask you this question. 2010, Raila and team were able to win the constitution amendment and all promulgation and all, and we had a new constitution. Ruto lost, but later on, when it now came to choosing leaders, it was a different story altogether. So at times it's not good to link some of these things that at times are not related in any way. 2010, 2013, a lot of difference. Same to this one. BBI, a lot changed. People supported it. But when it now comes to leadership and who they want to be a president, those are two different game balls, and you cannot equate the two. They don't help each other sing.
So Jake, my point was, whenever you have a mission, there are people that we call kingmakers. And the kingmakers, they are not the people who hold office. The same strategy that was used in MCAs, I can guarantee you that come next year, all the kingmakers in Mount Kenya, they are going to speak the language of their leader. If at all, you believe
Mugambi, it's just unfortunate. Just one moment. It's just unfortunate BBI didn't live to come to the people, so that we can really see, as much as those top guys were coerced, if it would have affected the Mwananchi and how they vote. So it's too early to judge what happened to BBI and what the people would have done. Number two, it's another thing to say that come 2022, it will not be national thing. It will go down to tribal, to Mtuwetu politics. It will go very down to who has the best interest of our community, not the region, of our community. Then hapo ndio masuala ya zamani, makaburi za sahau zitaanza kufufuliwa. Fulani did this fulani. Of course already it has begun and that's why unaanza kusikia mambo ya madeni imeanza kuinuliwa. Kuna mtu anasema tuko na deni ya 1963 for crying out loud so eventually by the time tunakaribia 2022 August, a lot will have happened, and I can tell you for free, the state will itajitoa vizuri as Kibaki did. They might try, but because so as to save face, they will retreat back. Moi also tried, it didn't work. So the last two presidents who have tried to push someone to presidency, it has not succeeded. Actually, it is a disaster to have the backing of the president. Why? Because some people are already fed up with this man, right? Or with the regime. So some people vote in protest. So woe unto the person who wants to be backed. I would rather even be an independent candidate than having the backing of the state. I would ask them to play their game away from any endorsement from the government, because any negativity the government is being blamed for will be squarely placed on that person seeking an endorsement from the government. So you are safer away from, and that, I think it's a card Ruto is playing it so well. He's trying to detach himself as much as he's joined to the hip with Uhuru. He's trying so hard, if you listen to him, to detach himself from the corruption cases, to detach himself from the failures of the government. And he's also working very hard to attach all the failures to the handshake. Listen to him yesterday. What was he saying? Until handshake came, we were doing so well. Until handshake came, we had not so many problems. Actually, the government was doing well. Most of the failures came with handshake. So what is he trying to bring home? He's trying to show you that when you attach yourself to the government, its failures will be attached to you. So he's working very, and this is the free advice I would give to any candidate. Don't work to be endorsed by the government. Work on your own. Sell your agenda, sell your policies, sell your manifesto, sell yourself. Achana na government. People will link the failures to this government. Case in point, the mountain is already protesting against this president. The mountain is protesting against the likings of the people who follow this president, the Morades and the Tujus. And these are the people you want to go in bed with. I can tell you for free, without charging you, you will seriously face the repercussions and the wrath from the people who one time supported and sang kamwana kamwana, thuraku thuraku, kumera kumera. They will punish you dearly.
Alafu pia viongozi kutoka Mount Kenya wako na madharau sana. Wanaambia baba face to face eti tutaenda penye watu wetu watasema. Na wako na baba hapo.
Yes.
Watu wako na madharau sana.
Collins, let me can I contribute something on your point?
Let me finish. You coming?
Wait a moment, Collins. Wait a moment.
Collins.
Kuna watu wana complain hapa.
Okay.
Eti nimechagua wenye nimeweka kwa show. Na nisi ukiklik tu link ukuje, nikikuona hapa nitakuweka jameni. Kuna huyu mheshimiwa Eli. Eli ni mtu tunamheshimu sana. Ni dynasty wa hii group, lakini ameingia hapa, nini yake ilikuwa ina load hivi sako ingine ya black. Sijui kama mliona. Ilikuwa inatafuta network mpaka ikapotea. Kuna Simon Ndungu. Simeon amekaa hapa from saa moja, haulizi swali, haongei. Lakini kwa private chat nimemblock, hata kuuliza swali jamani. Hiyo ni kunionea. So bwana Jex, si wewe pia utake over, alafu ukimaliza upigie Mutembei, umemaliza azime. Mimi naomba nifanye shughuli zangu.
Can I make a point on Collins? I respond to Collins.
Wait a moment, guys.
Jamiwani, hebu tell me who was to speak next so that at least
hiyo ndio nataka kukupea, lakini watu wako na haraka sana.
Haya, sawa.
Kihash, unasikia hiyo echo ni yako. Hiyo echo ni yako. So kama huongei unahakikisha umezima. Hiyo echo ilikuwa yako. Nimeng'ang'ana na wewe sana. Ukiwasha nazima. So to play safe, kama huongei unazima.
Okay.
Alafu ukipewa nafasi, ukiwasha, kila mtu atakuwa amenyamaza, hakutakuwa na echo. Thank you for understanding. Jex, kabla niende, kuna huyu jamaa alikuwa anaongelea mambo ya Bomas, the body language of the DP and so many things. Na tuliona bana, mimi reason as to why I don't support handshake ni hizo vitu za Bomas. Unaelewa? If it is about unity. Junet akisema kwamba mambo na Jubilee waende wafanye huko kwao. Mbona president anacheka the loudest? Na party yake imefanyiwa madharau. Ukiona venye walikuwa wana address the DP at that particular function, unajiuliza hii handshake ni ya amani venye wanaisema ama ilikuwa to tame the deputy president. But I always say that mapenzi iliyokuwa kati ya William na rais sio mapenzi yenye tunaona kati ya baba na rais, na wataachana tu kama ile ya Ruto na rais, hadi ya kushona hadi vitenge iliisha. Hii ya kununuliwa pia itaisha. Here is the clip. Maybe it's gonna come in a moment. Wait a moment. Jex, kuweka clip watu wanaendanga kwa share ama kwa...
Sasa wewe ukiwa admin hapo kuna settings uko nazo, si ndio? Kuna nini ya kuweka video, umeiona?
I think iko hapo kwa share video file.
Unaweka kama video.
Okay.
Body language, by definition, is a type of non-verbal communication in which physical behavior, as opposed to words, are used to express or convey information. This includes facial expressions, body posture, gestures, eye movement, touch, and use of space. Now, during Wednesday's unveiling of the BBI task force recommendations, there was debate on social media platforms about the body language between President Kenyatta and his deputy Ruto, with some claiming their initial chemistry is no longer there and that DP Ruto gave a picture of a disturbed man. Or was he? Duncan Haemba has revised the images captured in trying to establish whether indeed the DP was not at ease. Take a look.
It was at this juncture during the 5-hour BBI event at the Bomas of Kenya that some people began paying keen attention at what might have been going on at the main dais. The event's master of ceremony, Junet Mohammed, had responded to concerns raised by Garissa Township lawmaker Eden Duale, a comment that left the president in stitches. But for his deputy, clearly there was nothing to smile about.
Shida ambayo iko kwa serikali ya Jubilee hiyo watatatua kando yao. Sisi hatuko ndani. Hiyo mkoja. Hiyo ni yao hiyo.
It appears that was not the only time the second in command was not at ease. On numerous occasions, the DP appeared buried in thoughts as speaker after speaker gave their remarks. Ordinarily, when in his element, William Ruto is always in jovial mood. While seated with the president, they are always seen in constant chat, but at the Bomas of Kenya on Wednesday, things appeared different. For instance, at this point, when everybody on the dais applauded, Ruto was in another world. At some point, when Kakamega Governor Ambetsa Oparanya made his remarks, while the president seemed to enjoy what was being said, his deputy was captured, asking Oparanya to wind up his talk. Earlier on, when President Uhuru Kenyatta arrived at Bomas, he was quickly ushered into a holding room for a final chit-chat with ODM leader Raila Odinga, and the door was closed, locking out the DP as presidential security detail remained hawk-eyed. Why and how this happened still remains a mystery. Could this be what Duale was referring to?
You should not allow a section of the leadership and bureaucrats to sabotage and divide this country. They are in the civil service, they are in the political class.
Perhaps telltale signs that the two are now reading from different scripts was on the just concluded Kibra parliamentary by-election. Whereas the deputy president has called out ODM party over chaos that were witnessed, the president has dismissed the same.
They must renounce violence. They must say no to chaos. They must refuse mayhem, because unless and until ODM renounces violence, it cannot be a political party. It is something else.
Demokrasia ilikuwa imewaka moto Kibera. Sasa mimi nasema kweli kulikuwa vurugu kidogo kidogo, lakini ukiangalia ni viongozi walikuwa wanalimana na mawe. Hawa wanaweza kwenda Nairobi Hospital.
And as curtains came down on the BBI report launch event, the situation remained the same. The body language. Those who were present in both body and spirit, and those who are just...
Yes, Bwana Jakes, that's the unity ambayo kina Mugambi John, Joshua na wale wengine wote wakieleweke wanaongelea. So Bwana Jakes,
I wanted to ask Mugambi a question. The swearing in was on 28th of January. Exactly 5 weeks later, we see a handshake happening. Could it be that even before the swearing in, there were things happening behind the scenes?
Okay, to answer you, Jakes, I think you were in Kenya when the handshake happened.
By then, mbona watu ODM mnapenda kuuliza hiyo swali ni ati either am I in Kenya? Why do you ask that question? Of course I was in Kenya.
Listen, learn to listen. What I'm saying is, when we had the elections on 8th of August, there was some kind of disagreement on how the elections was carried on. Then the ODM boycotted the elections for the presidency. From there, we had the president being sworn in on 28th. From 8th of August to 28th of January, there were some issues that were not addressed. That is what ODM was raising on the government. Therefore, the handshake came to cool down the temperatures in the country, or the antagonism. So there's no way that you can tell us that the handshake was planned before the elections. That was just
the reason as why I'm asking you. If you remember 2007, it didn't take the 5 weeks; it took longer. So mbona ilikuwa mbio sana, ama there is something we don't know?
Because we didn't want to repeat the 2007 scenario. They wanted to cool the fire so fast. Yes. No, that from me.
Let me tell you several tactics that this man always uses. In 2013, when he lost, he left the nation, and when he came back, the kulikuwa na tu bombs nini. So when he came, kukakuja na hii slogan, Baba while you are away. You remember?
It was American who said that. I know. A good friend of mine.
Good. Now 2017. Yes, sir.
Simeon Ndumu, Themba, Ali, Collins na Bro Benson hawajaongea. So
na Bro Benson ameongea. Unajua kwanza yeye tujamuona muda mrefu. Amepewa nafasi ya kusalamia watu.
Ndiye ameingia sahi. So fanya haki kwa Simeon Ndumu, Themba,
Ali. Na Joshua ameongea.
Joshua ametuletea. Huyo ni Jubilee damu.
Yeye ndo anapeleka watu hapa Canaan.
I know Collins is killing. Collins is
anapeleka Canaan watu
It's about interest, and interests are always fought, and that is the scenario what is happening currently with government. Someone felt that their interests are no longer on the table; they are now under the table. That's how things.
Wakikuyu mimi nawaomba kwa unyenyekevu.
You make it to the menu.
Sorry? I have a request to Kikuyu community, Jakes. Just 30 seconds, can you allow? patieni William. Kama hamwezi pea William, patieni my party leader governor. Atakuwa kwa debe, tafadhali.
We do not have, the point is here, and I repeat my point. We do not have a problem. I personally, I do not have any problem with any leader. The most important thing is, can we trust this person?
Yeah.
Can we trust the integrity of this person? Can we trust the inclusivity of this person? Can we trust this person in terms of bringing the stability that is needed, not for the Kikuyus, for the entire nation, to make sure that the business can thrive?
Hapo kwa inclusivity umekosea. Kwani serikali ya 2017 ya sasa kuna inclusivity?
Oh, look at the cabinet positioning when the 2013
Joshua, don't go there.
Yeah, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. But
the list yenye utatolewa hapa ya Uhuru kanyamaza, don't go there.
No problem. It's fine. It's fine. It's all about ideas and it's all about ideologies and everything. But I want to answer something to Collins. Collins, you said something about
acha kuniepa bana, it's all about ideologies. Hii serikali kuna inclusivity.
Hii serikali kuna
saizi mkiondoka kwa serikali mnaongelea inclusivity. Mkiwa nayo kuna inclusivity, ama mkitoa wakale inclusivity inabaki.
Inclusivity iko. The inclusivity is there.
My warning to you people.
Ngoja Joshua.
Raila akichukua mtafinywa zaidi. Ruto akichukua anaweza waumia.
Jamiwani, as much as I love Uhuru and all, that at the moment 33% of his cabinet at the moment, go check your list, ni Kikuyu. Pure, hata si mixture, Kikuyu.
But what has happened? What has happened to this, Jack? What has happened to this is because...
Can I begin listing them for you?
Oh yeah, go ahead. I also know them.
No,
I also know
even,
them.
Even the three branches of government.
The three arms of government, the executive, the judiciary, the legislature. Zinaongozwa na people from the mountain.
Pia ni wajanja. Wakiweka kama sijui chief of police anaitwa Mutiambai. Hapo chini yake kwa deputy. Kuna mtu hapo.
Ni Kamau Kuria.
Wakiweka Mjaluo mahali kuna mtu hapo chini.
Ni Kang'ethe Mwangi.
Kajanja sana.
Anyway, I think
I'm just saying.
But let's be very frank.
Kila mtu akichaguliwa ataweka mtu wao.
But that's very true.
Wakati za Iyala zilipotokea, which names did you hear? Ulisikia ni Oburu Odinga, ulisikia ni mtoto wa Ruto. So my friend, these people, ukijaribu kusema inclusivity na uanze kumention names, ukienda hapo
alafu umenikumbusha kitu. Baba anakuja Mount Kenya na mmetuambia mtatusupport 2017 ama hii election inakuja 2022. Baba anakuja Mount Kenya. Mtu wa kukaribisha baba ni Oburu Odinga.
Na Junet Mohamed. Unajua Junet Mohamed ndio mbunge wa Madhira.
Huyu ni mtoto wangu wa kwanza anafanya kazi na Oparanya. Huyu wa pili anafanya kazi na tuko Mount Kenya bana.
No, but because
nyumbani tunajiintroduce.
No. I think there's something you need to understand. You need to understand that event by SK Macharia. It was not meant for. It was on invitation, but the guest, who was the guest person there?
Joshua,
do we introduce ourselves tukikuja kwenu?
Do you know people are invited, but because of their political survival, they chose not to go.
I see people are complaining now here. I think now people are complaining.
We are telling you facts.
Kama hamjatutolea Mamba River Jordan, bado mnataka mtuume tena.
Joshua, your name is betraying you. Kindly.
Enda
kwa Google Map. Just one moment. Enda kwa Google Map. Ile route ulitumia kupeleka watu Canaan wewe Joshua. Kindly share your Google Map to
My dear, I'm the true Joshua.
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. You as Joshua.
We won't forgive you people. Baba hizi kuja Mount Kenya anajikaribisha, anajitolea speech mpaka anatoka.
That was a private event.
Kama kieleweke, MPs do not want to be seen with Baba in Mount Kenya. So who's going to support Baba in 2022 the way they're saying?
Well, that was a totally private event.
If Kieleweke MPs will not support
that was a private event.
Okay, let's go.
No. If Kieleweke MPs cannot support Baba, who's going to support Baba?
Collins, even let's even go back to the scenes. Ili Baba aende place, the MPs kama alipokuwa coast, MPs wanaundanga ka function, wanamwalika. Mbona hawa wakieleweke hata wasifungue ka project ka kulaunch kuku and then wamuinvite? Why have they not done that so that we see truly the man? You see, the other day alikuwa Nyeri, alikuwa ameenda burial. It was not an invite, if that's what you want to claim. Alikuwa ameenda Murang'a. People were invited, many didn't show up because they know any linkage to him is a political suicide. That one you can take home. The other thing I want to ask you, hao watu wako na CDF, wako na ni wakati wana launch wapande Tanga, they invite Ruto. Pande ya Kieleweke, we don't even see them kwa Facebook ama kwa Twitter wakizi launch because they don't want it to make it private. And even when they meet Baba, they don't share the photos. And some even don't say they support Baba directly. They say, oh, tuko tu Jubilee, tuna support Uhuru Kenyatta. Listen to them. They don't say tuna support Raila Odinga. They say tuna support Uhuru Kenyatta. Venye Uhuru watasema.
Okay, Jakes.
Uhuru akichange mind, wana change mind.
Jakes, remember this. Raila has not declared his candidature for the presidency.
They are
working on reconciliation.
Mugambi, that is how you talk 2 months with the two parts of your mouth. One moment you're seriously campaigning for him. The next time when unaona unazimishu kidogo, you now say, oh, Baba has not declared. Honestly. You stick
that is politics. That is politics.
It's playing smart. It's playing
smart. But
someone else.
It's about playing smart, Jake. You know why? Who would think that Raila would say Kibaki tosha at the last minute? This is also the strategy he's playing, you know.
But Joshua, remember before aseme Kibaki tosha, kulikuwa na Simeon Nyachae behind the scenes, walikosania kwa hoteli, so hii ilikuwa a rush minute. And then I want you to remember this, alikuwa ametoka KANU, akakuta Kibaki ako nje, mtu amejiandaa, ako ready, just like Ruto is so ready for the next election. So I realize before mimi nianze, I'll take long. So what do I do? Let me support the next favorable candidate. Who was who? Kibaki. After all, Kibaki alikuwa amemshinda 1997. So he was
and that's how it is said.
Kama hangesema tosha, angewin tu kwa sababu he was stronger than him in 1997.
Yeah, and that is the reality in politics. The politics is about number, and it's also about when you realize that what you're trying to fight, you cannot be able to achieve it on yourself.
Thank you, Joshua. You are saying the correct thing. He cannot achieve it. Let's go to someone else. Kihash, say something.
No. Jakes, you are blackmailing. No. They can't allow that. No.
Ali na Temba na hao watu wa chini. Ongeeni bwana.
Kihash kwa swali.
Thank you for the moment, but let's agree one thing. Ruto is an easy candidate to sell in Central than Raila. Ruto to sell his candidates is very simple than Raila. Okay, the other thing that I had heard somebody was about Kiamba and Muguga Kiamba, and he said Kiamba that Jubilee didn't have votes. Karirinjambe is the one who ni alipata kura, lakini swali iko na Muguga, because Muguga they went almost 50-50. So Jubilee is regaining ground. Hiyo nilikuwa nataka kusema. Na kuna mtu mwingine alisema you can't depend.
Sasa nikuulize tu swali. Hizi uko huko kwako Kihash. Hizi uko kwa nyumba yako. If I come and take the seat and it belongs to you, honestly, how are you gaining ground yet it belongs to you in the first place?
Gaining ground. Si kama venye ilikuwa before.
Okay, what are you comparing it to?
But now
Jakes is trying by election is a collective thing. So let us go to the next person.
Yes.
Indicate the next point as you prepare, and then I have them to say, and then Ali, before I come back to you, Kiash. Is it okay? Themba, go ahead. Themba, it's you.
Thank you so much, everyone. I like the debate. but I would like us to probably take a different look at it in this way. There's a way in which that the elite of the society, that is us, who are supposed to champion and determine the level of debate, have been sunk into the previous narrative. For example, right now, I mean, we are basically so much well informed, but we are still arguing in the process between the Ruto.
Huyu amepotea. Wameenda wapi?
I think something happened. Was there an intruder?
I don't know. Sawa, Simon Domo, take it home.
Yes, habari zenu?
Salama sana.
Salama sana.
Sasa mimi ningesema hivi, naona kwa in the laws of power there are 48, but I'll only touch on 3. The first one. Oh, okay. Let me continue.
Just kidogo. Themba, pole, ulikuwa umepotea.
Yeah, I was cut off. I'm back. Unanisikia sasa?
Ngoja nilikuwa nishapea mtu, acha endelea, alafu you'll be next. Is it okay?
Okay, that's okay.
Lakini chungo usipotee tena. Go ahead.
Okay, I was saying there are 48 laws of power, but I'll only touch on 3.
Okay.
The first one that Ruto has made a blunder on is not outshine your master. That's the first one. The third one is conceal your intentions, and the 44th one is the mirror reflects. So I'll touch on the first one. Ruto tried to outshine his master on numerous times. You find that when the government is launching projects, Ruto alikuwa anakimbia, alikuwa anakimbia huko anazilaunch na alikuwa ameanza na Uhuru. That's why Uhuru alikuja akasema huyu kijana Ruto kazi yake ni kutangatanga kila mahali, mkiona shida, mkiona vitu zinaenda kona kona, muambie. Again, the one for concealing your intentions. Ruto once said, was it 2012, 13 there? He said that kama kuna watu wako na shida na Wakikuyu ni sisi Wakale, lakini kwanza pata serikali, alafu hiyo mambo ingine tutaona mbele. What did he mean by that? So which means bado wako na shida na Wakikuyu. The last law of power, the mirror reflects. You know, kama Ruto okay, unajua kama mimi for example, ukiwa na watu na upendi kitu, you can hide yourself amongst them, yani ujifanye uko na wao. You see what Moi did when he was in the Kenyatta, alionyeshwa madharau ya hali ya juu. Hata meeting alikuwa anafungiwa nje, lakini yeye alinyenyekea tu hadi akapata hiyo kiti. Lakini Ruto amefanyiwa madharau ndogo, lakini ashalipuka. Hiyo ndo makosa ya Ruto anafanya. So Ruto kama tuseme for example agiona hii BBI haimfurahishi, agetry kucheza chini, naona ajifanya ako na wao, waongoje kitu kama hadi seme next year hivi, alafu awaruke. Umenielewa? But ukianza kuonyesha ati una resist the direction president anataka kuenda, atakupiga vita. That's why unaona hata sahi anazuiwa airport hawezi enda. Naona? And my last point is this. Ruto is associating with I'm sorry to say this, thugs. And as the old saying goes, show me your friends and I'll know who you are. End of point yangu yote.
Example of thugs.
Lakini hata si hivyo, example of friends
Yeah, thugs ni wengi sana. Acha nianze.
Example of friends ni wengi, kukona
example.
Babu Owino ni friend.
No, wacha aseme example.
Ketho Obado, party leader wa huyu ni friend. Na wakona serious issue. So if you tell us about friends, we can also show you friends.
What tunaongelea issues ama friends.
Yes, ndio mimi hata nataka hata ya friends zaidi.
Wacha tupatie example ya thugs. There's a reason I'm asking this.
Heshimu gavana tafadhali.
I think what Simon is trying to say, he's trying to say that he's making friends with people who have no influence. A very good example is today's presser at his residence there in Karen. To be very frank, look at the people who are there from the mountain. He doesn't have who is who. And I want to also to bring that point when Collins was talking about the people who are in parliament and those who are not in parliament don't have influence. I can tell you, there are people who are in parliament and they don't have any influence. Look like the majority leader. Majority leader cannot pull in the crowd. Try him to tell him to go and pull a crowd. He cannot. You cannot compare the majority leader and like someone like Kijori. He is not in the position in the government, but he has a lot of influence. And people who listen to him are so many as compared to what the other guy would say. So we have to look at those things.
A question. Tell me the other side. Who are the who's now?
Who are the who's?
On the other side.
It is important to hide our cards.
Yani kieleweke, wamekutuma ukuje watetee, pia unawaangusha.
You're cornering these people. You're cornering these people too much.
Collins, nimerudi, acha nikupe example ya that.
Collins, you are becoming a bully.
Simon, go ahead.
See,
Collins is becoming a bully.
Somebody is bullying you, Mugambi. Mkifinywa finyika. Napenda kusikiza Themba bana. Themba je.
Ndio huyo Themba ndio next. Themba ongea.
Themba anakaa mtu wetu kabisa.
Au ni ODM.
Huyu ni wetu bana.
Acha utaona tu bila support hapa na Rupia kwa hapa kumpia moyo. Rupia ako na points mpaka anaona tu nikimpea tu sahi.
Wacha nianze.
Next, you are becoming a bully.
It's okay. Sorry. I'm
just
joking.
be fair. Especially the new members, be fair.
Sawa. Themba, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Jex. Kwanza kabisa ningependa kusema shukran for this opportunity, lakini jambo la pili ningependa kusema kwamba we have reduced our politics to discuss Ruto, Raila, Uhuru, and such. In the first place, as we informed and the elite of the society, we need to start changing the narrative of politics in Kenya. Jambo la kwanza, we have introduced indiscipline in Kenyan politics to the extent that now you can find we have a government in place with a party in place that has a deputy and his president. They are not in our skizani, but now we are here thinking about discussing the deputy vis-a-vis the president. Now we need to think about long-term effect of our discussion. What even tomorrow Ruto is the president and the deputy is not respecting him, assuming now he is 2022 and 2-3 months down the line amechagua Moses Kuria as his deputy.
It can't happen.
And I mean, I'm just giving a hypothetical situation.
Oh yeah,
and then
of course,
Moses Kuria decides that now I'm not going to respect what Ruto says. So we are actually introducing a very bad culture in our politics. Now, when even we are starting to discuss if Ruto can even be now the president right now. Number two, Ruto has been on the campaign trail for the last 4 years, right? Now, we are here busy saying that Ruto has gained ground. We are not questioning. For the last 4 years, he's been paid with your money to deliver on things you here you're talking about. You've been paying him as a deputy president. He has not stepped down. He has not gone anywhere. He's there. He's going around. But we are not holding. I want us to think about not Ruto as a Ameteswa na Uhuru. I know what you guys are saying. The people here like Jex and Collins are double speaking. You're saying that nobody should rely on, the sitting president to support them. Yet, your people are on the campaign trail saying that yangu kumi na yake kumi. So they're expecting that Uhuru would actually support him. The other day when something happened and he came and said, he wrote something on the Twitter and says, what happened to Duraku, something like that, and Kumira. So what Ruto has resulted to is after realizing that nothing can come out of this, now we need to campaign against being endorsed. But for me, that is not the problem. The problem is whoever becomes president. I mean, whoever, whether it's Ruto, whether it's Raila, what kind of discipline in politics are we introducing? You know, because if you're going to introduce such a kind of a culture, then it's going to be a problem. We are going to find ourselves 2-3 years down the line, whether it's Ruto the president, whether it's Raila the president, whoever is the president, we'll be having this kind of discussion. And for another 4 years, you have a deputy moving around. You know, so my question to us as the elites, I mean, as those people who want to discuss this politics and maybe chart a direction forward, hold our leaders to accountability. I mean, bring in some discipline within the system. Uhuru is Machiavellian. For those of you who have read Machiavelli, The Prince, you know, the end justifies the means. So if he's gonna use root and jump and the dump, as long as for him he has said my focus is finishing leave a legacy. So the issue of supporting anyone to him, he has nothing to lose or gain in this journey. That's why even Kiamba, it is not about him losing or gaining. He's Machiavellian. If I'm gonna get whatever I want to get, whatever means, if it is bringing Raila, I mean, whatever it is that I need, I'll get it. But the terrain of politics has not been started. It's very, 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 toxic right now. And whoever you're going to support, whether it is Ruto, whether it is Raila, whoever you're going to support, if we have this kind of, thing, Ruto is very evasive. You ask him where he's going to get the money for the bottom up. He's not telling you. Those are the things you need to be asking. It's not whether he's going to bring bottom up or trickle down. The world over, there's no way the bottom up has moved people from down to up. It is a mix between bottom up and trickle down. That there's not, in the first place, there's no theory called bottom up, and there's no theory called trickle down, but a mix of good government infrastructure that enables those people who are down here to access the markets and build themselves. He could not answer. You're already having a debt. So here you're busy talking about Raila and stuff, but we still have debts that has to be paid. So 1 year after Ruto comes in, we'll be on the streets because taxes have increased, because we have not paid our bills. So let's be realistic. I don't mind anybody supporting anybody. I want to respond to Collins. One thing he said, that the people have decided. You see, even one person, not only people who support Ruto are people. Even people who support other parties are people. And even them, when they are speaking, they say the people have said. So,
Okay.
respecting whichever.
Can you allow people to ask you questions?
Let me land the ship. Can I land it now?
Okay.
Yeah. So as I finish, I wish to say I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate the differing opinions. It is politics time. Anybody has to come up with convincing points to get the position. Okay. But I want to tell us that everyone here, if we have this discussion of, not sanitizing our politics, it's whoever comes president, whether it's Raila, Ruto, whoever, it's going to be the same thing. We'll be finding ourselves here. And I'm going to be here with you, Jex and Collins. We'll be having this discussion.
I really praise you, my brother. Now, I know Collins has a question. Let me first start with mine, and then Collins also asked. You have asked us, where will the money for bottom-up come from, right? So let me ask you, did you have an idea where money for SGR, money for rural electrification, money for the roads, as much as you're saying there are loans and all, did you have an idea where they came from? It is an idea that came to these two people and they sold to us, including the laptop idea.
Jakes,
to tell us,
can you
where do you think that money came from?
So am I supposed to answer that?
Take us for a ride, please. We don't take us for a ride because
I'm asking a question.
Let me answer.
Answer, please.
kindly, Jax, do not believe. I want to now tell you, don't believe the propaganda that you're being told. Oh, money is there. We are using this and this. It is being moved from here to here. That's propaganda that has been sold to many people. I want you to be a little bit objective and move away from what has been said all along, because Ruto could not answer that. Even himself, he doesn't know.
Okay.
Now,
Collins, your question?
Now, let me finish.
Okay. Rupia wants to come in.
The money, even you and I know.
I don't know. I have a problem with my network, but I don't know whether you can get me.
Challenge ni sijui ni venye unatingisha simu. I don't know.
No, it's just network. Leo is just network.
Okay,
but are you able to get what I'm saying?
Yes, we are. Kidogo tu Mdhemba amalize alafu wewe.
No, I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk.
Rupia, just one moment. Maliza tu Mdhemba mkiona Collins.
Okay, Jex, I was saying that you and I know that the money was borrowed ya kutengeza SGR. We still tuko na hiyo deni bado tunalipa. Unaona? Now the first 1 year, the next government will have to tell us how they are going to repay that. Hiyo 7 trillion. Si ati itaenda Uhuru akienda. Hiyo ni deni italipwa na the next government. So ukianza kusema ati you're organizing things already, hapo ni shida. Let me tell you, Jex, just for a moment, nikwambie kitu. You know, unajua shida ya Zuma? Unajua kwa nini alitolewa?
Niambie.
Ali overpromise. Akaambia watu nikiingia tu hivi vitu zitafanyika hivi, alipoingia within 1 year yeye mwenyewe akaiba kwanza alafu akatolewa. So sometimes you can tell people very good things and they imagine that things are the same thing for Thabo Mbeki. So watu wakiingia anaweza kuambia story tamu, wewe unaifurahia, unasema, lakini reality inakwambia kwamba saizi Kenya tuko na deni that has to be paid with the next government when it comes in. So even if you're talking about CG bottom line, it's not 100 days or whatever, you know. So you need to be realistic, and those realistic questions are the ones we need to be asking.
Thank you, sir. Collins, but I agree with you. You have a valid point, and I agree with Ayaga that we will borrow. But anyway, Collins, go ahead.
Okay, Themba, I like your points, Themba. But my question to you is, you are saying there's nothing like bottom up or trickle down. Are you aware even the US president is speaking about the same thing?
You guys quote the US president so many times wherever you go. That not everything in the US is good. Are you aware that in the US, Democratic Party is actually a coalition of parties?
Hey, my brother, you guys from this side, mnakwanga tu wazuri, yani mnajua kujidefend.
Collins.
And again,
Collins,
Themba,
are you aware that
Themba.
the Democratic Party, as it is a coalition of parties?
Then again to Collins, how do you compare the Kenyan economy with the economies of the states? You can't do that. You can never.
No,
those people are paying the jobless people.
But
Mugambi, I was not comparing the economy.
Collins, if you remember correctly, ukisikiza watu campaign, they tell us of Singapore, Japan. So why do they compare us to those nations? But now you don't want us to talk about US. So mbona convince you mention Singapore, China, Japan, but now when we say someone like Biden mentioned such a statement, simply because it's linked to Ruto, no matter we demonize.
No,
honestly, really. Yes, Brother Benson.
Let me tell Colin something. I think he's not very genuine when he's saying that the US use the same model. I think the US, like what they're using is that what Joe Biden said, like people like Amazon, the people who are having like the big corporate company, they're going to be taxed more as compared to, so that the money that is taxed is going to be brought down as like the people who are not the companies that are like are not big companies, you know. The taxes is going to be very different with the higher companies like Amazon and that. It's not the same thing that Ruto is talking about. I think there you need to explain to people. It's not because
Benson, it's the same thing.
Wait,
I can give you an example what he said. This is what he said.
No, Jex, let's take for example. Yeah.
Okay.
For example, right? Let's say like what are the big corporate companies we have in Kenya? We have Safaricom, right? That is the giant company that we have right now in Kenya, right? They're the people making a lot of profits. So what it means when you bring Safaricom in, which means the Safaricom is going to be taxed more, yeah, as compared to other smaller companies. And the money that is taxed from Safaricom is brought down, yeah? But they don't take the money and give to the businessmen who are doing like small scale businesses. They don't give that money to them, you know. They just brought into the circulation of them of the economy. You know, they don't give them out.
Again, let me finish by answering Collins. That Collins, I think one thing that your candidate has done is they're very good with propaganda, and it has actually worked. That one we have to give to him. Yeah, because there's a lot of
has
propaganda.
worked, eh?
Yeah, of course it has worked to convince some of you so strongly without.
Thank you. So if it is that's
no,
the
hold
purpose
on.
of propaganda, it is to create an effect.
Hold on.
If it has worked, I think they did a good
Hold
job.
on. Even Hitler did everything that was legal and propaganda worked. So, but the fact that it is working doesn't mean it can't be interrogated. So we are just interrogating all this propaganda. So allow me to respond to Collins. The fact that Biden said that bottom up, it didn't necessarily mean what you guys are being told. And if you listen to Ruto talking, you actually cannot understand what he's talking about when he's saying bottom up. The U.S. economy is the most equal economy, in the sense that you wake up, you go to work, you know you'll get from what you have worked for. Now you open up the market. Tell me if you are giving 1,000, 1,000 shillings to mama mbogas, and you are not enabling that mboga where it is going, which is actually the policies that have been created by the government. And that's why I say that bottom up and trickle down integration of it is what builds an economy. It's not just talking to people about bottom up approach. Now,
can I answer you?
Having said that, let me finish. Having said that, there's a question that has not been asked. Where are we now to get there? We have a debt that has to be paid. You are president. You seem to be clearly thinking about Ruto as your presidential candidate. For me right now, I'm thinking about, first of all, cleaning our politics, making it better, and coming up with a system that can make us move from point A to point B. Not thinking about a candidate. Now, you and Jakes have already thought about a candidate, then you fix the economy. Think about the economy, then you fix the candidate. Now, if you think about the candidate, every argument will be going around that person, and already it's not objective. It has some kind of whatever. But think about what is best for the country first. Now, if Ruto comes with something that is best for the country, in this case, I don't think he has already convinced me that he can come up with something that is, other than being bitter and upset that whatever he wanted from the system, what the 10-10 is not working, nothing else. So right now he's on a consistent campaign of trying to make himself the heart person, so that he can bring, and everybody arguing here, like you and Jakes, are already saying, you see, they have done this to him. You see, how can you be talking about a sitting deputy president about giving an alternative thing, and he's a sitting deputy president? That is very, very dirty system of politics. We should be talking about the next person who is going to be bringing. And by the way, let me tell you something, Collins. Bottom-up approach works best when it is started not by already the political actors at the trickle-down. Ruto is a political actor at the trickle-down. It is started by people. Grameen's Bank in India was started by common people. So when common people come together, they have the social system to support the bottom-up. But now here is a person from the trickle-down up coming to tell you that I'll go and bring you the bottom-up. It will never work, Collins, and it will be here. I don't care if you still support Ruto, continue supporting him, but I don't think that is going to bring change. Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to say something small.
Mudemba wants to say, Mutembe is here.
Jakes, before I get
nimekuja juu nasikia Themba anaongea point kali sana.
Themba unafaa kuona kuja kwa hii debate bro. You have the best explanation. I can't imagine mtu ameletwa wheelbarrow and then anaambiwa ati someone nilipiga simu ya 15 billion sijui
Sasa sikia Mutembei, na wewe kama sio Ruto haungekuwa na job. Ruto anakufanya
anaweza
ufail.
kuwa anafikiria such person anafikiria au kuinua economy ya Kenya. Unainua economy ya Kenya aje unatoa pesa Kenya unaenda kuinvest Themba bro, kwa unakuja hapa unafunza watu. Thank you very much.
Mutembei.
Thank you sir. Itakuwa ninakuja Mutembei kwa sababu now that you even brought an interesting bit, instead of these people asking Ruto comes on, I don't know who advises him. I think it's Collins or Jex. I mean, how do you come on a national TV and say that I called a bank and they gave 15 billion to an individual?
I support all he said by
that's
all
means. That's a very chaotic and
I'm trying to be neutral. If I can debunk or not, you're saying.
Hold on. This is a very chaotic and color statement to come from a sitting deputy state president.
Why?
Really?
Why? In this, in the US,
can I remind you a statement?
Hold on.
Can I remind you a statement?
Hold on.
That's a private business.
No, there's nothing private.
Equity Bank is a private business.
Listen, there's nothing private about a deputy president. Collins,
no, Equity Bank.
No, there's nothing private about a deputy president. So you need to be clear about that.
Where is the problem? He making a phone call or the 15
making
billion
a phone call to one person, 15 billion to go and invest in Corona in Uganda, while your people are dying.
That's where the problem is.
But it is Equity. But Equity has a branch in Uganda.
Now that is
they have branches in Uganda. So there's Equity Limited Uganda. Don't forget about that.
And I've heard you wait just one moment. I have heard you talk of the bank from India that started from bottom up. When Equity was Mugidania, it was a group of people who were contributing money, and it has grown to be an international bank. So as much as he supported Equity and Equity did what it did, he was still supporting a branch from Kenya. Actually, was built in Kenya, made in Kenya, but in Uganda. So honestly, I don't see any problem.
Jex, don't reason like that now.
Jex, you're being you're surprising me. But anyway, let me say this.
Equity is built in Kenya. He was building our nation, our brand, made in Kenya.
Jex and Collins. Let me say this. Once you're in a position of a deputy president, whether you do it or not, you can come to a national media to say that I made a call. The president coming and saying I made a call to a private entity to do certain thing, already that's influencing a process. So whether it happened or not, he ought not to have come. But he looked bitter. He looked like he had to say something. He had to do something.
Allow us to listen to more people.
That one I give it to him. But Collins, just to finish, because Jex, I see my time is up right now. My time is up. Okay, fine. I can leave it there.
No, but just summarize.
Okay, my point is that whichever side we are at, I think we can open up the idea of scrutinizing and looking at our politics in this more objectively, no matter who we are voting for, right? So that we interrogate the things that are happening more deliberately, more objectively, and holding them accountable to what they're saying without, there are those villagers or those who are not generally exposed who can take things for what they are. But for us, whoever we are going to vote for, we need to interrogate whatever they're telling us. Take the good, interrogate it, whether you're going to be supporting the person or not, but tell them to be factual with what they're telling you. I think that's the best direction for us to have with our politics, other than looking at the propaganda and the things that will fly over and convince us emotionally without necessarily convincing us cognitively. Thank you.
Okay. Rupia? Good debate.
Habari yako Jex na your entourage of Matusi FC. Mnaendelea vizuri.
Tuko poa sana Gunwa baba.
Naona saa hii mmekaziwa na hamna namna, sasa ni kutupiana matusi. But sisi tutaendelea wakazia
ni sawa,
kwa sababu We cannot, a country cannot build with propaganda. We cannot build our country by using propaganda. And this has been said, and we've said it over and over. If we want to build Kenya, we must be real Kenyans, and we must actually examine or interrogate whatever the politicians say during campaigns and whatever they do when they are in power. Deputy President William Ruto has had an opportunity. He campaigned in 2013 and 2017 and actually had the opportunity to implement or to participate in fulfilling the promises that they made in 2013. Then now he comes again with Ukora model that they purport it's a bottom-up economic model. Let us be sincere. He did not manage to implement bottom-up from 2013, despite Jubilee government talking about bottom-up, promising Kenyans bottom-up from 2013. And we've seen a lot of his promises from his mouth were not fulfilled. So why should we even trust him that he can tell us something and we still go and follow? So we cannot build our country. If you are sincere that we want to build this country, we must start looking at the real issues so that our country can get moving. We know the problems we have in this country. Our problem is not bottom up. Our problem is corruption, corruption, and corruption. Kenya is wealthy. Kenya has a potential in all directions. If you go to agriculture, we can be very productive. If you go to sports, if you go to all the sectors, but our leaders, the leaders we've had since independence, have actually made sure that Kenyans doesn't actually reach there or explore their potentials. So it is this is the time we need to have an honest conversation about our country. We don't need to worship a tribal leader. We don't need to follow models that does not work and will not work for our country. We just need to call a spade and solve the problem which is at hand, which is corruption. How are we going to solve corruption? Already, we have county governments, that is devolution, that is supposed to reach the bottom people. So if we have not implemented devolution, then we should look at the areas we need to touch, because this devolution is an institutionalized kind of a structure that can actually help our people. But if we have not used it to help our people, we should actually look at it. And then the leader who should take after Uhuru Kenyatta is a leader who is able to solve the problems that we have, not gagging us with very complex things that people cannot explain. I hear you people talk of bottom-up approach that Biden talks of, and you could have at least copy the nitty-gritties that Biden has actually wrote down in blueprints, and come and tell us this is what we are going to do. But if you talk about an empty bottom-up economic model that is not achievable, it's not implementable, you call it, and then you want to gagas to support something that is not that cannot work for our country. Please, gentlemen, let us sober up, let us be objective. We want to change Kenya, and we are not only changing Kenya for our personal gains. We are changing Kenya for the general good of the public and for the coming generations. But if we argue badly, if we argue wrongly, just don't let the opponent of the person you are supporting be your enemy. But look at the policies. Look at the structures that they bring. Are they workable? Are they really work? Do we need to exchange here? Do we need to actually hurl insults on our friends or on our brothers or on our sisters? Is it necessary? Politics is politics. Politics will come and go. And these are the things we say here every day. Politics itakuja na itaenda. Sahi, the only institution that we can trust is the government. Because the government has a role and responsibilities, especially those that are pertaining the wananchi. The government of Kenya is responsible for the Kenyan citizen. The government of Uganda is also responsible for Ugandan citizens. If there's an issue that is affecting our citizens, the government is supposed to solve that. But we cannot say that because somebody has rebelled from the government, now he can solve our problems. If he's in the government right now, that is where people are. Get there with your ideas and let us have a dialogue here. Let us have a debate there. Let us talk there for the sake of wananchi. Where are we heading to? We are heading to war. We are heading to a very, very bad place that we should not go to. And to make it look nasty, the youths who are supposed to think correctly are thinking wrongly. The youths are supposed to be at the forefront of saving this nation. But the youth have been radicalized by politicians. They are being used by politicians to cause chaos and to cause havoc in the country. Don't say I'm trying to educate you or whatever. I'm just speaking my mind as a Kenyan. How should I approach the problems that are facing my country? We have a country to protect. This is our country. We will not run to Uganda. We will not run to America and look at what they are doing there. What they are doing there is their own making. In America, if somebody has got questionable integrity, that is somebody that does not get elected. He cannot even run. He cannot even run for an elective post. Even being drunk on an election day, you will be disqualified. But what of Kenya? Kenya has great potential. If I hear what people say, if I hear what the deputy president say specifically, I sympathize and empathize, because that is not the direction we should go. It is a wrong direction. So let us go back and treat Jakes as your brother. You are entitled to your opinion, but make sure that your opinion is an opinion that can be tabled, that is an opinion that can build this country, not an opinion that can destroy this country. I think I have said a lot of lectures. I don't want to take much of your time. I would give today I didn't want to do a lot of politics.
Maka, I almost wanted to confirm if this is Rupiah. Benson, are you sure this is Rupiah? Book confirm. This man, do you have a twin?
He's the one.
He is not the one. He cannot harm a fly. They are almost even promoting him achukue role ya Bernard leo.
But Jakes, Jakes, tukue sure, wacha tusiharibu nchi yetu bwana. This is our country.
Hey, my friend. Huyu ni ule Rupio huwa anarusha mawe kwa watu.
The Holy Spirit has descended on him.
Hey, this must be the day of Sabbath. Eh?
I know you have your politicians that you people are supporting, but actually look at what they are presenting. Look at what they are presenting. I can tell you for sure that mrengo wa UDA,
ungekuwa unaongea hivyo mimi hata singehama, ningekuwa ODM bado.
Not really. You must not be in ODM. You must not be where I
unaongea
want you to
vizuri.
be.
Aukai mtu ana support baba, unakaa mtu mwenye either uko kwa Amani National Congress leo ama umehama Ford Kenya, uko na peace leo.
mi leo na support Kenya. Mi sa support mrengo yote. I'm supporting my country.
Hey, Jacomeona. Jacob.
But hiyo pia mtu asikuje na siasa nyingine mbovu, because you know I don't like those crooked politics. If you come with it, I will attack you.
Okay. So, sasa I don't know who came first. Is it Toros, Dolobo, or Benson? Who came first? Or
Benson? I think Benson came first, if I'm not wrong.
Benson came first. So, Benson, take it home.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jakes, and I'm very glad. Actually, today I'm in Migori, and I agree with some of the things that my colleagues were saying. One of the things that we should start thinking of, let's think as Kenya. Let's start interrogate some of these things that we are being told, you know, because if we don't interrogate them by now, by the end of the day, they might cause disaster to us. And one thing that I would like to say about what happened by DP being blocked, that thing is a control damage on the government, and at the same time control damage on the DP side. And if you listen to DP from the interview, he was saying that this thing has been happening for almost 9 years, something of the sort. And like if you look at some countries, immediately you become the deputy president, you are no longer a private citizen. You are a state office, and like they have to know. In some countries, they will always have to listen. They will have to listen to the phone call you are making, whether in foreign land or you are talking to a leader of another nation. And this thing is being organized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because like if it happens like that, it doesn't show us a good picture as a country, you know, because you never know what might happen. Even like on the DP side, if you're on a private visit and you're a deputy president, if something happens, who is going to be answerable? You know, who is going to be answerable that what happened to DP? Because he's a deputy president, and to the government, yeah, you know, we need to look at this, and we look good government before the eyes of other nation. And like, I don't know whether it is true, I saw the government of Uganda was also disowning the same. Equity Bank was disowning the same, you know, on the DP part. I think he should have somebody who can deal with his communication better and come out with something that is very convincing. And another thing that I want to say, Themba was talking about...
Bernard, I think the correct position is, if we've seen the DP is actually at loggerheads with the president, and the president is the government. I want to say that here. So when there is a dispute between the DP and the state, our correct side is the state. Because an individual can be wrong, because you never know what an individual is after. But what the government gives us is the correct position. After all, the Uganda government has also confirmed the same. They were not aware of the visit. So which means there might be malice in this visit. So we stand with our government. At the end of the day, the government will be government.
We'll have people in government, these people will leave and other people will come, but we have to support our government.
Like what I was saying, yeah, even if he support the government, I think the people in his office ought to have done the right thing by informing the government that the DP will be flying out. You know, as a deputy president, if you sit in the airport for 5 hours and you're the deputy president, you know, it doesn't give a good picture or to Kenya as a nation. Like, it doesn't show a good picture. And maybe another thing that I would like to talk about is the policies and about the bottom up. You know, he can explain it in a way, but like I think as citizen, as Kenyans, let us also talk about it. Let us bring in like the professional who talks about economy, those people who have done economics, to explain to us all this thing is being said. You know, at the end of the day, Kenya is for us all, and we cannot allow something that is going to be detrimental to our country, because it will affect us and our kids. So that's my appeal. The other time, like I was on the show, and Jex was saying like Baba was in central Kenya, and like the Kieleweke, like Oburu Odinga welcomed him. You know, I think like we kind of like should run away from that. Let us see it as a Kenya. When he goes there, you know, I don't think it's wrong for Baba to go to central Kenya and like not, you know, being welcomed by the MPs of Kenya. And like each and every person has their own views in terms of politics, the people they support. If the majority of them do not want to support Baba, he has like 2 people who are supporting him. Let him go. And let us not cast stones on them, even the DP, even the Kalonzo Musyoka. Let us just them go and do what they want to do. And let us just us in this platform, let us try to talk the facts, the things that we think our country needs, the things that we think can really help us, the kind of leadership that we want, rather than talking about 2 people who like sometimes do not have even benefit to us. That's the only thing that I can say.
I think the honest thing to do for this country is for the 2 people, Uhuru and Ruto, should just leave us alone. They have served their time, and let them go home peacefully. Then they leave us alone, because we gave them this opportunity to serve us and correct the wrongs that were here, but they have failed to correct the wrongs. So they should just leave us alone and go home and rest.
Tolos Dorobo, are you there?
I'm there.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
How are you?
We are good. Ukwaje?
Niko poa.
Good to see you.
Oh yes, thank you, very nice.
Endelea.
I just wanted to make a general observation on what you guys have been talking about. The issue of it looks like it's touching on presidential.
Go ahead, sir.
Presidential hopefuls. You know,
we are good. Ukwaje?
who's talking?
Good to see you.
Oh yeah.
Yes, sorry.
There is a lot of interjections.
Nini, nani, what do you call him? Is it wacha narupia hii jina iko mwisho inatamkwaje? Mute your mic so that tunaweza sikia Toros. Mute your mic. Is it Rulf? Rupia, can you read that word?
It's a Ralph.
Ralph. Hey, Ralph, mute
Yes.
your mic kwanza. Ralph, mute your mic kwanza tusikize Toros. I'm coming to you, sir.
Okay. Am I back?
Oh, alafu kidogo tu, when you come to the show, please kuwa umevaa shati or something, eh? At least try to be modest. Itakaa poa, si kwa ubaya.
Nani bro?
That guy was actually hakuwa na shati. I think that's why ametolewa or try eka design yenye uonekani uchi, because hii show inaonekana watu wengi so tusikuchomee CV, we respect you, so tusikuchomee ama aje. Unajua siku hizi picha za watu naked zinaundia watu mapesa so hatutaki kukuharibia jina, my brother.
You want to
So
do a screenshot? Okay, can I go?
Yes, go ahead.
Just I wanted to Rupia has just said something that Ruto and Uhuru should leave the stage for other people to come in. But I thought he should have said all these guys who have been around, same monkeys trying to change the forest. I expected him to say that, but when he stops there, that is not sincere. Somebody like Raila has been here since 1982 trying to grab power by hook and crook, whether it's through gun or stone or whatever. But he's still here, he's still around. And as Kenyans, I think we should try to live. We should try to live with these guys, because it looks like they have occupied some space, and to get into that space has become very difficult for other people. The way they are taking regions and then you hear about kingpins and whatever. In some regions, there are people who have been trying to destabilize these so-called kingpins. Like in Rift Valley, you see, when you talk about Ruto, you think that he's like he's in a space, and Gideon is trying to get into that space. It's a bit difficult. In Mount Kenya, the president is exiting the stage, and there is no way you will talk about an outgoing president. An outgoing president, even if these guys of Kieleweke and they really managed to get in between the deputy and the president, and they really managed to put a lot of vitina. And this guy, you see, is when he goes to inspect projects, this guy, people will forget about the president. This guy, and but the same functions were given to Matiang'i, and Matiang'i is also another Kenyan who is also going to inspect the projects. The same thing. But undertones also, you will hear people talking about Matiang'i. Matiang'i can be a very good presidential candidate, because he's the one inspect what do you call he's in charge of government projects. But Ruto was not in charge of government projects. He was just inspecting and trying to represent the president. But when the president was told, what, this guy, he's overshadowing you, and then handshake was there, and already using the handshake, just elbow this guy out, and they managed to elbow him out. They really elbowed him out by the start of this. So this government, there is no difference between there was this coalition government between Raila and he managed to position himself as a coalition partner in Kibaki's government at some point, and he has also managed again to infiltrate the Jubilee totally. You even saw the other day, this guy is walking around, is driving around with a government vehicle. It was not Photoshop. The issue of Ruto going to Uganda. After 2018, this guy has been really free, a free molecule. He can hit this corner and the other corner. The title of deputy president is just something which is just there in the constitution. There is no, he was voted in with the president, and this guy cannot. And this guy, there's nothing he handles in the government nowadays. It's just he doesn't even no minister gives him any brief. There was sometimes we had even ministers going to brief the prime minister, former prime minister. So it is for this case that I think the ills and the gains of this government in the second term is squarely in the it's even said the president said he's in charge, being helped by his brother Raila Amolo Odinga. Rupia, you were talking about how corruption is cutting across. Corruption is cutting across. ODM the other day were campaigning in Mubonchari, and they really took that seat through a guy called Koimeke, was the CEO of EPA. And this guy is having a case in court. So I don't know where you draw the line when you talk about corruption. Is it interest? It's no longer about corruption. It is political interest. And the fight against corruption, when it was politicized, it no longer makes it doesn't have any meaning anymore. Thank you very much.
I have a question for you.
No,
I have a question, please.
Rupia, just give me a minute, then maybe I can
Okay, so kuna maswali eh?
Yes, I have a question.
So
correct for one thing.
fanya aje, wacha tuanze na Benson, alafu when I come to you Omoma Choge, while you'll be asking your question, you will be the next person to speak. Is it okay?
Okay,
Benson?
this is just a correction of statement to my brother who has just spoken. I think like however much we might have like the people that we support, I think there's some kind of languages that actually they're so much figurative, and like if you say them, they're not nice. When my brother Torobo says like he has to take it through stones, you know, it means another thing. So I think like as we discuss our leaders and the people that we love, we have to use like let us be decent as Kenyans. I think that is okay. That's what I wanted to say.
My question is, Tolos, do you think the deputy president has rebelled against the president? That is question number one. And constitutionally, what are the functions of the deputy president as per the constitution? Question number three. On corruption, should we start bringing to book the big fish that are found, or that are how can I frame it? But you know what I want to say. Simply that if a top government official is involved in a corruption, should we start bringing them to book, or we should say that corruption cuts across? Or would you like to see that corruption cases are handled accordingly, or should we wait and say that corruption cuts across and everybody is corrupt? Because I believe that we should actually be seeing handcuffs. Even when other people are corrupt, we start with one, and then the others who are corrupt will also be brought to book. So those are my three questions.
You know, let me start with that one. We have seen people being arrested in this government have arrested people, even the minister for finance. Are you aware that the former minister Rotich was arrested and taken to court, and even he is no longer, that is what we call the big fish. we have had even PSS who have been jailed in this country. When I told you about cutting across, it's not about people. It's not about people who are corrupt. You might not even be corrupt yourself, but when you support a corrupt candidate, that's when I'm telling you are already becoming a conduit. That is the reason why I said when we say we are against corruption, I should not be seen to be supporting a candidate who has a case or who has been mentioned in any case. That was question number 3. Question number 2, you're asking me about the roles of the deputy president. You know what? In any jurisdiction, if you are a deputy of somebody, this thing of debit, it's the worst thing somebody can do, because your roles are defined by your boss. If he says do this, you go left, you go left. You go right, you go right. When he says don't do anything, you will not do anything. The way this guy is not doing anything. So that is now the roles of the deputy, of a deputy of somebody. What was the question number 1? I don't remember. Do you remember your first question? Yeah. Do you remember your first question? Rupia.
Can I ask my question to Robo?
Okay, and ask a question. Who is that?
Okay,
Mugambi.
my question is,
Mugambi. Okay.
Robo, you have told us that when we come to the elections, let us take all the monkeys home, because people are transferring different monkeys to different forests. When we do elections for 6 ballots. Presidency, yes. We have the governor, senator, women rep, MCA, and MP. So, do you want to tell me the people who have vying for, like, for example, presidency, referring to the president and the deputy president, and they have not gotten chance to give what they think Kenyans want? Should we take them home to get the people who have already gotten their chance to lead the Kenyans? For example, when we have I'm just trying to elaborate. For example, if we have a deputy president who has served 10 years in the presidency, should we treat him the same as the person who has vying for the presidency for the longest time possible, but we have not given him a chance?
Mugambi.
My other question was, Tolos, just wait. My other question was that, do you think that the deputy president has rebelled or is rebelling against the president?
Oh, okay. You see, you might get almost the same answer. It depends. You see, it depends on how the president has been, the way he has been handling what is being told and what he knows about his deputy. Because for him in person, he has never said that. There was even a time he said that the president has never given me any work and I failed to fulfill. So when it comes to that, interests takes the center stage. Mugambi, Mugambi was, that issue was raised by Rupia. I just interjected when he said, because he said, why don't we take Ruto and Nani home, and Raila and Uhuru and Ruto should go. That is the reason why I mentioned, I was talking about all these monkeys should go home. And I told you, these guys, it's like they occupied some space. There's these political spaces these guys are occupying. It's like they really put their buttocks square, so that it becomes very difficult. These guys in every sphere of this country, like in Nyanza, you cannot say anything. If you want to lose your seat, go against Raila. I'm using him as an example. I'm not saying it's 100%. So the reason why I said so is because when you are dealing with these guys, they are the same. They are the same guys. We want to shuffle seats. Now on the issue of when you said the issue of giving chances to people who have not served. Do you remember Kibaki? And let me repeat. I was in this forum the other time and I talked about it. I know I'm on a different name for those who don't recognize, but do you know Kibaki was the best, one of the best president maybe we had in this country. And I see you nodding.
Was
But
the best, not one of the best.
I'm saying, hey, I'm talking to Mugambi, man. So
no, I'm just correcting you that Kibaki was the best, not one of the best. If you say one of the best, it means that there are some best presidents.
We don't know who will come in 20. We know Ruto might be the best more than Kibaki. So the thing is,
Omera, how is Ruto going to be the best when in fact, Kibaki you are talking, served Moi with all humility and patience.
Ngoja kidogo nimalizie Mugambi.
Ngoja Matiang'i anyamalize kwanza.
Mugambi, do you know who Kibaki served as the vice president during Moi's time? Not even vice president. He was also the minister of finance. Even at some point, he was minister of education. Do you know the reason why we could not charge him on evils of the Moi government? Why? We did not remember that when we gave him a seat as the president of this country, because he was not the president. And it goes back to what I told you the other time, what I talked about being a deputy of somebody. This is the worst seat ever. So Kibaki was there when Moi was spoiling this government, and when he took over, he had his tactics, and he showed that he was a better guy. So Ruto also deserves to show us what he can do. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. One question. I want you to open the book of history and show me where Kibaki's name was being mentioned in scandals everywhere, like every night. And Kibaki himself coming out to defend even the Angirolism when it came out during Moi. Did you see Kibaki coming out and saying it was 7 billion that we got lost? Did you see Kibaki doing that?
He has left.
Guys, this Kenya is our country. Kenya is our country, and we need to debate, not to debate because we feel like this guy speaks the language of the street. Let us debate like Kenya. We are not going to Ama to go anywhere. We are staying in Kenya still. The only person who can debate like that is a European who lives in Kenya, because if you chase him away, he's going back to England. But for us, you chase me away, I'm still going to Kisii. If you chase me from Nairobi, I'm going to Kisii. Nowhere I'm going. So, like the issue I wanted to remind him, number one, is the issue of Kibaki. You can't compare Kibaki with Ruto. Ruto, guys, if you follow this history, Ruto has come out, even when Waiguru time, Ruto has come out strongly, saying, Ruto has used very rubbish words to defend the evils of the government. And when we argue that Ruto has not done the work, Ruto has only not done the work during the second term. The first term, Ruto was very intact in that government. He was working all over, stealing and making sure the money is stolen every day for him to have the money for his campaign. Let us say, take the truth. Like Ruto was part and parcel of the first term government. What happened? Who has ever seen since independence a president going to Kisumu to open a project in Kisumu that is government money? Who has ever seen that happen? A president has gone to Kisumu to open a project. Who? Or which road did you see Moi open to Kisumu like this is government money? Uhuru has done his job. Uhuru has done, even if we call him evil and what? Uhuru remember the time when Uhuru could come to stage a drunkard man. Do you remember that first time? Uhuru would come to stage a drunkard man. What happened? Ruto was very keen, man. Ruto was playing up Uhuru, taking him. He goes to State House, White House, State House, or White House first. He gives him some 2 to 3 peers. When Uhuru comes out, Uhuru is confused completely. Uhuru could not do anything. When did we see the worst ever parliament pass laws and rules that were worse than ever? That is affecting them now. Now they are crying. Do you remember what happened the first time? When they put the rules and the laws, the security laws, that a police can take you and nothing, when they passed it. Now, when the police are applying what is in the book, they are crying. Who is crying now? Those guys, those Kasudi who was saying, okay, pass it like quickly. Ndini Nyoro was saying even the army should be sent and clear the street. Wants to pass the rule like they should go and clear the street. Why? But now, when the police are reading like, oh, even this law was not deleted, let's apply it, who is crying loud now? You know, let us not like choose to be very selective because some people, because they come from certain area and they have had a very strong concerns about the government, we demonize them now. We say because it is going to be applied. Who saw when Trump was the president during the George Floyd demonstration?
Omachoge,
You know
Omachoge, just one moment.
Yes.
I want to do something. Mutembe is here. Omachoge, you're talking so well mpaka umeleta Mtembei, unafanya kazi mzuri. Sasa
So ndio nataka tukumbushane.
Just one moment, nataka kutoka kidogo
Okay.
Mugambi Mtembei akijificha Mugambi yule ama umetoka?
Mugambi yako.
Okay, Rupia. Mtembei akijificha si utamoderate kidogo. I do 1 2 3 I'm coming back Ukiona umeleta Mtembei jua Omachoge umeongea point. Unafaa upewe kakitu. Mtembei mtumie kakitu. Umejimute.
So
Mtembei umejimute. Mtembei umemute.
Hapa kumwambia thank you. I like guys wenye wanatumia akili. Unajua watu wanaenda back them days. Unakumbuka hizi sheria watu walipitisha hapo wakitusiana.
Sheria zenye zimepitishwa hapo tukiwa
ndio wanalia. Thank you very much.
So those areas, as it was not erased. It has never been declared like the Arenari and the Void. They are still there.
Omachoge, just one moment. Rupia, is it okay utaendelea
It's okay.
Okay.
Omachoge, go
So
ahead.
I want to tell you, when George Floyd was killed in America, Trump went and put just a kipengele tu kidogo kwamba ukipatikana umefanya demonstration and someone na complain kwamba you destroyed the property, he put 10 years in jail without what? There is no case. You just go to jail first of all for 10 years. You know, that is before the insurrection, right? When the insurrection came, all of those people were white. Now the law is being applied, the one Trump signed, like they should go to jail before their case is hard. Who are going to jail? He thought that the law is going selectively to choose the black people as the one who are going to demonstrate. The same law is in the book. When the insurrection happened in June 6th, it is all the white who went to jail. Now they are fighting the same. When they were passing it, they were like, oh, now we have gotten these black people. They will never demonstrate again. The same way in Kenya. When we passed the security rule, we thought that these people going to be dying is the ODM people and those people from Nyanza and whatever. Wakisia hapo hao watu kutoka Nyanza. But what happened? My friend, things have changed. They are now in the Rift Valley and hapa kidogo kwa Central hapo ndio tunacheza na hiyo game. Kwa sababu when they put those rules, they thought the devil is going to be dying. The devil is from the Nyanza region. Let us be realistic and talk the truth. Like the only person who has been, you didn't hear Kibaki as a stolen land from a widow. You didn't hear that. So whenever you talk about Kibaki, talk him with maximum respect and high degree of accord. He's a man of the people in our country. He did not squander anyone's thing. He did not to bring contractors and take them to Uganda like walikuwa wamechukua pesa hapa kwa banki mkopo kuchukua Uganda. Kwani Kenya sio nchi ya kuwekwa nini investors? Kwani unasema unataka vijana wapate kazi, lakini kazi ni Uganda. Unataka kuwachukua Uganda waende kufanya kazi pale, ama unataka uribaro ipachengewe huko Uganda iletwe Kenya upatie watu wa Kenya? Let us talk the sober mind, man. It is a thing of the game. Ruto has found the heart of the youths, who don't have anything. Now he wants to make sure he spoils the youth makes noise, and it is going to be terrible, you know. It is going to be noisy, like one time Wetangula said. It's going to be very noisy, because Ruto was very good. When Central was sleeping, Ruto made sure, because that time he had dragged Uhuru all through. Uhuru was dark, my friend. Those red eyes every day Uhuru comes out was very red. It's like every Kenyan knew Uhuru is a drunkard president. Why? Because Ruto akiwa naenda State House analikuwa anaenda na mfinyo. Finya hiyo mzee ndio uende kuongea maneno. Uhuru akitoka tu hivi anaongea mpaka mnashangaa. Huyu ni president kweli? Lakini umewahi ona yale matope Uhuru alikuwa anaongea akiongea saizi? Aongei? Ana macho yake iko sawa.
Usiseme uongo hapo.
Hapana, wewe. Kama nimesema uongo, hebu angalia ni press conference zote Uhuru amefanya peke yake. Wewe uniambie kuna picha umeona Uhuru mpaka ukasangaa huyu ni president kweli? Uhuru ametokea siku moja mpaka unaangalia hivi unasema, wow. Is this a Kenyan president? Every Kenya social media was, oh, this guy ni mlevi. Huyu ni mlevi. But umeona hiyo kitu ikitokea tena? Ruto knew the weakness of Uhuru. The weakness was this guy likes Mufinyo. He will just go finya kidogo tuende. And you know, when you are not sober, you say anything. By the end of the day, you are judged in the house. Why wanakufinya kidogo nakwambia ulifanya hiyo imepita. Lakini Uhuru is trying to leave a legacy. Which legacy is trying to leave? He's trying to leave the people of Nyanza. He has seen the people of Nyanza, how they have been marginalized for a long time. No project, nothing going there. When you see Uhuru doing that, we are calling him names like he did nothing. No, Ruto stole everything. Let's say the truth. Ruto stole everything. Kimwareli came out, Ruto was number one to defend it. Why are you defending it? And then you call him like he's your favorite president. No, I am not about Raila. I am not about Mudavadi. But look for someone then. But not someone who has been just barricading anything that comes out, like you are barricading a government and you are coming out now, oh, Mimi, your government is CG. You have been barricading all of the corrupt things. You didn't see even Uhuru coming out to barricade the thing of Kimwarel. Even the Anaway Uhuru thing, Uhuru did not come out and say, you know what? He just kept quiet. Ruto came out and said, you know, push. A few days later, walk on the street, wacha kutupatia hiyo kati kwa street. Why? Because these people started now being touched. Or those the accountants who are from his region. Hiyo maneno ya kati wa kimingi wachana. That is where they started dealing. Say the truth. That is where they started dealing with the president.
Thank you very much. I'll stay on the show. Don't leave. So can we have, we will not call for reactions, but can we have Kenneth? Is Kenneth who? Can we have Kenneth?
Rupia, thanks. This is Kenneth Mboga. Thank you so much for bringing me. I've waited for so long backstage, and I thank God that I'm here. I'll be very short, and because it's already late. So I want to talk about two things. Thing number one is the bottom-up approach in economy. So the bottom-up approach is kind of a big word that is used in economy, and it is not well defined. It is, but when you look at it critically, it's more of when you equate it to politics, then it is kind of the democratic way of leadership. Now, when you talk about community engagement and everything, there is an idea called hackathon. Hackathon is
Mugambi, can you take over? I'm just attending to something, then I'll be back. Mugambi John. Hello? Can you just take over, moderate? I'm attending to something, then I'll be back here.
Okay. Who was speaking? Kenneth, go ahead.
Yes, Mugambi. So I was talking about an idea called hackathon. It is what maybe these people will be calling bottoms up or bottom up. Let me say so. So what happens with the idea is it is an ideation that that generates from the lowest person possible who should be the beneficiary of any government project. And like, for example, if today we are a group of people and we feel that whatever is best for us is maybe having an industry, a fish industry, then we come together and tell the government that this is what we want. But that is an idea that can only work in a setup that is favorable to the people who are considered as the bottom people. Now look at it this way. When you use the word bottom up, it means that there is somebody at the bottom and there is somebody at the top. The other day I asked a very simple question. I'm not a supporter of any presidential candidate, because when you want your brain to think clear, do not place any name against a seat, like a presidential seat. Do not place any name there. You will be thinking very soberly. So when we have such discussions with people with great minds, we should try to remove everyone from our minds that such an individual should be the president or must be the president. Such an individual should be the deputy or must be the deputy. When we remove everyone from our brains, then we will think clearly. So coming back to my point, I was saying the bottom-up approach is not viable in Kenya. And this is why I'm telling you, the same people who are talking about a bottom-up approach are the same people who have at the back of their minds the idea of making us be at the bottom always. For example, if today somebody gives you a wheelbarrow, can we do a calculation how much a wheelbarrow will give you in a year, or in 2 years, or in 3 years? So it means that if somebody gives you a wheelbarrow, this person is looking at you as somebody, as somebody who is very much in need and wants to settle your problem just for a day. I listened to one of the leaders the other day, and they talked of like a wheelbarrow can give you 100 shillings a day. Today, with the Kenyan economy, somebody gives you 100 every day. It means that this person will be giving you giving you like 3,000 in a month, right? So what happens is, when somebody has sat down and has calculated that this is where he wants you to be, he will be sorting out your problem at face value, but he will not be sorting out your problem in the future. Now, the second thing is, look at what happens. The KEMSA thing, the Kimwarer, the Aror, and all the corruption cases that we've had. The other time, we realized that somebody registered 20 companies within 2 weeks. Now try registering 3 companies, or try registering a company in Kenya and seeking for tenders at levels where there are provisions for the youth, for the women and everything. You will not get. Why? Because the leaders have already designed methods of getting those tenders. Like somebody like Ruto cannot, okay, I'm talking about, I'm just giving an example. I'm not maybe talking bad about somebody, but you will not get their names anywhere. Why? Because they have proxy companies that they are using. But when you go as a youth that you need a tender at the county government, you will not get. Why? Because the MCAs are there, they're using proxy companies, the governor is there using proxy companies, and everybody is there. So it means what happens is this person will be looking at you and then looks at you as somebody to equate to 100 shillings and then tells you, take this 100 bob, get your meal today, sleep. Tomorrow you will get another 100 and then tomorrow you will get another 100. So the bottom-up approach can never work in Kenya. Because while the bottom-up approach is being propagated here, we should remember that Kenya is a country that is floating on debts. Now, I want to ask very simple questions. Question number one is, if somebody would come and tell you, like, I am going to do this, while everything that happens in Kenya is something that is constitutionalized and maybe put on paper, how can somebody be so sure that they are going to do that? And this is what happened 10 years ago when we were promised a lot of things. Because in Kenya, the only politics that people can hear is the politics of hope. When somebody is poor, the only thing that you can give this person to make his face radiant is hope. Like, I will do this to you tomorrow. I will do this to you tomorrow. Then tomorrow reaches, then another tomorrow. You give this person hope. But then a time comes when now people like us will look at you and say, you don't feed me because I go to work, I get my money and feed the people around me or the dependents. The last thing I want to talk about is, like I started and said, for a sober discussion, let us remove all the faces that we have in the political limelight, and we will be having sober faces. The only thing that will save Kenya, the only thing that will save Kenya is when we start fighting corruption and when we are true to fighting corruption. When you talk about leave us with our thief because he is ours, or be with your thief because he is your thief, that we are not going anywhere. Even if we get a president who is a saint, we will go nowhere. So we are the people to bring this change. We are the people to bring this change. As youths of today, we are the people to bring this change. The bright minds that I see here, the ideas that I've sat down listening to, I listen to very great ideas. But the moment you tag yourself to support somebody, or you put a face to the presidency, then it means that you're not going to listen to an idea that your friend has because he's an opponent. And that is my presentation.
Thank you so much, Kenneth. Any question for Kenneth, Joshua?
Kenneth, that was a very nice conversation there, and point. But I want to not agree with you on to some extent, especially when you say that. Of course, it is important to keep our mind clean and without placing an icon in our thoughts on what preference we want. However, we must be able to think about what is the importance of benchmarking our candidate, or what is the importance of benchmarking the potential, because we have to look at the capability, the reliability, the sustainability of what sort of leadership we have to look for. I think the most important thing that we have to bring in this narrative is what is our contribution to the narrative of what sort of leadership that we want to come in 2022 and beyond. And what can the history of our leadership, our political journey has taught us? That is a critical question we need to ask ourselves. I want to pose a very important question to all of us here, because we've been discussing very cordial, very a critical conversation here. But I want to ask each and every person, we need to investigate ourselves. Ask yourself, what is your role in the coming general election in terms of, one, sensitizing the people towards the right direction. Of course, you can be partisan or you can be non-partisan, but there is nothing like that. At the end of the day, you have to make the mindset and decide and say, this is what I want in my life. But the most important thing is, how can we make sure that we can advocate change on issues that concern us? I want to take you back to like the history about the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution. It talks about the fundamentals of the political class. It talks about the fundamentals of the societal change. Are we really talking, is the current political class talking about those fundamental changes? And are they speaking it in genuine terms? Are people following this narrative, especially those who are in the elective position? Are they really doing it in a genuine heart, or are they just following a euphoria to make sure that they can be able to be sustained in the next coming election? Those are things that we need to ask ourselves as the so-called young people and so on. Otherwise, we will end up every evening coming here having the same narrative, having the same conversation, which is important because we are enlightening each other, and that is how our journey starts. The change starts with sharing ideas, sharing thoughts, and so on. So, Kenneth, I agree with you, but I think I also disagree the fact that we do not we have to think about on the people who are fronting themselves, because this is how even the global world works. There is always the room for succession, and that succession has to be seen, has to be forecasted. So we also have to make sure that we are forecasting our thoughts. But as we forecast those thoughts, they should not be just be floating. That any flash flood that comes, it can carry it away. So that's the critical question we need to ask ourselves. What is our role? How can we make sure that we can be impactful via such a platform? Because these are the platforms that are super powerful in the modern society. We can bring change, but what sort of change do we want to bring, and what part do we play? What is your role as an individual? That is a critical question you need to ask yourself.
Joshua,
can I just come in, Kidogo, just to talk to Joshua Kidogo, John?
Okay, Kenneth, yes.
In a minute. The reason why I was talking about not maybe putting faces in the seats that these people need is to give room maybe to also have ideas from people. Because today, if you find a diehard person who a diehard supporter of Raila or a diehard supporter of Ruto, it will be so hard to convince them. Why? Because they've placed people in the position. But if we are open-minded, it's like bringing people to an interview. So when you call people for an interview, you only shortlist those who are qualified. But when you shortlist those who are qualified, but already you've tagged a name to an interview, it means you will not even listen to an interviewee with points that can help the organization or an institution. You listen to that. So the reason why I'm saying we should not tie people when we are talking arguments, because when we are putting our points out, is because today, if Joshua believes that Ruto should be or will be the president, I will do nothing to convince him. So as youths, our ideas die with people, but they don't die with positions. That is what I said.
You know the beautiful thing with this conversation?
Yes.
We need to involve the youth to think independently and to engage in a dialogue. Because what is happening with the large percentage of our youth, and especially, and it's across the age, there are people who cannot sit down to have this conversation of like, let's talk without feeling, but talk with a very clear mindset, a very clear, open-hearted opinions that bring solution to the society. One last thing I want to contribute and say, until the day we will have readers who do not think about their self-interest, and think about the general aspect about one, the people, two, the community, three, the society, and number four, the nation. Then our road will have a good channel to have a good leadership and a better future that will not care about who is the president of tomorrow, where does he come from in terms of the tribe. And one thing that we have to understand is that the tribes in Kenya, it is what makes us strong as a Kenyan. I can tell you, I'm speaking to you guys from abroad. When you come here abroad, it is when you realize the importance of your mother tongue.
Amen.
It is when you realize that English is just another international language. Anyone can speak, but your root is what matters. You are identified as a person because you have, where do you come from? What are the beliefs do you believe in from where you come from? We need to hold those values to us and see our diversity in terms of tribe as our strength, rather than as a division of political class or political in terms of business or economical class. We need to see what strength do we have as all of us, because we all have different aspects. I'm here sometimes dealing with issues to do with racism and discrimination, inclusion and integration. Those are things that we talk about here. Here, people sees you in terms of what ideologies, what ideas are you bringing on the table. And that is the reason why most of the Kenyans that are abroad or wherever they are, they tend to excel because they've been given the opportunity to speak freely in their mind. Whereas in Kenya, we still are pulling each other down, rather than appreciating that idea. And it is your idea, my idea, that makes us have a better idea. That's my piece of point.
Thank you so much, Joshua. We had Demba, then Dorobo. Demba, submission.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I want to first of all support.
Demba, just a minute, Demba. Go ahead, Demba.
I want to support what Kenneth has said, but again, also want to emphasize that the political class will use our inadequacies for their own advantage. And number two is that this issue of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie was discussed many years ago by Karl Marx. And he said there will come a time when the proletariats will come together and they will remove the upper class. But someone else studied it and said there are three kinds of power elites: the business elites, the political elites, and the security. So the business elites are the ones who fund the political elites. The security are the ones who make sure that everything is secure. Now, I want to give you a question. Right now, we have been boxed into discussing Ruto, Raila, Mudavadi, Kalonzo, that group. Have you realized it's a psychological way of making you not think outside the box? So that your conversation, whether you're talking to an intellectual, whether you're talking to a youth, 20 years, their minds are not even thinking about that. Actually, Raila was young tax when he was 32. They were already fighting the system. Who is 32 right now as a youth who is able to bring in all the youths across the country together to a cause right now? We are still relying on these people, but again, it has been created by the media that we cannot have a discourse without mentioning Ruto, Raila, and that is a way of controlling our psyche. And until and unless we reach that point where we can be liberated beyond our weaknesses, and how has it been done? You are economically weak. Joshua said something nice. that we need to start having a discourse. But let me tell you, you cannot have a discourse on an empty stomach. So they cut that off, and then they tell you, I'll give it back to you. Many youths are paid 500 shillings, and they'll come and tell you, I was given 500 shillings, I wear a t-shirt, and then I shout Ruto, or I shout Raila, or I shout Mudavadi, or I shout this person. I'm surprised right now, we have some very intelligent young people who are arguing so strongly for a system that they can actually change to unite themselves around. But you know why? Because of our economic disempowerment. So until such a time where the economic base has been, and they say, by the way, Ruto misses the cake, where does he go? He said, I'm going to the people. But how many people are included when the cake has been cut? Someone said, yeah, they remember only the upper people. So they go to the table. When they feel that the cake has been cut too small for them, what do? They say, let me go, I'll talk to the people. So whether give me more or this feast is over. But you see, it's the same kind of argument. So unless we liberate our minds, what Ngugi says that you have to emancipate your mind. You have to get yourself out of the slavery mentality of these people, that unless they are there, we cannot make it. So my plea, like Joshua said, is that we need to create another critical mass of a people who are not ready to be slaves to those people who have been there, and interrogate issues. If you're coming to tell me something, I question you. Right now, like for example, let's cut it across. Why do we change the constitution, but we are still over relying on the presidency? That means that the devolution, even when it devolves the other things, they're not working, they're not empowering us. Why aren't we interrogating that? But we have been engaged. I mean, we have been psychologically pushed to a certain level where individuals have been put, but our needs have been pushed back. That is where we are. Thank you, Mugambi.
Thank you so much. Robert, add your point to the Kenneth. Carry on.
Yes. I just wanted to add something. We had a problem when we want to bomb us, to come up with the 2010 constitution. And with this current situation in Kenya, there was push and pull about whether we go the parliamentary way or the presidential system. And for Kenya, for the issue of inclusivity, so that it will at least bring some balance, the best was the parliamentary system in Kenya. Right now, the people who supported the presidential system are the ones who are crying. They want also that's why we are going for BBI, to now treat the 2010 constitution. Had we gone to the parliamentary system, I'm telling you, things would have been different. And on the issue Themba was raising about the devolution. Devolution is not really, the government is really not very tough on implementation of devolution. Because in Nigeria, when they started the devolution, do you know, after the first term of governors, I hear more than 50% of governors were arrested. Why? Because they messed with the funds which was devolved. But right now, I'll give you two examples of counties. Just when they had that the auditor general was coming to their audit their accounts. One is Homa Bay, the other one is Bomet. Even if you go to Homa Bay, you'll see procurement office was banned. If you go to Bomet, procurement office was banned. Sachel. So the devolution was very good. If these guys could have really managed it the way it was, the systems are there, but who are there to implement?
we devolved in thieves. Let me tell you for free. Right now, governors. That's why you are not hearing now governors being most of the time. Do you know why? These guys have given MCAs all major road contracts. MCAs are contractors. All MCAs are contractors. Their girlfriends are supervisors and in these contracts. These governors are being given the longest road of 12 million and above. So even as we chart our way forward, thinking of the top, down here we have a problem. Let us be sincere. Thank you very much, Demba. And
thank you so much, Tologo. I think we have two of our members. Yes.
I wanted to react to what Themba said after Tolos. And gentlemen, you know, the conversation today is very, very good. And that is the direction we should take as the youths and as patriots. Because our country is actually headed to a wrong direction. And if you conduct your survey today, you will find a majority of Kenyans saying that our country is not going to the right direction. Why? There are things that the government of the day is supposed to meet that are not met. But to be fair, you know, we can talk as in this forum, we can talk everywhere. But they say there must be where the rubber meets the what?
The road.
So, the road. So at the end of the day, we have these politicians here with us. We will not have any angel from heaven to come and take a place in the presidential seat. We are going to have Raila, we are going to have Ruto, we are going to have Mdavadi, we are going to have Wetangula, and the politicians we see around. One of these guys is going to be president in 2023 because now or 2022. So we actually need to look to interrogate these guys. For me, I will always say my candidate is Raila, and I have my reasons why. Somebody said that these people should exit, but we need to be fair. We need to be fair to ourselves. We need to be truthful. Uhuru and Ruto actually campaigned together in 2013, and they got government. So they were given a chance to run the government, and this is where we are today. You saw where we were in 2013, and today we are here in 2021. 2022, we are supposed to go for elections. We should not carry with us the same mistakes that we did 10 years ago to the next election. We should actually, because of the problems that we have gone through, let these problems serve as learning points for us when we are going to 2022 elections. Let us correct the mistakes that we did in 2013 so that we don't make mistakes in 2022 or 2023. The issue of being insincere about Uhuru and Ruto, for me, the government has not done much. And the worst person who has come out of this government is William Ruto. With all his lies, with all his theatrics, I asked my friend Tolos that, do you think that the deputy president has rebelled or he is rebelling against the president? I asked you questions that actually would elicit some reactions. And if the functions of the deputy presidents is being assigned by the president, and the president has not assigned, what is the deputy president supposed to do? So we even see in how he reacts right now, and he is out to become president by whatever means, even by illegal means of going to Uganda and doing illegalities. And these are the things, if we can make a mistake of electing Ruto as president in 2022, then the same thing, it will be worse than 2013, 2022.
Okay, Rupia.
And I'm just being sincere. Mimi, I don't have anything to hide.
Okay.
There's there's no reason why we should be talking here and saying, me, I said my candidate is Raila, and I have my reasons.
Okay, Rupia.
And the person who is actually masquerading to be an angel is not an angel.
Okay,
I can
Rupia.
say.
Rupia. We have got your point. Can you give two of our members who have not spoken today, that is Duke and Bekesa, to speak their mind? If we have any question, we will ask them. Then we will come to the second session of our open mic. Then I think we can give Duke. Duke, can you?
It's okay.
Give
Those were my last remarks, because it's late. I also want to go and sleep. That's why I took that time.
Okay, it's okay. Rukia, our today's topic is revolving about Ruto's denial to travel to Uganda and what we have seen happening in the political realm of our country this week. Kindly, Duke, take over. Duke?
Yes.
Yes, take over on what you have.
I thank you for giving me this opportunity to also give my submission and views. First of all, I want to start by giving some statistics today that in the recent 3 months, the statistics which were given out is that we have more homicides than suicides. That the individuals who are killing themselves are more than those who are killed by other people. That the statistics we have here in Kenya. And the reason why most of them are going to homicides or undertaking homicides is because of economic frustrations. Today, as we are speaking right now, here in Nairobi, there is some gatekeepers tonight, who are being paid 8,000 per month. And they work from Monday to Sunday, not even one day off. We have desperate young girls who are working as house girls, paid around 3,000, at most 6,000. So, and those, the same people, they have to buy food and other necessities as any other Kenyan. If they have kids, they take them to school, the school fees is the same. It cuts across. So that disparity has made some Kenyans to be unable to afford basic necessities, to the extent where they see there is no meaning of them living, and they make a decision of killing themselves. So the issue currently we have in Kenya is that we have extremely very poor people who cannot afford food, people who cannot afford school fees. There is a stupidity which goes on that we have free secondary education in Kenya. It's not free. There is nothing like free secondary education in Kenya. There is somebody who was from my area who's a primary teacher, who's a single mother, and her kid was admitted to Alliance High School. He had to require like almost 200,000 for that student to go to Alliance. and he is a primary teacher paid by the government. So you can imagine what happens to individuals who are totally unemployed and they have kids and they have to afford their basic needs. So that comes today to the essence. Those are the issues which we should discuss and which each person, the president, whichever, must be concerned about that. There is that disparity in terms of resource distribution. We don't have enough legislation which protects workers. For instance, those who are in the USA, we know that there is minimum wages where you can pay an individual. We don't have something of that kind. What I'm trying to tell you is that here today, in this apartment where I stay, the watchman who is there right now is paid 8,000 per month. So those are the issues which the government should address. The government should address those issues. And that's why I want to discuss about, or to talk about bottom-up approach. That's why it's of interest to me and to many Kenyans. And it is very essential for this Kenya to change. If we are not going to address those at the bottom, this country is going to be very unsafe. We have anarchy and chaos. Recently, we saw a boda man snatching a phone from a policeman. In Nigeria, we have gangsters who goes to a school and takes like 1,000 kids out of school and kidnaps them and then requires ransom amounts. So that can happen here in Kenya. So it's essential for us to address the needs of those at the bottom of the economic status. And that is what bottom-up approach is about. Let it not be about Ruto. Let anybody who becomes the president try to address the needs of those who are at very bottom, who are unable even to have the basic necessities, without luxuries, which are even necessities in consideration of humanity. So most of you are unable to understand the meaning of bottom-up approach. For instance, Kenneth, you said that it cannot work here because you miss it from the definition. And we have defined it several times. So even devolution is about bottom-up approach. We are trying to take resources into the grassroots. The only issue we have is that the resources are not properly accounted. We don't have a system which accounts the resources. And in Kenya, we don't have a problem of tribalism like most of you says. The problem we have in Kenya is about corruption and mismanagement of resources. That is the issue we have, which need to be sorted here in Kenya. So bottom-up approach is about giving opportunities and the resources to those at the bottom of the economic status. Opportunities and the resources. It's not about giving them money. It's giving them a platform for them to get engaged in any economic activity which can generate opportunities, which can generate income or revenue. So in Kenya, every person every person has an expense, and the most basic expenses we have: expenses in education, expenses in healthcare, expenses in food, expenses in the shelter, all those. So if we have a system which can bring both registration and change the protocol, all the manner, all the pattern in which the resources are distributed to citizens, so that ordinary people can have access and can be able to have an economic activity which can generate income for them, that is good. And that's what we call about bottom-up approach. So it's about giving opportunities those who do not have. For instance, that can be like, for example, in education. So, for instance, if we make sure that education, secondary education is totally free. Free in the meaning of the word free. You don't talk about free and then the students are paying hundreds of thousands. That means those at the bottom, they will reduce their expenses because they have kids. Those kids, they take them to school and they have to pay expensive. So if we may, for example, say, let us have free secondary education, that means that we are cutting expenses for them. The same way, if we have like healthcare, which is, for me, healthcare is default.
Okay. I think,
Mugabe, I just wanted to ask that guy a question.
okay, he has left. He says he has left. Let us give Wekesa a chance. Let us come in. Wekesa, take over.
Hi guys. Yeah, in
Hi.
Kenya it's midnight.
Hi, Wekesa.
I don't know where you are, but in Kenya it's midnight. Huh? So
Robo,
let me
mute your mic. Robo, mute your mic.
Yeah.
Carry on, Wekesa.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are loud and clear.
Okay. So let me begin by saying that someone said that your actions are so loud that I can't hear what you are saying. Your actions are so loud that I can't hear what you are saying. There are people who are trying to argue that we should not focus on people, but we focus on issues. Unfortunately, you can't separate people with the issues they articulate. It's so wrong for me to go in the Bible and pick scriptures and forget about the spirit that wrote the scriptures and forget about the God that we worship in the scriptures. So our conversation can never be divorced between issues and those who are articulating them. In fact, we need to know, before we interrogate the issues, we need to know the prophets who are crusading those issues. We need to know the carriers of the message just as the message itself. We cannot separate the message from the carriers. And that's why we are normally told it's never right to preach water and drink wine. So if you try to separate the crusaders of the message from the message itself, then there is something you are trying to hide from us. And so we are saying there's nothing wrong for us to have a conversation about the people who want to occupy the high office of the land. When you go to a music festival and people are presenting and the judges sit down, they not only listen to the music, but they also listen even to your body language, your connection to the music. Is it coming out of your heart or is it just casually recited from your mouth? So we want to understand what has happened, what has changed all of a sudden. People are adopting new models, new ideas, and want to make them look like they are new inventions in Kenya, while they themselves have not been living. There are people who, when they talk politically, you understand, this is the things they believe in, this is what they have lived for, and it's not like they have all of a sudden found new ideas and they want to experiment on Kenyans. So we need to be very candid and interrogate people, not just their ideas, but their character. Because they normally say, and this is where we are fallen victim as a nation, they normally say that charisma can take you to the top, but it's only character that can keep you there. Most of the leaders we are following for are eloquent. They are smart, brilliant, yes. They have the charisma to take them to the top. They have the charisma to move the crowds. They have the charisma to communicate what they are saying. But do they have the character to implement what they are saying? And that's why when you ask them about what did you say last year when you are campaigning, they will tell you stories because they don't value what they say. They can look you straight in the eye and lie to you because it was charisma. It's about eloquence. It's about brilliance, but it was never about character. And by the way, we are defined by our character. Why do we esteem people like Mandela? It's not like he was the most brilliant guy in South Africa. It's not like he was the most eloquent guy in South Africa. It is the character that helped him, that sustained him through the things he went through. And that's why people say that Mandela stands out. All of a sudden, we are talking about Kibaki, and we say that Kibaki was the best president of Kenya. Why? Kibaki was not even eloquent in speech. You could not even he used to talk things, and you wonder what is he exactly meaning. But when you look at it, when you double click, you realize Kibaki's character is what makes him stand out. Kibaki was never corrupt. Kibaki focused on delivering and in not giving Kenyans empty rhetorics. So that is what makes great leaders. And I have also heard people argue here that we need to be open-minded and therefore just get ideas maybe from different areas. It's okay to be open-minded, but remember, our eyes are connected to the brain. So an open mind cannot have a closed eyes. Our eyes see because they are connected to the brain. So the things we are seeing and our eyes are struggling to believe them, we cannot ignore. We are open-minded and we have opened our eyes. We are open-minded and we have opened our ears and we are listening and we are saying that conversation is wrong. Those are some of the things we need to continually interrogate. And when people come up with the systems, we also need to interrogate, and see, has it ever applied anywhere in this world? Are we out to use Kenya as a guinea pig for experiments? And if it has not worked anywhere else, then we need to give it the right conversation such that even if we were to want to begin, then first we need to get it right. For me, that's my submission. And because it's getting late, I will not talk much. Let me give maybe an opportunity for response or another person to make their contribution.
Thank you, Ekesa. Do you have any rebuttal or a question to Ekesa? Question to Ekesa or a rebuttal? Dome.
Yeah, thank you, Wekesa, for what you said. You've brought in some interesting perspectives, and you have posited that we ought not to separate issues from individuals. I want to just ask you a simple question. When you want to eat, it's lunchtime. What comes first, the food or the hunger?
It depends. Sometimes, our minds are conditioned. Sometimes when you used to come from primary school, you are just okay until you reach at home and you realize the mother has not cooked, and then you start feeling the hunger pan. So sometimes it's because of that conditioning. It may be hunger after the food is not there, and then you start feeling the hunger. So it depends.
Good response. However, your response is typically what you are talking about. That okay, we put the leader, and then we start saying he'll meet our need. But separation of the two is I need to know I'm hungry and what I need to eat. Then I go out to look for it, right? So when you reason from the perspective of I am hungry, describe your hunger, describe what you want to eat, then you go out to look for it, is the separation of the two. But if you go out to look for something, you'll actually get what you want to eat. So
you have a point.
I would
you have a
suppose,
point,
therefore.
but let me say this. Huh? You have a point, but let me say this. You need to understand.
Let me wrap it up so that now you comment on the whole of it. So you're submitting that our arguments as a people should be tied to the individual, which is what you have brought out in the answer to my question. But I would want you to respond to the idea. Wouldn't you feel, or what would you think about engaging on, first of all, knowing your needs, then now looking for the leaders that fit your needs?
Yeah, I said partly you are right, but you need to understand where we are coming from. It's not like we don't understand the struggles we go through as a nation. We perfectly understand what we are going through. But in our quest for leadership, people have come, and actually even our leaders, it's not that they don't know what we are going through. They know, and that's why they tailor-made their promises based on the societal need. But the problem is they don't have the character to carry the whole thing into implementation. They have only picked our need and converted them into their message. So that's why I would say it is also important to understand the person carrying the message. Does he have the character to implement? It's just like when you want to marry a woman, the first thing you look is trust. Can you trust her? Because she can be like beautiful like any other woman, and she can be more appealing to, but does she? That's why we always narrow down and talk about wife material. And there are a certain aspect. You cannot just say, let me sit down and then know what I want as plan for future, and then I fit in some woman into that program. It doesn't work. You realize you will come into that program and doesn't fit in. You rather even have a person and have a conversation and say, between me and her, this is our vision. Rather than have a vision, then come and fit in somebody. Sometimes it doesn't work that way. Meet two people and have a conversation where your conversation converge. Let the vision be born out of the two of you. It's more important. Yes.
Sir,
yes.
You cannot go to look for something that you don't know. In times when we were sitting for exams back at home, the 8-4 system, most teachers would set an exam and then they set with the marking scheme. So by the time they are coming to give you an exam, they already have a marking scheme. They know what they're looking for. So what I'm trying to intimate or point to Wekesa is this. The tragedy of our politics has been that every part of our conversation, we've not reached a point where we can engage, like I can talk to Mogambi without mentioning a political actor. We have narrowed our conversation to the point that our needs are defined by those who are already there, not our needs, right? I agree with you. In politics, you need to capture what you think people need and make it appealing, or persuasion appeal. So it is not about who wins or who is better. It's about how much you can persuade them to follow what you want. That's why Hitler was able to.
Let me ask you maybe to look across spectrum. When you are in court, as you are looking for justice, is always the center of reference. And you talk about, yes, my Lord, and the address is through a certain judge or who is taking you through the process. When you are in parliament, you are addressing through the speaker, yes, my Lord. There's a way you channel information, and that's the order of society. When you're in a family, we have to, there are those you address issues through. And we know that even in political leadership, we address issues through leadership. And there's nothing wrong actually with identifying. It's only maybe we have been having wrong leaders, and that's why we are struggling. But if you have the right leaders, there's nothing wrong with identifying with the right leader. In fact, everybody in life says they want a role model, they want a mentor. So our leaders should be our role models, should be our mentor. In fact, they should be a people in which we align our issues. And that's why even the president presidency itself is a symbol of national unity. And there's nothing wrong with everybody talking about national issues, even in reference with the president. But however, let me say this, why we are struggling also. We are at the initial stage where our democracy is personal. It's dominated with personalities. And that's where the problem has come. We have even created personality cults. But we pray that we will be at a stage where we have moved from personality into institutions. Right now, why are our parties collapsing? Why did we say that Jubilee is dead? It's because we associated Jubilee with Uhuru. And by virtue of Uhuru retiring, we know it's dead. And why do you think UDA has lifeline? It's because we associate UDA with the future, because we still think Ruto is young and he has a future. And so that's how we have done. If our democracy crosses and it moves away from personalities and goes to institutions, therefore we can put all our ideas and say, as ODM, this is what we believe in. So regardless whether Raila will be there or not, ODM will channel those. Are you getting the point? So at the stage where our institutions have not grown, then our democracy still hangs on personalities, then it's a danger, and we have to interrogate those personalities. You see right now the nation is stuck between the president and the deputy president, and they are playing as cards. So we need to interrogate between the two who has more of a national good, who is talking the things that are relevant to the nation, because we are still at the personality stage. We haven't grown our institutions, and we need sometimes to marry our expectations and our pursuit with the reality we are going through. Therefore, a good leader is a person who takes people from where they are to where they need to be. You don't go and stand where they should be and start calling them. You say, I want you guys to come here. They don't come. It's you to go and pick them here. We are still under tribalism. Acknowledge that tribalism is a challenge in Kenya. Let's talk about tribalism, yes. Let's pick people from tribalism and move them where we talk about nationalism. But sometimes people who are intellectual are stuck because they have learned, they see these things are nonsense. So they stand there at the far distance and start even demeaning people who are the far distance instead of picking them and moving them to the right direction. I think that's my submission.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. Thank you so much, Wekesa. We have now 3 people who have not conclusively spoken their minds. We have Moses, we have Duke, and Angel. Duke, you are cut short of your submission. Would you mind carrying on?
Yes. So
okay, carry on.
Thembas actually pointed something very critical. He says that we have to understand what do we want as voters or as the electorate. And then those who are aspiring to be readers, we pick somebody who we feel that he can be able to solve our needs, or what do we want to be done. So that's the truth. But Wekesa is trying to make it look the exact opposite. He's trying that you pick a person and then that person does what he wants. That's why we are in the mess where we are. So that's why I said, for me, the needs are, me as an individual, I'm okay. But the way I see people suffering here in Kenya, for instance, I have a security firm. So when we pay workers or watchmen 8,000, it's very painful. And the reason why we are forced to pay 8,000 is because if you go to a client and maybe you want to provide secure call services to that person, he will pay you very little. For instance, he will pay you 15,000 per month and per person, and you have to buy a uniform. Also, there is a supervisor, and also you have to make a profit. So that's why we need not, if we put the resources out of the question. For instance, those who are in the US or another in the European Union, we have minimum wages. So if, for instance, we have that registration, which is outrated the minimum, that's why you say, if you go, for example, in the US, you find that even a person who's a sweeper, or who is actually a caretaker, they are paid very highly, same as teachers. That's why you find that every person is able to. So that's why I'm advocating that we have that registration, which maybe sets we have minimum wages, and a platform which makes that every person is able to make livable wages. So that's, for me, I need those are the poor. The poverty is my issue here. And I see bottom up as an approach which can bring people out of poverty. That's why I've considered my needs, and through those my needs, I see Ruto is the one who can solve them. So that's my case. I can conclude that way.
Thank you so much, Duke. Aribato to Duke.
I have a question for Duke.
Carry on.
Yeah, Duke. I see you have mentioned my name and you are saying that I'm trying to say the opposite. Why do you think people like compartmentalizing life or separate? You know, this is, for example, there are people who say this is my Christian life, this is my work life, like, and this, you know, the way you're arguing is like you need to separate even the person, the issues, and the person saying them. You can't originate something that you don't believe and you own it and it's like part of you. We need to see that thing in you first, If you have grown up in a different system and you are bringing us a different system, we need to question, why is there a disconnect? By the way, you are a successful person of trickle down. Why is it that you believe in bottom up?
First of all, what you are trying to say is that I'm not trying to make inseparable things to be separate, but we have like protocol, all procedures, all patterns of doing something. What you are trying to say is actually the analysis. If you are capable, first of all, you have your needs, and you are capable to see whether this person is pretending to solve your needs. That's what you are trying to say. So you are perfect in that. But what I'm trying to say is this: have your needs first, and use that capability of analyzing individuals. And then if you see somebody is pretending, so what you're trying to say is your ability to see a person who's pretending. But my issue is you have to have needs first, and then find a person who is honestly can solve those needs of yours. So it's like there is something which must come first. But what we are trying to emphasize is your ability to see the honest of a person who's trying to say that he can solve your needs. So you have to separate that. And the second question, what do you mean by beneficiary of trickle-down?
No, I said, I was just giving a direct example even without going into circles.
What I'm trying to say,
Ruto was a hustler and is now a billionaire. He's a billionaire out of the system called trickle down. Now, he's thinking he needs a bottom up to lift those who are poor. So how did he succeed in a trickle down that other people cannot succeed?
The answer is yes, trickle down. Some people have succeeded from trickle down, but minority. Many of them are unable to succeed using the trickle down. So if say 90% of Kenyans are unable to succeed using trickle down, it means this system is working for the small proportion of the population. Therefore, it's better for us to change and have the platform which can assist many, not few.
Duke.
Yes.
Can you just tell these people who are talking too much about the trickle-down economy, like, let them bring their agenda instead of just talking about this bottoms-up or UD agenda. Let them not turn this as the agenda. Let them also show us what the ODM is gonna do.
No, that's a defensive way. Duke was answering very well. He's able to explain. Can we explain the model, because it will not apply to counties of the counties? There are no county of hustlers and then counties for handshake, such that when you guys win, you can apply your model and us we can sit and watch. It will be a Kenyan problem. If it succeeds, all of us will be under that model, my brother. So we have to interrogate it. If you want to ask about our model, and you should even celebrate that we don't have a model, so that we are interrogating yours and yours can gain traction. But trying to divert us, that is not answer. If somebody asks you about bottom up, don't say, tell me about yours. That is not an answer.
Okay, sir. My point is that this is the conversation every day. Next time, you also want to hear the Jubilee trickle down. You want to hear the ODM trickle down. The point
we
is
are talking about made in Kenya. You'll find questions. If you don't have questions, then you understand it. Full stop.
Yeah, I know.
Build Kenya, buy Kenya, build Kenya.
Down.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you. We have Ejol. Is Ejol still with us? Ejol? Ejol, are you with us still? Ejol, are you with us?
Yes.
Make your contribution on what you are discussing today, kindly.
Remind me the topic. Hata nimesahau.
Okay, the topic was we are discussing about the Ruto denial to travel to Uganda and all the political happenings that have come across this week. So you can begin with your views on the Ruto's denial to travel to Uganda, and then come back to the political happenings from the current meeting today to whatever you have your views on. Ejo, are you there? Ejo? Okay. As we wait for Ejo to reboot, we can have Kizito to give his thoughts. Now we are wrapping up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mugambi, for letting me have a little chance to talk, because I was here before, but I decided to go away because I'm not being given a chance. I'm just here. Then when I want to submit anything, I don't have time to submit. The only problem you've done for me to talk after Wekesa, it's always a little bit very hard. because most of the things I wanted to say, he has already finished everything. But I can only add only one thing. I would like to make just one point clear to Mr. Duke. I don't deny whatever he's saying is, I don't say that they are all wrong.
Hey Josh.
But I would like to
Tomorrow.
say,
All right.
I would like to say that we, Africa, we especially in Kenya, we were born, we have that in our blood. We complain what is right, we always want it to be wrong. We decide we go to the wrong side instead of coming the right side. For example, before I go to Ruto, he talked about school. That school is not free, school is not this. There was one lady today in the TV, I think it's one of these CS. She was explaining that the problem we have, you find a parent like me. I took my child up to class 8 in academy. I was paying a lot of money in this school. Then when my child is taken to secondary, I want the government to help me. If I could manage to pay this, why is it that in secondary I cannot pay? That was one point. I will explain it further, but I just put them in quotes. Secondly, when you stay in Bungoma, in Awendo, in Nyeri, the school, yes, is devolved. Magoha decided he said that everybody to take a child in the school next to him, next to the place you are staying. But you find somebody coming from Awendo where I stay, is taking the child to the best school in Mombasa, to the best school in Nairobi. Why? Then when you reach Nairobi, you are saying this school is too expensive. Last time when we were discussing, I said, not that you have or you don't have. You have to cut a coat according to yourself. You cannot go where you cannot. Why do I want my child to go to a Lion school when I cannot afford it? Yes, the child did very well in this remote place. He passed very well. With this, he would like to go to that school in Nairobi. There is whereby we as parents, we always blame the government, but we blame them wrongly. If I have a school next to my place called Ogwamrombe, and this school, there are also students there who are studying. It is also full. And my child has been selected to go to this school. Let me just go, because there is where I can afford. Secondly, when I go towards this bottom up, I hear people talk about bottom up. We talk about how the money is going to people. I just want to ask these people talking about bottom up, how will you account? I'm not economics. I never done any economics in my studies, but how will you account for it? Because if I take my money, like Zimbabwe, they did it. Zimbabwe, they went, Uganda during Amin Dada, they wanted to do the same thing we are talking about. You go and print all the money, you go and give people. In Kenya, it has failed because even Uwezo Fund that people were being given as loan, they don't even return it. Fuliza, which is being controlled with even Safaricom, all these people, they go, they take these loans, they change the card, they go and buy another one. People just go like this. What I would like us, just let us be sober. Let us choose our leaders according to integrity. Just like what Wekesa was saying. Let us not go just because I know Mugabe and Mugabe can come and talk too much or he can shout too much. When you can shout, go and shout in the parliament. For example, if it was me, like for example, you see people, I don't say that order, don't judge me. Let me take, for example, I just want to give an example of Wuda people. All of them, they have been in the parliament. All these things that they are saying that has never been done. Why is it that they've never bring any bill to change these things? If you are a leader in the respect, in the position of the deputy president, even that one is even too far. Even a head teacher and a deputy head teacher, you go to a school and you two people are not agreeing into terms. Do you think the students will study anything in that school? No. That's why we are saying our leaders, to me, according to me, our leaders, let us not use the term that sweetest the poor people. For example, if I promise right now, you promise a woman that I'm coming to marry you, I will buy you this, I will buy you this, or you've been going, you borrow a suit from your brother, you borrow a car. After you marry this woman, then the woman come and start staying with you and find that you don't even have a bed. What will it happen? The woman will run away. And the next time you'll be without a woman again. And that's the same trick these our leaders, they are saying. Mr. Tembo talked of something which was more likely the same with the Wekesa. It's only that he ended up, I always tell people in this panel that before you talk too much, talk a little, then you leave a correction or a rebut or a question. Because you can have a very good point, but when you talk too much, you confuse everything. Like what he was saying, if you are angry, there are some hunger that you can be. When you see food is when you become hungry. And there's some time that you can be angry because you don't know even what to eat. So you go for anything. And that is the same thing of this bottom up. People down there, like Duke was saying, in Kenya, people are poor. We are poor. But if I hear that they are bringing this money, I will go for it. And if I don't get it, that is what will bring these ethnic classes you always see. Secondly, a leader put people down with your points. Don't force that it must be. Don't force that it must be. Anybody who is a leader, when he talks, you'll hear everybody is keeping quiet, and everybody but if you are not a leader, even anything you say, whether it is good, people will have to complain. For example, you saw it yesterday in the parliament. We don't deny what the people were celebrating. It was okay. Even me, I celebrated for them on their behalf. But the way they were doing it, they wasted a lot of time in the parliament instead of saying, we are parliamentarians, we have done our yellow things. This is what we have now to pass because we are many. We are over 130 MPs. We want to pass this thing. We don't want this one. So, my brothers, me, I've just like the way when every day the panel can be like what I've seen now, and right now where we are, instead of that one I entered before, that was, there are so many people who come to this panel because they have free Wi-Fi and they just joke, just to complain and talk of something that is not helping. What we have to do, even Moses, who is an older man, he just have to pin me down with his points. Then I pin him down also with my points. But we need not to fight. That is what I can beg for my country, my beloved country. Duke was talking about Europe, USA, all these countries, my brother, they have free education because even the government itself will never allow, even somebody who is not working, you have to pay. The government has to pay for you that free medical care. The government has to pay for you tax. Anybody who's working, there's nobody who will work in Europe without paying tax. and you cannot avoid it because even your employer is the one. Do you know why a security person is being paid like a teacher? Because they respect the job group. But in Kenya, you just go, you just say, okay, there's no problem. Even if you're a security and you have a security firm, go to them direct. Take a genuine tender from the client. Tell him, I have this, and this is what the job group that I have to be paid. This is how much I pay the tax. But what always kill Kenya is corruption. You are fighting other security groups, then you go, you lower your salary for you to get the tender. After you've lowered your tender, what will you remain with? You will end up just with the same example you gave, 15,000 supervisor, uniform plus everything. Then the person who is coming is begging you to get that work. So he will accept to take any money you give. Not that is poor, he will accept. In Europe, if you are not comfortable with the payment, you are telling the boss direct, I don't take it. And the person who is comfortable will come. If he doesn't come, he will say, okay, if you are not okay, can we add it like this? And he will calculate it one by one for you to know why he has to pay you this much and how much is he paying for you. When you are not working, already you've worked, you will get your money. Even if you are not going to work, you will be getting money. And those people who have worked before, the money these people who are not working are taking is what those people paid for the government. The same tax you are paying in each and every region, the devolution that you see in each and every region, the money they collect, they have to make sure they have good roads, they have good markets, they have good everything. So anybody who want open his shop, like for example, Kenya, the border, once they have got, even the Mamamboga people, you people are saying, if they don't have a good shop, they don't have good markets, they don't have good roads, you go, you give him, you borrow her money. Then it reaches end of the month, you go to collect that money. What if she tells you that, look, here are the tomatoes I bought. The whole carton is all spoiled. What will you do? Who will cater for this? And who will get? Which means the money will be coming from national government, going down, and it's going to a waste. Within 2 years, the government is poor. There must be a right channel where this money is being channeled to. And these MPs, these UDA MPs who can talk, they can talk louder than the bell. Let them go to the parliament and oversight. I was really sorry I'm taking long. I just have 1 minute to explain this point. I was ashamed the same way Honorable Chungwa was ashamed when he said it in the parliament that he went to his constituency and he found that the desk that is in that school all is spoiled. They were not made correctly. The school was not painted. And he said that I'm going to help this other man in the other side to make sure that he can work. If you, as the member of parliament, you cannot oversight your area, how will you go and help another person? And if the area member of parliament is blaming the work that has been done in his area, of which you elected him to go, when I elect my MP for Migori, I expect that you have to make sure our roads are there. All the needs we are is taken care of. When he go to the parliament, it's representing us. It's not representing people of Kirinyaga. It's not representing people of Kiambu. It's representing people of Migori. So you have to check the schools. You have to monitor the contractors. You have to see which place we want. But our politician, you come, you elect me today. Hey, after you elect me, the next day I'm campaigning for somebody in Mombasa. While that person is not inside, we have to have proper control of the people we are representing. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Zito. I have never known
I've
you to
never known you
speak.
to speak.
Moderator, if I may talk, I
If
want
I
to
may
talk
talk,
very
I want
briefly.
to talk very briefly.
You can
Permission
talk.
granted? Yeah, I'll talk about the topic of the Uganda saga. You know, there are things that, whether they're in law or not, they have to be observed. I heard Ruto saying that he has been doing that for 13 years. But all of us here in this forum, we know that these people have been comrades, wanaita bromates. I'm very sure even if he was living Nairobi for Sugoi, he used to inform the president on those 13 years. He must have been informing the president, wacha mimi niende Sugoi nikaangalia mbuzi yangu, narudi kesho kutwa. That is not written in the law. It's a matter of you, how you relate with the other person, or it's like with your wife also. I'm very sure if your wife is to go out, they tell you where they are going. It's not written in the marriage certificate. And more so, if your wife goes to your adversary, somebody that you're competing with, how will you take it? I'm very sure you'll be shocked. And to make it worse, kula anaenda hakuambii na yule jamaa labda ni muuni. Those ones are not written in the marriage law. But they're silent rules that we must follow. I'm very sure Ruto has been telling the president where he's going all this time. But when he started now going silently, that's another issue, whether it's written on law or not. So the integrity is very, very important. Very important. And integrity is why, where there's a sensitive job where everybody has to be vetted, maybe the person with a degree or a diploma will be employed and not a professor. Why is that so? Because they are vetted, they are back checks. They look at your integrity. So whether you have the big papers, the PhD or whatever, you might end up losing that job because the story is behind your history. So whether you have it's the integrity thing is very, very, even in our villages, if you're building a house, na iko fundi unasikia mambo yake sio mzuri, wherever he's built a house, there are some things missing. I mean, maybe it's not been taken to court, ama hakuna wale watu wamewajengea nyumba hawajachukua tua, but the name outside there is his integrity. Let's say how you want to build a house. Will you take that fundi? I guess no. I guess no. And for those who are now in states, we have people here who are acquiring land and they tell you to invest, they build for you a house. Some of them have been conned. Now, if you're in US and you hear this guy has conned ABCD, 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 he's not been taken to court, yes. Will you take that guy, akutafutie plot, akujengea nyumba kweli? I guess not. So that is my submission on the saga of hiyo mambo ya Uganda, and also a mambo ya integrity, like Wekesa was saying, sometimes it's the messenger. And even the messenger, it all boils to integrity. If somebody has delivered, ukituma mtu sokoni akuletie what you want, that's okay. Next time utamtuma. Lakini ukisikia huyu anatumwanga and he says he knows where the best bananas are, but he has never delivered, surely, will you take that person umwambie nenda ununulie bananas? No. That one also integrity. Ruto has been here with us. We know what he said. And most of the things, the promises that were made through his mouth. If you people can check those videos, even the President Uhuru alikuwa anashangaa akisema hizo vitu. He was almost getting embarrassed, if you can see those clips. Because Uhuru knew this thing is not viable. It's Ruto who said them, most of them. Mambo ya employing Kenyans, mambo ya bursaries, it came from Ruto's mouth. But maybe because Uhuru wanted to go through apartheid presidency, he could not tell him so. But after giving him a chance the first 5 times, he said, no, I'm going to fail. It's just like your wife. If ikifika mahali pengine unasema no, we have to separate. That's my submission, colleagues. If anybody wants to ask me a question, they can do. But it all boils about integrity and track record, and that's why people are vetted in sensitive jobs. The vice president job is very sensitive. We know we are competing with Uganda on so many things. The eggs are here, poultry is here, maize is here, and we have farmers in Rift Valley. Maize is rotting. In Central Province, eggs are being thrown away. There are times even we are tunamwaga maziwa. So there are our adversaries. We are actually in competing with them. Even in European Union, where they use the same currency, they compete for the market. Within that European Union, they compete for the market. So these people are our adversaries. We have to check on them. And if somebody is going kichini-chini, we have to be careful. There's something called espionage. Do we know what he's talking there? That is actually a threat to this government, whether economically or politically, we don't know. So we have to be careful. That's all, guys.
Question for George.
Yeah.
Maybe
sijui naweza taka kuongea. I don't know if I can be given a chance.
Yes, Kings, a minute. Duke, you have a question for George?
Yes.
Carry on.
First of all, he is trying to contradict himself. First of all, he has said if maybe you send somebody and does not deliver bananas, you divorce him. And at the same time, you say that the wife must report. So, first of all, the fact is, the president asked Ruto not to assist him, and they relieved him of all his duties. And even the deputy president said that cabinet secretaries were ordered not to pick his calls. And if you were able to read the Star yesterday said that even the president does not pick the calls of the deputy president. So in that scenario, where you are assisting somebody and that person has ignored you, you are trying to be into contact with that person is not allowing you to do that. So what else can you do? So the situation is
exactly that's what actually you're arguing on my point.
No, it's not on my point. I'm saying
let me put it simply like this. You have a housemaid who is looking, you have trusted them with your children and everybody in that family of yours. Then you find the character of this housemaid is not correct. So what do? You put the housemaid aside and you tell your people in the house, don't even let them have contacts with the children.
Yes,
because already the bad side of this is...
Mr. George, sijui niingie Duke kidogo hivi. Only one comment here. Wacha niseme hivi mimi nitaongea Kiswahili hapa. Wakenya tunapenda sana tena ile sana kujiekea maneno, na wenye tunajiekea maneno kuwahusu hata hawajaongea. Ukiangalia baba wanamuita Rao ameekelewa vitu zingine zote, sijui yeye huenda Nigeria, huenda sijui kuchukua maneno za uchawi, sijui ufanya nini, na hakuna mtu hivi ashaimkamata na kamera akienda hapa. Yani sisi wa Kenya tuna hiyo sana. Sasa huyu watu wengine hapa kazi yao ni kusema hakuomba ruhusa. Uhuru mwenyewe hajakuja hapa akasema mimi si kuombwa ruhusa. Waona? Hakuna hata minister hata mmoja hivi ameambuka hivi akasema Huyu alitoka akaenda na hakuomba ruhusa. Nothing. Ni sisi tu, sisi kwa sisi, ambao kazi yetu tu ni kujijazia maneno na tunajichukulia na tunasema huyu amefanya, huyu amefanya, huyu amefanya, huyu amefanya. In fact, I'll be one surprise. Siku moja utakuwa surprised hivi. Maybe siku moja Urezo huyu nani Uhuru siku moja akuje aseme sisi hata hatukuwa na conflict yoyote. Ile conflict ambayo iliwekwa ni Wakenya tu kufikiria maneno zao tu. Unakumbuka siku ya Moi saa zile watu walikuwa wanasema sijui Moi amewekwa kikitu. Unakumbuka zile pesa za Moi? Alikuwa na kitu hapa juu, watu walikuwa wanasema huyo ni nyoka, sijui huyo nyoka ndio ati sijui huyo ndio anafanya devil worship. Vitu hata uwezi elewa. Na ukiuliza mtu muulize hii maneno yote umetoa wapi wewe? Haezi sema. Hakuna minister atasema aseme huko State House aliona nyoka. Kuna time sijui walisema kuna GSU moja aliuawa pale kwa sababu aliua huyo nyoka ambaye alikuwa ni petu wa Moi. Yaani maneno mengi sana. Sasa hapa kuna wale Wakenya wanapenda kujijazia sana. Wewe ukisikia Ruto mwenyewe akisema mimi nimekuwa nikienda for 9 years nimekuwa naenda. That means si yeye saa zingine huwa anaenda anaomba hata ni. Kuna wale watu huwa wana deal na hizo protocols kwa ofisi ya Ruto na kuna ofisi ya president. Kwa hivyo sasa wale ndio maybe huwa anaenda wanaambia prezo bwana huyu nani anaenda, ama yeye mwenyewe anajaribu kumpigia na huyu hataki. Yani hatuwezi elewa mpaka siku moja Ruto mwenyewe akuje aseme mimi nilipiga simu on certain day lakini hii kuchukuliwa na nikaamua mimi mwenyewe nitaenda. Naye Uhuru akuje aseme nilipigiwa simu lakini kwa sababu mimi simtaki huyu na sitaki maneno yake niliignore na nikasema asikubaliwe kutoka. Lakini sisi hakuna yeyote ambao ametoka. Ni kama vile nasema about Rao watu watamuita mchawi, watamuita sijui alieta amefanya vitu nyingi sana, na hakuna mtu mmoja hivi ashamshika na kamera hivi akiwa Nigeria. None, zero. Lakini sisi hiyo ndio sasa mimi naweza taka kusema hapa. Tunaweza kuwa tunaweka allegations. Lakini tukiweka hizo allegations tukue tunaziweka in such a way tunasema hatujui exactly what is going on here. Mpaka tugoje tuone dalili hapa. Lakini tukianza kusema hakuomba ruhusa na hakuna minister hata mmoja hivi alienda kwa screen hivi akasema nani hakuomba ruhusa kabisa, ama si unajua kwanza DP mwenyewe si civil servant DP hayuko kwa civil servant, yeye yuko huko kwa presidency, huko juu kabisa. Waona? Sasa wale ambao wanaweza kutuambia ukweli ni either Uhuru ama Ruto. Uhuru akuje aseme enyewe mimi huu jamaa hakunipigia simu, hakuniambia chochote. Naye Ruto pale aende aseme kwa kweli mimi nilipiga simu lakini hii kuchukuliwa. Hakuna mwenye lakini sisi wa Kenya tunapenda kujazia sana. Asante.
First of all, to add on that, Ruto was interviewed.
I have no question. I don't have any question.
What I want to say is that Ruto was interviewed, and they said in the airport he was told to clear with the Public Services Commission of Kenya. And then he called Kipicho, and they told him he is not aware of anything of that kind. You see, he was even ready to operate.
Yeah.
So we are not even aware why he was stopped.
Mimi ile kitu naweza sema Mr. Duke na wengine my colleagues pale, naweza sema kwamba hapa kuna politics ambayo ni politics kama ya wivu. Mimi naiona hivi. Kuna ka politics kanaendelea hapa. Huyu anafanya huyu hivi, huyu anafanya huyu hivi, lakini sisi tu tutabaki tu tukijazia tu. Lakini ile kitu naweza sema as we Kenyans tukiweka kufanya haya allegation, tunaweza kuwa tuko wrong kabisa tunaweza tuko wrong. Na ndio maana hata hawa wakubwa wengine wote hata huwa wa ansi. Ni kama vile nani huyu Ruto anakuja anaambiwa ni mwizi, na akina Junetu wakisema ni mwizi tunawauliza sasa nyinyi uko ODM mko na 80% of your MPs ni lawyers. Sasa kama wewe unasema kila siku usiku huyu ni mwizi, si basi si uchukue hiyo evidence ya wizi, pelekeni pale kotini, akishakuwa convicted basi muende pale nini muimpeach na mtumie channel C, inaitwaje chapter 6 kumblock asiran 22. Lakini kazi tu ni mwizi, ni mwizi, ni mwizi. Na ukifika hapo unaanza hata kujiuliza, sasa wewe unasema si basi mpeleke kotini basi. Na mkimpeleka kotini Atwoli atafurahi sana, kwa sababu Atwoli mwenyewe anapenda sana si alisema ati hataki Ruto akuwe kwa ballot. Sasa kama ni mwizi si basi wachukue haya maneno yote. So but unaona hii ni politics tu, ni kazi ya kumwekelea. Wale wengine nao watakuja waseme Rao ni mganga. Ukimuuliza wewe ulimuona Nigeria akienda? Na kama huko Nigeria alienda kwani anakuja akawa nini? Ngoja George bwana. Basi sema basi.
Kishi, umesema nimesikia hiyo mambo ya uganga na nini na nini. Nakwambia kuna vile watu wanakaa kwenye familia. I like using very simple examples. Kwenye familia kuna watoto, baba na mama, sio? Wote wanakaa nyumba moja. Wakigombana huko bedroom, sio lazima muambiwe ama sio lazima muone. Dalili tu vile wanakanga kila siku itakuonyesha mwelekeo kwamba leo hawa watu wawili hawalewani. Mzee labda kitoka pale bedroom unakuta labda hajakunywa chai, amewekewa pale kwenye meza, ametoka. Ile bye bye anambianga mama goodbye, labda jioni nitakuja saa ngapi, hakuna, wamenyamaza. Nyinyi kama watoto mtajua tu. So vitu zingine sio lazima muone na sio lazima uambiwe. Nyinyi mwenyewe mtaona dalili tu mkajua hawa hawalewani.
Haya basi, mimi sikatai kwamba watu wataona dalili, lakini ile kujijazia, mkiona baba anatoka na hakumwambia mama, utaanza kusema mama amepigwa kofi? Mtaanza kusema mzee amepigwa kofi ya kipara? Hajapigwa. Kwa sababu baba mwenyewe hajatoka akasema kwa kweli huu mama wenyu tukiwa huko ndani aliniuma, tena akaniuma huku kwa shingo huku. Waona? Naye mama aseme huyu jamaa alinipiga kofi, waona? Lakini kwa sababu hawajasema, sisi tutakuwa tumekaa pale tunawaona wanatoka tu, baba yuatoka hata muambii mama. Waona? Sasa sisi utajijazia tu, lakini ndio nasema tunaweza jijazia tuseme mama alimuuma nini mzee mgongoni, naye huyu alimpiga kofi, na kumbe si vile. Waona? Wakikuja tu siku moja waungane wao wawili, watakuja pale watatuambia nyinyi mlifikiria mimi nimeumwa mgongoni, hebu kuja uniangalie, kuna vilema niko nayo mgongoni? Sina. Sasa mbona mlikuwa mnasema nimeumwa mgongoni? Waona? Lakini zile allegations, waona? Sasa ndio nasema hatuwezi tukua tunakaa tu tunasema ati kwa sababu Ruto ameblokiwa kwenda pale, hakuomba ruhusa. Na yule mwenye kuombwa ruhusa hajatoka akasema hey jamani, yule jamaa hakuniomba ruhusa, huyu hakuniomba ruhusa, ndio maana mimi nikamkataza kuenda. Waona? Sasa sisi tunajazia tu, ni kama hiyo ya mama ambao nakuambia, tusije tukajazia kwamba mama alimuuma huyu na akapigwa kofi ndio maana aongeleshani. Waona? Sasa
ni sawa, nakubaliana na wewe, lakini kwa mbali kama wewe unakaa katika hiyo familia na wewe ni mtoto pale, unaweza jua ni ugomvi inatokana na nini. Labda mzee anakuja ni mlevi kila siku, wanasema hapa kwa sitting room unasikia fununu hapa na pale. So utaweza jua ni kitu gani. Hutakuwa mbali 80% 70% utajua ni kitu gani. Sababu kila siku labda huyu anakuja mlevi anaambia wewe umelewa, pesa na mtoto yule school uniform yake kimeharibika, sasa ni wiki mbili na mimi naona sasa wakigombana kule unaweza jua ni kitu gani. 80% utaweza jua.
Lakini sikatai, lakini ile ambao tunafanya makosa ni sisi wenyewe.
Labda mzee pia akikuja kila siku akuta mama ameweka wanawake hapo na kunywa chai, nguo za hajasafisha na kadhalika. Hizi labda umesema hapa kwa sitting room kidogo kidogo tu umesikia. So wakienda kule ukiona umeamka umegombana unaweza jua ni kitu fulani. Kama John, hawa tumejua nagombana, tushajua. Si wale Ruto watu wake umetolewa wakazini, wengine umefukuzwa nini, tushajua ni nini. Kwa hivyo hatuwezi kosea, 80% tutajua ni nini inafanya gombana.
Okay, ni sawa George. Tumesikia pointi yako George. Na Kich tumesikia pointi yako. Kuna mtu mwingine na swali kwa Kich? Katulu, are you there?
Niko hapa, niko. Habari zenyu wote?
Okay, leo mjadala wetu wa leo ni venye Ruto alinyima kwenda Uganda na the development that kindly just give your views.
Nafuatilia, lakini kwa sasa sina lolote la kusema, ila tu tuendelee na gumzo, maybe litakuja baadaye. Tupo pamoja.
Okay, so the veteran Sam.
Yeah,
I see you have some bring your controversy here.
Yeah, man. How are you guys? How is Duke? Long time. Yeah.
I'm fine. Where are you, Sam, in particular?
I'm in the US.
Exactly. I gave my submission and I gave an example of the people in the US. There are people here in Kenya that they say they have blood plots and they are subdivided. So they want you to invest. You send money, akujenge nyumba. I know so many in the US have been conned.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. And if you hear fulani kioko fulani anatangaza watu atanaweza fanya, but you have heard he's conned some other people, will you go for him?
Of course no.
Exactly. You know? So the integrity part is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So if you don't have integrity, people will come to know with time. And that's why I was saying the bottom-up approach could be good, could be really, really good. But the messenger that is bringing it, akona integrity kweli? Well, if you look at his past, does he have the integrity? I was also talking about an interview of a sensitive job, just like the presidency is a sensitive job. You can apply a job maybe in the military or in the defense system or in Kenya, the security sector. But they'll check whether you have a PhD, they'll check your background and do what they call vetting. So whether you have a PhD, you might fail because your background is not good. They might give it to somebody with a diploma. Yeah, and you have the papers PhD. So it depends on your integrity. So the presidency, if somebody wants a president, we have to check on the integrity of that person and the background very, very carefully. If there are issues, we have to question and interrogate, like Wekesa said.
Yeah, at the same time, sijui kama Samu unasikia Kiswahili, wakisikia?
Yeah, nasikia.
Haya basi. Sasa mimi ndakuja kwa pale kwa Mr. George. Unasikia vile anasema integrity Waona, anasema integrity yule. Lakini hii maneno yote ya integrity ni yale sisi wenyewe tumejiekelea. Waona, hatuwezi sema huyu mtu ni mwizi. Kama vile nilisema Rao, hatuwezi hata wewe unaweza patia nini mchawi nyumba yako. Huwezi? Waona, huwezi mpatia. Lakini sasa hatuwezi kuja tukasema Rao ni mchawi, ashaonekana huko nini West Africa akienda na wachawi. Sasa mimi sitaki tumpatie Kenya nini kwa sababu atairoga yote, tuanza kufa moja kwa moja kama inzi. Waona? Sasa lakini ndio nikasema tunaweza weka allegations na hakuna mtu hivi ashaimchukua na video hata picha hivi akamuonyeshana akiwa pale. Vile utaona huyu Ruto kuna watu ambao watamsema ni mwizi, sijui ameiba nini, amefanya nini, na hakuna mtu hata mmoja ashaimpeleka kotini. Waona? Kwa sababu hata kwa law wanasema nini? He who alleges must prove.
Okay, Kizito, wacha nikuulize.
Auliza.
So what about hizi judges wamekuwa wakiambia Ruto arudishe shamba?
Ati arudishe nini? Umesemaje?
Well, like amekuwa na kesi so funny, najua kesi mbili enye ameambiwa arudishe shamba. Kwa hivyo unasemaje mambo kama hizo?
Kama basi kuna kesi ambao wanafaa kurudisha shamba, basi na arudishe. Ni kama vile tunaweza sema bwana Rao mwenyewe alisema nini about molasses? Ilikuwa ya public anasema he owns Kuna siku aliulizwa na akasema yes I own it. Na ukiangalia kwa books za nini za serikali, hiyo ni public utility, ni utility ya nini ya public. It is owned by the government. Waona? Lakini sasa kuna yule, ukiangalia Kalonzo naye ana NYS yake, ukiangalia ma-DVD naye ana kule Lang'ata kule kwa nini? Waona? Sasa ndio nakuambia Wetangula naye, wacha nimalize bwana George, wacha kwanza nimalize.
Tunasema ya Kalonzo na ya Rao azienda kotini.
Azienda kotini.
Amakuuliza swali moja tu. Huyo hakuna kesi mbili zimeenda kotini na zikamuliwa.
Na akaambua arudishe kama basi amerudisha. Kama amerudisha. Unajua kama angekuwa anasema akuje hapa aseme kwamba haya basi niliambiwa nirudishe nifanye hivi na sikurudisha, sasa basi utamuita mwizi. Waona sasa? Lakini hatuwezi sema tukuje hapa tuanze kusema ati unajua nini ati kwa sababu yule alipelekwa kotini na huyu ameambiwa hivi. Kwa nini? Kama NYS hatuwezi sema ati sasa huyu ni mwizi kwa sababu alipelekwa kotini, lakini huyu si mwizi lakini hajapelekwa kwa sababu hajapelekwa kizibani.
Lakini niulize swali lingine. Kwa hivyo kama unasema amerudisha na mambo iko sawa, kwa hivyo situfanyie wezi wengine pia hivyo. Kama umeshikwa umeiba kuku, urudishe, usamewe.
Basi lakini tusije tukasema ati kwamba kwa sababu wewe ulipeleka kotini wewe ni mwizi na yule mwenyewe ambaye hajapelekwa kotini yeye si mwizi kwa sababu hajapelekwa kotini. Waona vile huwa tuna fail wewe.
Lakini sasa mtu unatetea amepelekwa kotini na ameambiwa arudishe hizo shamba.
Na akarudisha.
Na akompensate zile muda enye aliweka. Okay, swali langu si mzuri sana, lakini aliambiwa pia compensate ile muda alikuwa na hiyo shamba, si ndio? Kwa hivyo unaniambia hiyo si wizi, hiyo tu aliambiwa rudisha, amerudisha. Kwa hivyo kama kurudisha ndio mambo ni mbaya, hivyo ndio unasema.
Sasa kama maybe kuna yale maneno ambayo ili happen pale na kawa maybe yuko na hiyo shamba na akapelekwa kotini na akaenda akasema okay basi kama shamba ilikuwa ni ya huyu basi mimi nimerudisha, at least yule mtu amesema vizuri. Unaona? Bwana, unajua nyinyi watu bwana, yani unajua huwa wanasema nini? Wanasema ukitaka kumuua umbwa unampatia bad name.
Lakini aliambiwa na kotini arudishe shamba.
Basi na huyu nani wamtoe huyu Nyabore huyu jamaa anapenda kuniingilia sana, sijui anasema nini
my submission. I just can't argue with that. Let me just make my submission.
Okay, just a moment.
Today we are talking about the
let me give Kitch just one example, Kitch, kuna kitu inaitwa certificate of good conduct. Hiyo certificate of good conduct ikienda kule kwa CID headquarters wanaangalia fingerprints kama ushawahi kushtakiwa kotini.
Hiyo yote najua.
Kama hujashtakiwa lakini wewe ni mwizi utapata certificate of good conduct. Kwa hivyo yule ashapelekwa kotini na kapatikana na hatia hawezi pewa certificate of good conduct.
Sawa.
Sasa huyu unasema hata kama ameiba na amerudisha, bado hawezi pata certificate of good conduct. Yule ameiba lakini hajapatikana atapata certificate of good conduct. Hivyo tu ndio
tutakwambia. Kwa hivyo wewe, according to wewe, ni mtu akipelekwa kotini basi ndiye mwizi. Yule ambaye hajapelekwa kotini si mwizi kabisa, si mwizi. Na tumpatie taxi zetu aende nazo.
Lakini
sasa ndio maana nakwambia
sisi tuache mambo ya allegation. Sasa tukwambia allegation, tunakwambia ukweli. Unasikia? Tunakwambia ukweli. Wewe unasema sasa wewe umeanza kuongea mambo ya allegation already.
Sasa
sisi tunaongea mambo imeamuliwa.
Haya basi Ruto, tuangalie hivi. Haya maneno ya Ruto imeamuliwa kotini. Sasa wewe pointi yako ni gani?
Wewe ndio una point ndio nakwambia.
Sasa si umesema si umeleta maneno za kotini, umeleta maneno ya kotini, si ndio Umeleta maneno ya kotini na ukasema kwamba alishtakiwa. Sasa pointi yako ni gani?
Point yangu ndio nilikuwa nakuuliza, sababu hapo naambia watu waache kuongea sijui ati hivi vile, si ndio? Sasa ndio ninakwambia kuko the difference between allegation and conviction. Okay? For Ruto ilienda mpaka kotini na akaambiwa arudishe hizo mashamba, hizo kesi mbili zenye ninajua. Kwa hivyo sasa unaniambia tuache mambo ya allegation, lakini si tunakwambia vitu zenye koti wameshaamua. Kwa hivyo wewe unafuata gani? Wewe unafuata enye haiko kwa kotini au
na sasa, na ndio Sam nikakuuliza Sam, sasa umesema maneno yote ya Ruto kupelekwa kotini, pointi yako ni ipi? Ndio nakuuliza.
Okay, kama tumemaliza, acha mimi nifanye my submission kwa sababu naona ni kama tuelewani. Okay, so anyway, so let me make my submission because I think whatever we are arguing about will not even end. Anyway, I'm seeing you guys were discussing about like Ruto being blocked to go to Uganda and all those kind of stuff. But something that is quite funny is that you guys are not even like looking into so much details about what actually, like, the also the details of the story, the unfolding of how, like, let me just call them events that have been happening. Especially George is actually talking about the bottom up. And all I can say is that this bottom up thing, it has really been defined in so many ways in action. Okay. So the first person who defined to us what bottom up is that guy called, what is his name? That Kimilili MP. Didmas Baraza. he actually defined us that bottom up means taking money from the poor and not compensating them, making them do jobs without giving them any compensation. Okay, so we actually saw that live on TV. So that is not an allegation, is what we saw. And then another definition that we got, it was from Ruto going to Uganda to take an investor to invest in Uganda while people in Kenya complaining of no jobs. Okay, that's another definition of bottom up. Okay, transferring. He claimed that he actually called Equity Bank with one phone call, right? And he was able to secure 15 billion shilling. They do modern fruit. So that was Sudi what he said. And then now Ruto in the interview said vaccine. And you're like, oh my goodness, how can you guys, the one who follow this fraternity, how, like, do you really believe these guys? Because let me tell you, especially when you go to the court of law, and then you start contradicting what you're saying, believe it or not, you're going to be found guilty. That is the truth of the matter. So what they did today, especially the meeting of all those members of parliament, and then they start putting things saying that the opposition, they gotten into the government and they completely destroyed all the 4 agenda that they had proposed to the citizens who elected them in government. That actually shows that this is a type of government that people is going to put in place, that they are going to run from their responsibility. Because as I was saying, I think we had a last meeting over here, and we were doing some argument with another guy called Maria. And this is what we were talking about. The constitution in Kenya has not given the president all the powers to make the decision at his own will, right? But gives even the people who hold the most power, they're the members of parliament. That's the reason why you hear there's an investment committee, there's a medical committee, there's these guys that have to come together, make a decision so that now the economy can actually be, can be able to do something. That's even the reason in the United States, especially the Biden, he cannot pass the $1 trillion infrastructure by himself. He needs the Congress to pass it, right? That means that the legislatures, they have the utmost power for they've been delegated the power to actually be able to deliver and to delegate. the kind of progress that the country needs. You see what I'm saying? So now, if now you hear like somebody say, "Oh, I'm fighting for the poor guys," but you can dare say that I'm taking an investor to Uganda, so that they are able to do business in Uganda. So then where is bottom up coming from here? You know, even if I totally do understand that bottom up is just a conspiracy theory, it does not even exist. Let's even start over there, right? It's not an economic model that even make any sense, because
Yeah,
even
it doesn't make sense to you, Sam.
because
You
even
know, it just doesn't make sense to you. I'm telling you.
you are talking, let me finish. Because now when you hear guys, even the person who is actually proposing that approach himself, he cannot even explain what it is, right? But now what we are seeing, especially now the people that are surrounded in that fraternity, their work is actually to, you know, they just want to trick Kenyans. They want to just come up with a slogan to entice these poor Kenyans so that they can actually clinch on power, right? So when they clinch on power, believe it or not, based on the economics of Kenya currently that we have, that bottom up that they are proposing, it's going to be impossible to deliver. It will not happen. It's a big lie. That's even the reason why they cannot even explain what it is. Because
That is your
it
own
doesn't even
thinking,
matter.
Sam.
It doesn't even matter.
Your own
It doesn't
thinking. When
even
you
matter.
say,
Like
can I
president
interject?
is going to enter, the budget for Kenya, the budget for Kenya is completely in chaos, right? We've got so much foreign debt to pay. For them to do bottom up, they need to print a lot of money. And let me tell you, when they print a lot of money, guess what is going to go up? Inflation is going to go up. People like Kitch over here, who they are very complaining, they're not even be able to afford rent. You see, because the currency is going to fall like crazy. The currency is going to fall like crazy. And that's the kind of thinking that so many Kenyans who have been indoctrinated with these lies of bottom up, they can't even think.
You know,
Because they can't even
Sam,
think
you are
exactly
talking,
where the money is coming from.
you're
They
taking
can't
too
even
long
think
to
where
end
the
it.
money is coming from.
No,
And
you're
then you
taking
wonder
too
what
long, man.
Keith is talking about, because of this personalizing individuals, right? You love somebody so much until you block your reason, you can't even think, right?
No, for you,
Because
you're just
now
arguing your point
the
with
bottom up,
hatred to
let
him.
me
So
finish first.
conclude then. Conclude at least, so
So
that we can ask
yeah,
questions here.
I'm going to call. And I actually noticed one thing. When I normally say the truth, I normally get
But that is
interrupted
not the
like
truth.
tomorrow.
That is not the truth, though. That is not the truth.
Yeah, you will tell
Okay.
me your truth. So
Yeah,
far
of course I will.
so far you did not even like convince me with what we were discussing before. So I
Because
don't
you are
know how you
refusing.
convince
Because
me
you are refusing
this.
to think,
Okay.
what you are simply
Okay.
doing is
So
you are arguing your
so
case
now what I'm
with
saying
hatred.
is
That's
that
what
now
you're doing, Sam.
the way these people they are being indoctrinated is
That is
because
your
they love an
thinking.
individual so
Exactly.
badly that they can't even
Okay.
think, because where is the money going to come from?
Sam,
The economy will not have anything to do
Now
with that.
finish what you're saying so that
You
we
need
Sam,
can
to
say
print
something
a lot
too.
of money.
Okay, now
Sam,
finish what you're saying so that at
You
least we can
finished.
say
Sam.
Okay,
something.
now
At least.
continue with what you're saying.
Okay, Kinch. What your concern? Kinch, what your concern?
Mimi nitasema kwa Kiswahili kwa sababu huwa sipendi kuongea kizungu sana hivi. Huwa sipendi hii nini. Kitu ya kwanza ni kwamba huyu Sam vile anaongea ni kama hii trickle down ni kama ina work sasa hivi. Waona? Kumbuka on the older constitution president alikuwa anasema hii pesa itaenda kwa region gani, ni nini hitafanywa, na hakuna mtu angeongea. Kumbuka kina JM walijaribu kuongea, what happened to them? Wakapelekwa kuzimu. Waona? Sasa hiyo ndio ilikuwa trickle down. Moi naye alipokuja akaendeleza hivyo hivyo.
What is trickle
Waona?
down?
Sasa si unyamaze si umeji explain. No, you explained yourself, right? Now you wait for me to explain
You're
now.
asking me a question. Now you've started interrupting.
What do you want?
Let
Okay,
me
now you ask
finish.
your question.
Let me first finish, okay? because now you're starting your own stuff here that I don't even understand. Let me tell you something. I've already seen, like, the problem is that we are personalizing individuals so badly until we just block our reason. Because even if I stop, like Kitchen right now is talking about trickle down, like I ask him, what is a trickle down? Can you explain to me what a trickle
That
down
is
is?
what I want. That is what I'm
Can you
explaining to
explain it?
you. If you can
Okay,
just
tell
pay
me what it
attention.
is.
Okay, now pay attention and keep quiet now so that I can explain it to you, Mr. Sam. You know what I mean? Okay, sasa mimi nasema hivi. Trickle down tunajua tu kutoka time ya Kenyatta. Kenyatta alikuwa anasema hii pesa itaenda kwa wapi na itaenda kwa wapi. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa trickle down. Moi alipochukua akakuja akasema nini? Mimi nitafuata nyayo ya Kenyatta. Sawa? Mimi na wewe tuna sasa, si uache nimalize.
Yeah. Who is the head of the economic council right now in Kenya?
Sasa wacha nimalize mwanzo alafu utauliza maneno za economic huko nyuma.
You know, kisha naongeanga mambo yake. Kama angekuwa nasoma comment.
It's because kwa sababu wewe mwenyewe ni kwa sababu wewe mwenyewe una argue na hatred kwa Ruto, ndio maana wewe una argue hivyo.
Okay, King. Listen to me,
Mimi, I don't have
I'm going to give Collins a chance to explain to you what is bottom-up economics, because he has explained it here before, and pay attention, because most of the people are complaining that you don't know where you are studying. You are neither Ruto nor Raila. No, listen to Collins. Collins, take the floor.
Sasa mbona umenikata bwana, nilikuwa naongea.
Collins, take the floor.
I have a question to Sam. I want to respond 1 minute.
Somebody has a Duke has a something to.
Okay, Duke.
First of all, I want to rectify Sam. You know, I disagree with Sam, but the advantage with me is I listen you finish speaking so that I can come in. First of all, Ruto did not take an investor to Uganda. What happened is that investor was already trying to invest in Uganda, a company to manufacture vaccines. He was tracking some funds, and he's a business partner with Ruto. And then he asked Ruto whether he can assist him to get the funding. So he agreed to be a guarantor and then communicated with Equity Bank. You know, Equity is all over. It's in Kenya, it's in Uganda, it's in all over South Africa. So it's like he became a guarantor for him to do a 15 billion funding so that he can complete his investment, which he was already undertaking in Uganda, where the government gave him support and a favorable environment for him to invest that company in Uganda. So that is it. It's not about taking an investor from Uganda.
Why not?
And the second thing, you know what's going on, Mr. Duke. What's going on is kwamba Sam ana argue na hatred ya Ruto. That's the problem that we have.
Vaccine in Uganda, right?
Yeah, you see,
why are they also contradicting themselves by also saying that he was going to do modern fruits? First of all, even what's that? Is it modern fruits? Is it vaccine? Why are they contradicting? And why? Okay, that's question
that
number one.
was a private tweet. It was a private tweet.
Vaccine in Uganda, while in Kenya there is no vaccine, people they need vaccine.
He didn't go there. He didn't go there as an official government officer. He went there as a private tweet, man. But you know Sam, unajua hata tumini Sam. Unajua Sam akisema anasema na hatred ya Ruto. Ndio maana wewe unaona akisema maneno anaenda hapa anaruka hapa anasema man. Na yeye waona.
Sam King, give Collins a time. Give Collins
one thing,
wacha basi Collins aongee, lakini Collins usiniingilie sana. Unajua mimi na wewe ni marafiki, usije ukaniingilia sana. Sasa muache Collins aongee.
Thank you so much.
Muache Collins aongee basi.
These people are in the same place.
Hello, Collins, how are you?
Yes, good evening.
Evening too. How are you?
I'm good. It's unfortunate because we are turning this thing into a shouting match.
Which is so wrong.
Yeah, we should not turn our panel into a shouting match. There are things that are happening in this panel that when you listen to them outside, because I do a lot of listening before I always come to the podium here. But some of us are speaking things that when you put them with the class 8 graduate from Kenya, then we are on the same level.
No,
And
you are
that is
insulting
quite
people, Mr.
no.
Collins. No,
I'm
that
not
is
insulting
wrong, man.
anybody. I'm not insulting
That is-
anybody. For
that is wrong.
example, when somebody gives you an information and you're not agreeing with it, just keep quiet and wait for the time for rebuttal.
Yeah, but you don't have to put standard
Oh,
8 person here.
Kinch, kindly give Collins his time.
The thing is this,
it is
when
wrong,
people
honestly.
talk two of them, then it depends because, okay, I was a teacher before. In class 8, when we were doing the debate, you needed to control the children because one will be talking, the other one is talking, a teacher is better than a farmer is better than a teacher, and a teacher, no, it's not true, this is true. So that when you put us with class 8, I'm not saying I'm good, but we are all the same. When we turn it into a shouting match where Sam is talking, Kitch is talking, Duke is talking, Mugambi is trying to cool us down, Collins is talking, then nothing is coming out. We should start writing noisemakers almost. But I thank God that at one point, when Kitch is speaking, tunamsikia. When Sam is speaking, tunamsikia. When Duke is speaking, tunamsikia. When we have a good discussion where somebody, I like Duke, and I'm not saying because he's a friend or what, I like Duke because he listens and he keeps quiet. When he has his point, he will bring it later. Here's the thing. Today, Sam and Kitch, we were discussing Ruto denied. But I've been asked by Mugambi to define for Kitch bottom up. The simplest part of bottom up is this. Take the money from the national government because the system has failed. The whole system has failed. Take the money from the national government, build the infrastructure, which means the roads, enabling agriculture, and enable education and industrialization. With doing that, you shall have made sure that you reduce the cost of production. Reduction of cost of production increases the enticement of people to get into business. That will reduce the prices of products in the market.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Reducing that products in the market increases the number of people doing the business and also increases the tax base. So the money coming from the ground will feed the national government. It's like investing. I know I've not started business. I need 10,000. It's a business of my eye that should be done with 3,000. The first thing is you must look for 10,000 because you are going to secure a plot, a rental area. You are going to fix the power. You are going to fix the shelves. But at the end of the time, mayai yako stock yako ni 3,000. Every month you will be making 3,000 to 4,000. There is a 1,000. So at the end of 4 or 5 months, at least now you have covered the money you used, which was 10,000, but your business still continues to make the 1,000. Then you do something called plowback effect, where now the money coming from down is bigger. We increase the tax base. And then we now say the money that we used to invest was small. Now we are not investing. The money that we receive from the market, like the profit, we increase the stock. That is what the bottom-up approach should be. It must start with the funding from the national government, which is trickling down. It must trickle down first before it comes back.
I mean,
so the rain
man.
will only make the crops if it has come from up, gone to the ground, evaporated up to make a new rain, so that the rain, as it comes for the second time, it is now less. But the water that gets into the crops are much. Then we will have a lot of crops doing evaporation. That evaporation will now cause more rain.
Now, let me ask you one simple question, Collins.
Yes.
Wacha nikuulize swali moja. Mtu wowote ambao anaenda kuanzisha biashara, ni kitu gani huwa ni muhimu sana kwake? Ni barabara ama capital?
It's capital, and with the capital you must have infrastructure. Yes, it's capital and infrastructure.
Because ukileta barabara na hujanipatia capital ya kuninua mimi mwenyewe, barabara
So
yako
what do you
itakuwa
mean
ya
by
bure.
capital, Kitch?
No,
Kitch, the
Collins.
problem with Kitch is he thinks capital is only money.
Yeah,
Capital is
that's
resources.
No, it is not like that, my friend.
But
Because
Collins, let me
kumbuka-
ask Kitch something. Kitch,
Eh.
let me ask you, before the standard gauge railway, could people think of being the business where the passengers are being dropped? Could you have thought about it? Ungefikiria kufanya taxi badala ya hizo stations za standard gauge railway ziliwekwa?
First of all, the railway imeua jobs. So you shouldn't even bring it in the first place.
Okay, can I go on? Can I go on?
By the way, the
Collins, a
problem
minute.
with
Collins,
Kitch, it's
Collins,
impossible
Sam,
to argue with him.
Sam.
You know,
I think
already
Collins
you're talking
has a
about
conformed mind, and he needs to unconfirm his mind for him to learn. Collins, carry on. Teach us to listen and understand what you are saying. So, Collins, carry on.
Okay, I want to give another example. You want to start a school at your area, a private school. The school is going to be started at 10 million. You are based in Nairobi, or you're based in America, or you're based in the US, in the UK. You want to start a school at your place. The school will be started at 10 million. What do you need to do for that school to run? Yes, you have the 10 million. 10 million at a rate of 800,000 per classroom, which I know is the current rate. You will have to build 4 classrooms. Does it mean that the 10 million is building the whole classes? No. You're only building 4 classrooms at the rate of 800,000, which is going to be 3.2 million. So you must first have the money put in infrastructure, because the students must sit in class. Get the money, put infrastructure down. The second one is you must have the whiteboards or the blackboards. So this, before you have the teachers, you must have the office for the teachers. When you bring the teachers to the office, they must have the chairs and the furniture, other furniture to sit on. You will need to have the secretaries. At the time of starting this school, you may end up using all 10 million and it's gone. Then the first year, you will be charging the school fees of 50,000 and you have 40 students. That is only going to raise for you 2 million. You have not raised your money.
Yeah. Can I ask a question? Mpaka hapo.
Can you allow me to finish with the example? I'm just giving the example. I'm just giving the example still. What do you want to ask on the example?
No, yeah, I want to ask on that example ambao unasema.
So ungoje imalizike and then you ask like, this example you've given is wrong.
All right, carry on then.
Yeah. So when you end up on the first year, it is 40,000 or 50,000. You only have 20 students. You're going to have like a 3 million or a 4 million. It has not reached your 10 million you used. So what are you going to do? As long as you continue, increase the number of students, because they will see the school is well built. Sam will bring his child, Kitch will bring his child, Duke will bring his child, because now the school is increasing, and then you end up having 100 students. At 50,000, you're going to charge 5 million. For the second or the third year, you will now start seeing the effect of your money. When they reach, you remember you built only 4 classrooms. When you reach the 4th year, you have already gotten the money that you can now build the next class. And that is what the bottom up should be. At the first year, it should be invest the money on infrastructure, reduce the cost of living, reduce the cost of production, increase the market base, and then increase also the tax base. The money that is now coming from down to the upper government will be more, because now the money coming from your school is more. It will be at least 1 million per year. In the 10 years, you have raised your 10 million, but the assets still remain there. You can sell them. That is a bottom-up approach.
Okay, so Collins,
Just
hold on a minute. Collins,
ask a question.
I just want to ask one simple question, or I want some clarification.
Yes.
Okay, at the beginning of your submission, You talk of bottom-up as infrastructure and putting jobs on the ground. I think you mixed the two, because bottom-up, according to those people who are selling bottom-up, they say you give money to the people at the bottom so that they can do business. The trickle-down effect, the trickle-down effect is saying you build infrastructure, and the infrastructure will attract market.
Which
Just
hasn't
like
worked since 1963, Mr. George.
Just a moment. Just
what you're saying hasn't worked.
That's what I was saying about integrity in the messenger. It
No,
depends
I'm
on
talking
the
about, you're talking about from 63, hasn't worked at all. That trickle down that you're talking about, it hasn't worked.
Kitch, can you allow George to ask, because he's asking a question?
Let me tell you, it has worked. We have a trickle-down effect of money to the counties, and we have seen a very big difference.
Yeah.
Wajir has got
Very
number
little.
for the first time.
Yeah, very
That's
little.
Wajir.
You have seen the nurses. You have seen the nurses going on strike, right?
That
you have
is
seen
money.
the doctors going on strike, right?
Kitch, that's a good one. Mr.
Exactly.
George, can I
So
explain
when
something?
he's talking about the trickle down from the governor's point of view,
Okay.
it's wrong.
Can I answer George's question? Then I'm going to address Kitch at the
I just
same.
wanted a clarification.
Here's the thing: bottom-up approach cannot work without the trickle-down effects.
No, it can.
The first thing that it could work. Bottom-up approach can work if the economy of the country was established well. Then you start with the bottom-up. But because we don't have an economy that is established, our economy is still at less than 1 digit. It's still single digits. We have not reached even 2 digits. So we cannot go to the ground and start straight. It's something like Kitch is selling me a business. His business is there. And I know business yake, yes, infrastructure iko, lakini hana viti, hana light, and then I'm buying, and then tomorrow I want to start having what? The profit. Bottom-up approach is a profit making. It's like a profit. Whatever they are telling us is not bottom-up. This is a tokenism kind of management.
Absolutely not. You're getting it wrong, Mr. Collins. You're getting it wrong.
Let Kitch describe to us what bottom-up means.
Okay, Sam. Sam
Let
and
him
Collins.
tell us what it is.
I've not even talked about even why Ruto was blocked, and somebody said.
You just go ahead. Go ahead. You see, the thing is this. You see, ukiangalia kina Sam na kina George, you see, they have a problem with Ruto. Anything that will come.
Let me talk without having a problem with Ruto.
Let us have
Kitch, I want to talk without having a problem with Ruto. And then when you realize where the Ruto's problem, I don't have a problem. You will realize where Ruto has his own problem. So let me just talk so that you can see.
And it's not Sam and George who is talking. It's Collins. Let's give him a chance.
George, please mute your mic. Mute your mic, George. I think Collins has defined what bottom-up approach is, and if you have ears, you have hands. So Collins, tell us about the Ruto's denial to fly to Uganda.
No, I think Mugambi are not being fair, kwa sababu I think wewe unapendelea sana kusikia maneno ya bottom up ikipigwa, ndio maana unapatia Collins na wengine wote unawanyonga.
Collins, a minute. Kinch, tell us what the bottom up is. Kinch.
Now, mimi nilikuwa nasema hivi, the trickle down ambao tumekuwa nao kutoka 1963 ijawak, it hasn't worked at all. Now, Kibaki alipokuja, akakuja akarealize pesa ikianza ku trickle down kutoka kule juu haifanyi kazi, akaanza nini? CDF. Thinking atapatia MP pesa akasaidie watu wake pale. Ma MPs wakafanya nini? Wakaiba. 2010 constitution ikakuja ikaleta the governor trickle down, where the governors wanaenda wanapatiwa pesa alafu wanasaidia watu wao ma-county. Has it worked? No, it hasn't. Ukiangalia watu Nyandarua wanapiga kelele usiku na mchana, na yet pesa iko, pesa ilipatianwa, lakini pesa ikakuliwa kabisa. Wengine wanachukua wanaenda sijui bench monkey kwa Waarabu huko. Waona? Sasa Ruto akakuja akasema kwa bottom up, akasema mimi nitaenda kwa yule mtu wa chini. Waona? Kwa sababu yule mtu wa chini aligojea 63 president amsaidie, hapa hakumsaidia. Akagojea Moi alipoingia, akafikiria Moi atafanya vitu, hakufanya. Na ndio maana kila mtu tulikuwa tunasikia Rift Valley kuna manjia, kuna nini, kuna lami imejengwa, lakini hakuna magari yanapita, ni mambuzi tu wanalala pale. Alafu nani alipokuja, Kibaki alipokuja, mwananchi akawa amefurahi. Okay, sasa umeanzisha pale CDF, sasa mjumbe wetu hapa atakuwa anatufanyia vitu. Alifanya, hawakufanya, wakaiba. 2010 wakavote kwa sababu tuliambiwa nini? Pesa mtaletewa kwa vijiji. Na gavana wenu, nyinyi mtakuwa mnaenda pale mnaelect gavana wenu, mkisema huyu ndio tunamnini, 2010 inampatia pesa, mnasaidiwa nyinyi. Lakini hiyo haijafanyika. Hao magavana wameiba, wakaiba, wakamaliza. Waona? Sasa Ruto akakuja akasema huko juu haikufanya, CDF haijafanya, gavana haijafanya. Sasa tuende tumsaidie yule mtu kule chini, tumpatie pesa pale, lakini si kumpatia pesa aende nazo. Waona? Ni kama kumsaidia, ukishamsaidia tena anarudisha hiyo pesa. Sasa yule mtu akishamka pale chini, then economy inaanza kuamka. Waona?
Okay.
Lakini hii maneno ya barabara, infrastructure,
Kitch is saying a very good thing, but you can link what Kitch is saying. You can link what Kitch.
I know unapenda bottom up ikipigwa. Waona? Sasa ndio nimekuambia.
But you are told to define bottom up. You are defining trickle down. Can you define for us what bottom up is?
If you listen, you learn more. Okay? So sasa ndio nakuambia hii maneno ya mabarabara tumeambiwa sana kutoka 63 tutafanya infrastructure. Tumeambiwa from time and again and it hasn't worked. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Can we go?
Sasa kwa sababu najua hakuna hapa mtu anaisikia na kila
can we go to the next?
Nenda sokoni kununua mayai nitarudi.
Just explain what
because you don't want to listen. You don't want to get what is there saying. That's why. Haya basi naenda sokoni basi kununua mayai. Sijui nimletee. Haya. Tuonane basi naenda sokoni basi.
Okay, sawa.
Lakini wacha niseme hapa.
Okay, Kitch, nataka usikie nikimtetea Ruto wako for the first time.
Sina enemy yoyote, ni kusema tu tuna discuss. Kwa hivyo mimi
nataka ungoje
na simhate George na simhate yoyote, lakini tunasema tu. Waona?
Kitch, nakuomba usitoke before nitetee Ruto wako because that's what you want us to do. Let me tetee Ruto wako then utaona mahali shida iko.
Wacha niingie msalani, nitakuwa nasikia nikiwa pale kabla nitoke.
Nilikuwa nataka usikie.
Nimuulize swali hiyo.
Na sama sikiza. Sasa Collins sasa sema Collins sasa sama sikiza. Sam sikiza sasa. Haya Collins twende.
The law requires public and civil servants to clear themselves through the secretary of the cabinet, who is Mr. Kinyua, before they leave the country. That is what is expected. If they are going on official duty.
Okay, let me correct there. The VP is not civil servant.
Can you wait for the Collins to finish? We know what? DP is a state officer.
DP is not a civil servant.
He is a state officer.
I didn't say DP, sir. I've not even reached Ruto. I'm still talking about what the law says.
Listen.
Mogambi, wewe najua wewe unapenda hiyo kusikia. Collins twende sasa.
The law requires the people leaving the country.
No, civil
For example, if you are a civil servant, you require the clearance from the PS.
Yes.
If you are a member of parliament, you require clearance. If you're going for an official duty, you require the clearance from the clerk of the assembly or the speaker.
Yeah, from the speaker.
It's clerk or the speaker.
No, read the law very well, Mr. Collins.
I'm talking what I know, and I talk from what
I've read the law.
Sudi said.
Yes,
I'm talking from what Murkomen said yesterday. I'm talking from what Dr.
cannot
Karanja
give a member
Kibisho
of
said.
parliament permission to leave the country. It's only the speaker, not the clerk. Collins,
Okay,
get that right.
okay. You are right. You are right. You are right. Give Collins time. You are right.
It has to be a written request to the clerk of the assembly, and the communication comes from the speaker of the assembly. If it's a private business, then you don't need to inform. You don't need to write, but you only inform them that you're not going to be in the country, because unless the parliament is in recess, if the parliament is in recess, you just go as a private citizen, as a member of the parliament.
Thank you.
If you are a county assembly member, then you inform your county assembly. If you are a civil servant, you are to request through the Ministry of either Interior or Public Service, but most of the time they pass through the secretary to the cabinet, and the secretary to the cabinet is it's called the PS, the permanent secretary to the cabinet. I don't know the title they have now, but I know it's Mr. Kinyua.
Yes,
The
but it has
deputy
nothing to do
president,
with internal security. They don't get permission from internal security. Even the PS himself, he said that.
Change, learn to listen kindly.
No, but we have to correct him as we go by, so that we can be on the same lane.
The deputy president of the Republic of Kenya is cleared by the president.
Thank you.
So when the president is inside the country, then the deputy president always inform the president that tomorrow I'm going to Sugoi, I'll not be in town. So should there be anything that requires my presence in Nairobi, then my phone number is this, or you can call on me.
Yes.
All this thing is not done by Mr. William Ruto. It is done by the office of the deputy president. It's not done by William Ruto.
All right. Okay, let's go with that.
It's done by the office of the deputy president.
Okay.
The deputy president has what we call the leader of the protocol. There is somebody who is heading the protocol in his office.
Yes.
That person controls the itinerary of the diary, which we call the diary. He controls the diary of the deputy president on any official function matters.
Correct.
So if there is any hitch in the official functions of the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, then we don't hold William Ruto accountable. We hold the office on any official function.
All right.
So if Ruto was going to Uganda, he has been going as the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. That means he has to be received by the commensurate, the other side, which is the High Commission, if we have, or we have the ambassadors in Uganda.
When he is going on an official visit.
Yes. When he is going as an official, on official function, then his office, through the office of the president, must talk to the other office on the other side, which is through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That our deputy president is coming to Uganda as an official function.
Yes.
If he's going as a private citizen, remember, the deputy president does not have a leave of absence. He does not sign an LOA. We call them the leave of absence. He doesn't sign it. These others can sign the leave of absence. So the deputy president, anytime he's going there, he must at least have his security checked, his accommodation checked, his reception checked by both the High Commission on the other country, or the representative if it's an ambassador, and the government of Uganda must know his presence in Uganda, whether as a private citizen or as an official government officer.
Yes.
That kind of arrangement must be within the itinerary in the office of the president, not to the deputy president. It must be put under the office of the president. So if somebody is blaming the Ministry of Interior, mara Kibicho alipiga simu, mara how do you call him, Matiang'i alipiga simu, He is above Matiang'i, he's above Kibicho. There is nothing to do with Kibicho and Matiang'i on the transport.
Thank you.
The president himself has not told us that Ruto did not ask for permission.
Good.
Okay? But here's the thing. When he went to the airport,
up to there nimetulia.
When he went to the airport, always there is always an itinerary sent before. That is why when they went there, they were told on the way that rubber stamp hazijafanywa kwa passport zenu, because it's not Ruto to carry his passport. It's the office of the deputy president to take the passport, because he doesn't take a leave or an off.
Yes.
So when the passports were sent to the immigration department and they used the VIP lounge, he is not going in his capacity as William Ruto. He is going to his capacity as a deputy president of the Republic of Kenya that's going on a private mission.
Thank you.
So automatically they were to get clearance from the president.
Yes.
Which was not there. So
now listen, okay, now that's where I come in. Umesema, which was not there.
Yes, there was no clearance.
Now listen, who between the VP and the president ametoka kwa television hivi akasema mimi nilipigia Urezo simu hakuchukua, ama Prezo akasema nilipigiwa simu na sikuipokea? Has any of them spoken? And the answer to that is
the DP talked yesterday. The DP talked yesterday, and somebody who learns well will tell you what the DP said.
But you're just making up your own things, because he didn't.
I'm not making anything. I'm not making anything, because I say what DP said. I say what Ndindi Nyoro said.
So according to you, DP alipiga hakupiga simu kuomba kwamba anataka kwenda. According to you, is it?
Ndindi Nyoro called on Ruto.
No, stop looking about Ndindi Nyoro. Stop about him. Yule mwache.
Collins, your article will never end with Kitch. Let me tell you.
Kitch, I'm somebody who is pragmatic. I follow things within the programs, and I follow what the law says, and with evidence. Ndindi Nyoro was told. Ndindi Nyoro was told that your passports have not been stamped.
Okay? Yes. His Nyoro.
Not his, the whole group. They were traveling as a group.
Even the DP
correct. All the passports one. When you're traveling together, I've traveled with these guys.
No. Okay. I would like you to give me your link. You ya Ndindi alisema ati yeye aliona passport ya Ruto ambao haikugongwa. Give me the link.
No, I don't want us to reason like that. I'm saying the passports have not been. I called Ruto. That's what he said. I called the DP and I told him there is a problem with the passports, and they're telling us the passports have not been stamped. So that's what I asked him. Then they were asked, why are the passports not stamped? And then they were told they're supposed to seek clarification, the clearance. And when Ruto came, when Ndindi Nyoro, Ruto, how do you call him? The Sudi and somebody like that, when they came, they were told there must be some clearance that has not been sent. Then they had to call, they called the clerk. And the clerk told them,
not the clerk, but the speaker.
They called the clerk at first. And the clerk told them, you don't need any clarification, you don't need any clearance if you're going on a private mission, because this is on today, you are not supposed to be on the parliament.
That statement was given by none other but the speaker.
Listen, they called the speaker.
Yes, they called the speaker. Listen to it very, very clearly.
I want you to listen to what somebody said. Then they called the speaker. The speaker told them, you don't need any clarification. So according to Ndindi Nyoro and Sudi, they had two confirmations. They had to confirm. If this guy is telling us we don't need, and the immigration guys are telling us we need, so let's confirm with the speaker if there is some hitch somewhere. The speaker confirmed to them that they don't need. So the house itself told them you don't need. Then they were allowed to travel. The deputy president needed a clarification from his boss.
Office of the president.
And there
not
was
office of
nobody
the president, but from his boss. Yeah.
Yes, and they tried and they never reached. Then they tried to reach Karanja Kibicho, and Karanja Kibicho was not in the country. Okay.
Now listen.
Karanja Kibicho was not in the country. Then they tried to reach Kinywa. Then Kinywa told them, I don't see why the deputy president needs a clearance from our office. It's above us. It's only the president that can give the clearance. It's not us. That's what Kinywa said.
Oh man.
Okay. Then why didn't Ruto travel? The other guys traveled.
Yeah, of course, because they were given permission.
They were
I
given
think
clarification.
the president had gone for a holiday in Mombasa, right?
President was not around and they could not get him. So Mr. Ruto said, instead of waiting, the thing here is he couldn't travel. Obama said this thing some times back. When you get into leadership, the leadership will deny you doing your things as private as possible. Because ukona bodyguards, you don't have time to do your things on your own. Uhuru said something that is missing his life of mixing with buddies since he became the president.
Even Wamalwa said that.
Yeah, he's missing his time of kukana mabuddies, because when you're a president, there are things you can't do. Obama came to Kenya sometimes back and he was being denied the chance of visiting Kogelo sometimes back.
But Collins, let me ask you this.
Yes.
But how come Uganda, they've distanced themselves from that they were expecting Ruto? Like,
because it wasn't an
Ruto is also playing.
Here's the thing.
He's also playing some political games so that he can get sympathy.
Here's the thing.
You see,
Uganda, for Ugandan government to expect Ruto,
you can discern from where Sam is coming from. You see what he's speaking. Unaona vile anasema ati ni politics. So you can see huyu mtu ambaye anaitwa Sam hapa, kazi yake tu.
We are not here to attack Sam. We are here to explain what's happened.
You can discern from what he's speaking.
No, Kitch, we are not here to attack personal opinion for somebody.
I think maybe we are diverting from what we were talking, because now we are now.
I think Colin, carry on.
There are things that are written in a book, or in the law, like when somebody insists it's the speaker who talked. I mean, the speaker's office has a clerk.
Yes.
The president can be reached anytime, but sometimes before you reach him, you must reach some other people. Still the president's office.
Yes.
So kicha sichukue ati mpaka president ndiye aongee ama speaker ndiye aongee. If you say the speaker's office, that means there's somebody in the speaker, like the clerk, talks to the speaker and the speaker gives it back. That's the speaker. But
Kitch has always gone to the airport. Kitch has always gone to the airport. And Kitch, if you have always gone to the airport, me, I've traveled like a lot. And when there was a day I lost my passport in Kenya. When I was supposed to travel with the next plane, nilipanda easy coach. Kufika Nairobi, and I was to get to the plane on Tuesday. Nilipoteza passport on Monday. Then I had to get that passport. I went to the office. I was taken to the office of Foreign Affairs. Somebody took me to the office of Foreign Affairs. And then in the office of Foreign Affairs, I remember nilipanga laini na Babu na Mwamba, na Eugene Wamalwa, and Rachel Mamo. They were going somewhere. There's something they were doing. So nilipewa passport in the name of uko kwa ministry gani? I said the Ministry of Health because I used to work in the Ministry of Health. But they didn't know nilikuwa officer wa health ngazi gani. They didn't know my main thing because the ministers were going out of the country. So I was factored in as one of the ministers, one of the groups when you walikuwa na travel na ministers. Nilipata passport yangu in 2 days. 2 working days. Nilienda kwa passport control office on Tuesday saa 4. By Thursday saa 7 I was having my passport because these guys were to travel on Friday, on Saturday. So this is what happens when you reach the airport. Sikuwa na visa because the visa was not, ile passport nilipotea ilikuwa na visa. Hii nyingine sasa haina visa. They asked me, what shows that you have been to America? Okay. Then I was told to go back and get barua Fortunately, nilikuwa na school ID, niko nayo hata hapa. Nikaonyesha I'm a student, a Kenyan student in the US, and I have my school ID. Kitu mzuri yenye sijui hata ilitokaje, nilipata barua yenye inaonyesha Collins Onyuka is a student and he is hereby still allowed to be in the country up to 2024 upon graduation. Hiyo barua ilikuwa nipelekee ministry ndio ionyeshe kwa nini nilichelewa kurudi. I missed class for a whole year. So venye nilionyesha hiyo kwa immigration department, wale stamp passport yangu. Passport yangu iko hapa, haina visa. Haina visa. Iko hapa. So I traveled with it.
Passport.
Bwana Collins.
It's a Kenyan passport.
Bwana Collins.
Yes.
You see, these things unachukua long to explain, eh? They are very true. They are very true. Here, even here in Kenya, if you don't have a driving license, you just have to give your number, and the police traffic, they have a system. They'll check with the NTSA
to track
through their phone. Na itakuja, you have a driving license number hii na hii. That one is as good as the NTSA ndio wamekupatia. Eh? So I don't see why
our
these things are complicated.
did not take clearance. Our man, and then he was traveling as a Uganda. Why is Uganda distancing himself? This is a government official. If he's going there, the government of the other side should know. But because he was going on private business, there is something that I still say, there is somebody in Ruto's office that is there to sabotage Ruto himself. It's just that they have not learned who he is. There must be somebody in his office that is sabotaging him. Because these are things that he could have made.
I like the way you explain to Kish mambo ya protocol. Protocol must be there all the time.
Lazima, hata akifika huko.
Hata hapa kwetu, an MP akienda kwa another MP's constituency, hata kama ni burial, they pick the call and tell bwana nanio,
niko kwako.
Kwenu lakini nakuja mazishi. It is there. It doesn't have to be written. The protocol must be there.
I want you to understand it like this. Your governor comes from your area. Governor wenu anatoka kwenu. Lakini akikuja kwenu utapata maofisa, anakuja matanga ya nyanya yake ama ya dada yake. Lakini utapata maofisa wamekimbia kuko kwanza. Na wamewaambia kitambo governor atakuja kwa hii matanga kesho.
But Collins, you're still not bringing up the issue that I was asking. Why did Uganda government distance themselves from Ruto that he was being expected in Uganda? Because
there was no communication. He never communicated.
Yeah. And again, that's why you mean like it has to be somebody in DP Ruto's office.
That is sabotaging him because he has to send the itinerary to the president, just to send the itinerary to the president. And then the president will have the itinerary. Hata kama haja sign. Even if it's just a phone call, he will just say, oh, okay, jamba, unaenda nje. Sawa sawa, salimia Museveni. Unasikia hiyo word ya salimia Museveni?
Yeah.
Just that word. And then his office should coordinate with the office the other side because akifika huko atakunywa maji. If Ruto goes to Uganda na kunywa maji yenye iko na sumu, the whole government of Kenya will be investigated. Nani amemuua? Naona?
Yeah.
Akienda pale na anguke na gari, aendeshwe na gari ya private na anguke nayo, the whole government itakuwa investigated. Nani alimpea Ruto gari ya private yenye ilewekwa bomu?
So it was for the government benefit for him not to leave.
It's for in fact, Ruto was saved from a risk that he was supposed to take unknowingly.
Yeah,
and this risk, it should be the advice in his office that mkubwa wewe hapa uwezi enda.
And then let me tell something, eh? Something there. Ukiona italeta shida kwako. Like the Ugandans, they have seen maybe the antagonism between the president and Ruto. They look at the national interest. Do we lose Ruto or we lose the national interest yetu for Kenya? So hapo ndio mtu rukwa. Because Uganda by saying if this thing is going to bring antagonism between us and the Kenyan, numejua mali zao zinapita port. So they rather waruke Ruto for the time being for the national interest of Uganda. That is also another possibility.
But Yeah, but George, so this is what I was trying also to tell Collins. Don't you think that Ruto knew that he was not going to be in Uganda, but he just decided to go to the airport so that he can create a story?
Let me tell you something. Ruto was going to Tanzania before. The group was going to Tanzania. It was going to Tanzania. Meeting in Tanzania was cancelled. The whole group was going to Tanzania. The meeting of Tanzania was cancelled, and that's why they opted to go to Uganda. The original part, and you can get that from Cunning Kositani.
Actually, Zanzibar.
Yes.
It was Zanzibar.
Yes, Zanzibar is Tanzania. So they were supposed to be
sure,
going for a meeting in another country. Then it was cancelled. Uganda was an afterthought.
I even
It
thought
was
they
not.
flew to Zanzibar. They didn't.
Oh no, that's not right. How can it be an afterthought when the others were around to travel? They were traveling as a group.
Look here, the whole group was to travel to the whole group. Not that the others were allowed to travel. They were all traveling to Tanzania a day before. The plan was to travel to Tanzania. They were going to have a business meeting, a private business meeting. And then the Tanzania thing was cancelled. I think they sensed something that was not going to be so right with them. They cancelled, and then they said, okay, let's go and do this thing in Uganda. So when they were going to the airport, they were going to Uganda.
Him himself has been saying that he's going to do something with the government of Uganda. So how did it suddenly change?
Sam, let me tell you something.
Ruto is fumbling because of the person. Aidin, the guy called Aidin is somebody that is not like the kind of business that he's doing is not so clear. That is why these are the people traveling with him. They are telling us this guy does fruit business.
Yeah.
And I know even Sudi himself doesn't know this Aidin Vizuri.
Yeah.
Sam, let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing about politicians. Don't take their word as gospel truth.
Yes.
The story of Tanzania could be a makeup to smoothen this thing that after all we were allowed to go out, but we're just being refused. In politics, me, I'm deep in politics. I know what they do. What they say in the boardroom is not what they give out to the press. There's usually some hidden thing. So what they're telling you outside there, in a studio, Nasema, we are supposed to go to Tanzania. That could not be true. That could not be true. So they're just trying to put some strength onto what they think is of their interests or what the public will buy. Just like when they go to a boardroom and when they come out, what they give the press for the public to consume is not the same thing as in the boardroom. In the bedroom, maybe they're throwing bricks and bricks at each other. But when they come out, they say, we have solved, we are united, and don't take what they tell you as a gospel truth. They will mislead you.
There is another thing that also we have to look at. This guy, Aidin, is from Turkey.
A criminal.
He is not a clean guy. The kind of business he's doing is not known. And again, Akina Ruto were just going to start like to cement something. It is not an investor that has been here with us. The guy is in Kenya, not as an investor. He's in Kenya on vacation. I think that is what they're saying. He has not been in Kenya for long. The guy is investing in Uganda. The business just linked to him. He's not owning it. It's linked to him. Okay? So if Sudi and Nani are telling us that this is a person who is doing avocado, fruits, and any other thing, then we are told the company is, Ruto said, he is doing a business that is called biotechnology. The company is doing biotechnology. That company is doing biotechnology. Tuliona picha ya hiyo kampuni juzi. The company is doing biotechnology that is producing drugs. How many drugs are being produced in Uganda? We don't want to question that. Even maybe they are starting to produce vaccines for the first time, and this is the company that's going. And how did they get the money? A phone call gave this man 15 billion Kenya shillings from Equity.
Some Equity has given advertisement or Metoa. They are saying there was nothing like that.
Equity says they follow the law.
So
And
did
they
give,
can't give
they
such
give,
money.
or they can't.
Emwaso to a foreigner. This is not a Kenyan.
Not through telephone call.
Not through telephone. And not to make it worse, to a foreigner. Even if it is in Uganda or in Kenya, if it was Ugandan shillings, then better. But it was an equivalence of Kenyan shilling, 15 billion, a whole golden bag that shook our economy. Golden bag was 16 billion, a whole 16 billion going to one person from one company.
Through a phone call.
On a startup. It's a startup. It was not a
There
business.
were lies.
Startup.
There were lies. You know, that's what I'm saying. They're lying about everything. There's something else they are doing. There's something they're doing like deep that we can't even, explain. I think all this, they were just making up stuff so that, because how does one person say they were going to do modern fruit, and then now today they are saying that it was the vaccine? You see, it's because they've been
And why is this person not investing in Kenya if he's an investor and he has invested in Uganda? Why does he need, if he has a personal connection with William Ruto, who is the deputy president of Kenya, why is he not being influenced to do anything in Kenya? Even hata kama ni kupanda hizo oni, he's not even owning a farm in Kenya.
And then you say they were going to Tanzania, and then now they changed to Uganda. So it means there's something they're actually trying to do that maybe they want to create a distraction with other things.
What I'm saying? You are trying to mix the events. It's not gospel truth. Just a moment. You don't engage a BP.
I think you're always making a lot of noise. Huh?
Yeah, I'm saying, what Sudi was saying, it cannot be correct because you cannot engage a DP and the DP of the biggest economy in East and Central Africa, and then you cancel it. Because according to Sudi, it was the Tanzania parts that canceled it. No, you cannot engage a DP. It's like Eritrea Karari, the vice president of US. Anataka kuja hapa and everything has been programmed. Then we can't Kenya cancel. No, it can't happen. It can't happen. We are the superpower in East and Central Africa. So if Tanzania can't cancel if things have been laid and programmed, they can't cancel. It's upon the Tanzanians to make sure that the entourage arrives safely and they do their things safely. They can't cancel.
Just a wife of a president of America came to Kenya, and it caused a lot of, like, everybody was running when Melania Trump came to Kenya. Did you see?
Preparation 1 month or 2 months in advance.
Yeah.
Alafu then tunawaambia ati tumecancel. No, it can't happen. Those are stories, man.
Yeah, those guys, like, their stories don't add up. Me, that's what I'm telling you.
What we should be told is this Aidin guy is a financier of something. Huh? He may be financing this guy.
Collins, do you know he's been jailed for 4 years before?
This guy is a problem in Turkey, and he's a problem in Germany. Not even in Turkey. He's a Turkish, but he has a problem in Germany.
Yeah.
This is a questionable character.
Okay. And again, Collins.
Yeah.
And again, when this guy left for Uganda, when those MPs came back, he did come back with them. He just vanished in Uganda. Why did, if he is clean, why did he come back to Kenya?
This guy did not travel.
He did,
you know,
of course.
The guy did not travel. If you check on the people who travel, no, he never traveled even to Uganda. He was not cleared.
So is
Yes.
Okay.
The reason why Ruto did not go, now when we are coming to that point, this guy did not go. So there was no need for Ruto to go.
Of course. Because he was a man of interest.
That's why he went back to his office, because the meeting was to contain this, to talk to this man. They could not talk whatever they were talking here. So they allowed themselves, like,
Uganda.
Hey.
Now that you're saying something, Collins, they could not talk about them in Kenya. So they
Yes.
were trying to see whether they will talk about it in Tanzania or
Outside,
Uganda.
where nobody's following whatever story they are making, because walls have ears. That's in politics. George will tell you.
Exactly.
In politics, we say walls have ears. You don't just speak like that.
Yeah.
There's
So
nothing to do with the vaccine. There's nothing to do
no,
with the modern food.
this guy is financing some of Ruto's projects.
Because
This guy is people like Osoro are being financed from somewhere else, because
and
you can't expect them to have money somewhere.
another question: what is like to get into? Is vaccine a business? As in, is that a business? Do you know? Do you know? Like you need to get permission from WHO. You need to. You like need so much for you to set that infrastructure.
There is no single vaccine being produced in Kenya.
And
in Africa.
Africa, there is only a vaccine being produced from South Africa, and they are producing it in collaboration with Johnson and Johnson, and it has not been produced anywhere.
Collins, let me tell you something else. Like, how can you set a vaccine plant so quick so that you can actually treat a pandemic? How is that possible? You say, "Oh, let's set a factory. Let's do this. Let's do this." You need to hire people.
You see, Sam. That's why I was saying, don't take what these people tell you as gospel.
This guy is not making anything vaccine.
The idea that Collins even emphasized very properly about the permission from the president.
Yeah.
You see, the protocol between Ruto's office and the president's office must go through.
Yes.
So Ruto must be told by his protocol officer, everything has been cleared. And we are okay, set to go. So why did he go to the Wilson airport
without knowing anything from the protocol officer?
It's not possible.
Me, what I'm saying, George, and any other person listening to me, there is somebody in Ruto's office that is fixing him from inside. It's only that there a lot of secrets are leaking from that office, and it started leaking immediately the handshake started. A lot of information are leaking from that office without him knowing who is doing it. And mimi nitasema mbele ya watu hapa. I suspect that he trusts Itumbi so much, and Itumbi leaked a lot of information in the first government. That's why he was relieved of his duty from the State House. So he trusts this information system so much. The people he trusts are the people who are reckless with the information.
Some things are so simple, like Mugambi or Sam.
Barack Muluka said this.
Barack
Muluka said this.
And you want to go on safari. So you tell the driver to go and prepare the car for the safari.
Yeah.
You cannot go to that safari until the driver tells you and you confirm, gari nimepeleka garage, imefanyiwa service, it's okay. And that's when you leave. You cannot leave before your driver tells you everything is okay and you hata mziga ameweka.
If you want to know somebody is fixing this guy,
anaenda airport without the clearance ya protocol ya kwake, telling him that I've cleared with the OOP, hii inatoka wapi?
Wewe unatokaga kwa nyumba yako unaenda kazi, uko na bibi na uko na mfanyikazi. Ukifika nyumbani unasikiaga stories zako. Nani anapeleka stories zako nyumbani?
Ni hapo nyumbani.
Kama si mfanyikazi wako, ni bibi yako anaambia mama yako. Wewe unafikaga huku unaambiwa, "Hey Collins, nasikia unalalaga na long yako ya jeans." Ni nini unasikia nalala na jeans na tunafungaga mlango ukiwa na mama toto? How does your mom know that you are not eating your woman's food? How does your mom know at home that you're not supplying food in the house? There's information coming from this inside the house. If you want to know that somebody is fixing this man, how did they know and capture the whole video of Rashida Chesa getting into this office?
Absolutely.
But I've never even thought about that anyway.
How did they know that Rashida Chesa came with an envelope and moved twice? He moved into the office out and then he moved for the second time. Who was capturing him? And it was not a CCTV. It was not a CCTV. The first one was not a CCTV. It was somebody recording.
Yeah, it wasn't CCTV.
It wasn't.
The first one,
and the first one, not CCTV. And who recorded Rashida Chesa in Poland?
With Ruto.
What about it?
Who recorded Rashida Chesa with Ruto in Poland? With June Ruto.
I like something you have said, and it's something I've used when I'm lecturing. of secrets and how the secrets leaks. Like kama wewe ni mzee na ukikunwa unakojoanga kwa kitanda, watoto hata wajui because ni siri yako na mama.
Na ukisikia watoto wanaongea,
ukisikia nje, hata watoto wajuangi, sababu mama anakuficha kwa watoto sababu unataka uheshimiwe. Ukisikia nje kwa jirani, nani ametoa hii siri?
Mama, of course.
It must be. At least here utakuwa na suspect, lakini kama uko na mama, uko na mtoto, uko na nini, na usikie kitu inakaa kwa shule ati baba yako unajua anakuja kama amelewa. Ni nani amemwambia mwalimu baba anakuja kama amelewa? Na mwalimu hata ungewahi kunywa na yeye mahali. It's ameambiwa na mama.
Hiyo mlevi wa jirani anaona, lakini hiyo unakojoa kwa kitanda.
Na jirani yako anaendaga Alliance Girls kuambia mwalimu unalala.
Sababu atasikia harufu.
So here are the things, George.
Huko ukienda job ukikosana mwenzako anamwambia wewe unakojoanga kwa kitanda. Hii imetoka wapi hiyo siri?
Whatever is happening in Ruto's office, it's not the problem of William Ruto. There is somebody in his office that has been tasked to sabotage him from inside. Kuna mtu ndani ambaye ameambiwa hakikisha umefuata huyu jamaa. Do you know there was a time when Raila used to know all the scandals? Kwa nini? Hizi mahoteli mahali watu walikuwa wana discuss, ako na mpishi pale, wanatumwa wewe enda jifanye ni kama unaenda kuuliza ni nini tena tulete. Saa ile anaenda kuuliza ni nini tena tuwalete, anasikia part of the story alafu anapita. That's how Raila used to operate. Anawaambia wewe ni waiter, unaenda unasikia kina Moses Kuria wamekaa pale, enda usikie wanasema nini. Si unaenda unasikia tu. Unasikianga tu. Because nyinyi mnajua huyo ni waka, kuna kitu anajua. Na sasa zingine.
Collins.
Yes.
I think whatever you are doing, I think there must be a personnel from NIS who is in Ruto's office. You never know. NIS.
That's the thing. That is the thing. There is somebody inside his office, so he should know how many people are working in his office and that is why sometimes Kibaki na Moi waliona hii kitu. When you want to put people into your office, hakikisha wanatoka kweli. And they are not coming from your clan. Because wakitoka kwa clan they can be used. Work against you, unajifanyaga tu, lakini work against you. And if you want to see people who are very loyal to you, tumia watu wa kutoka kwa kina bibi yako. They are very loyal. If you want to be a good politician, tumia watu wenye kutoka kwa kina bibi yako. Usitumie watu wenye kutoka kwenu.
This thing is like this, when you have a person that you're interested in, you put all the measures that you can put in place and use all the weaknesses. If ukitaka dem anaishi kwa a gated house, unataka huyo dem, you have to get friendly to the housemaid. Labda hakuna simu linoko na naendanga pale kwa kibanda, una make sure unajuanga time ile anaenda kwa kibanda, unaanza kumsalimia, unajua jina yake. Ukiona amenunua airtime ya 20 bob, unamuongeza ya 100 bob.
Exactly.
She becomes friendly. Then you start talking. Alafu unamuuliza ile kamshana anaonanga kwa hiyo nyumba ni aje. Anakwambia huyo hata ni orphan. Huyo mama na baba sio watu wake. Huyu ni orphan kwa upande wa mama.
Kwa mama.
Now you see your chances are now high. Zimetoka 20%, zimefika 50.
So if I would be given a chance to advise William Ruto,
so that you can penetrate. So when you have an interest on somebody, you have to plant people on them. Definitely.
Correct. If I would be given a chance to define or to advise William Ruto,
ukitaka yule dem kwa ile nyumba, make sure the housemaid umekuwa friendly. Na atakwambia kila kitu. Atasema hata huyu mwanamke, huyo msichana ameboeka. Ana nini? Then unamwambia wao ukikujanga naye hapa kwa kibanda, utapata utajua weakness yake, utawai.
You know what the preachers use? Some preachers are
ngumu. Ni rahisi sana.
What some preachers use against us is psychology. Okay? There are some things that preachers and these preachers and sorcerers, how do you call them? Waganga. Akijua Sam, najue brother yake, najue sister yake, najue mtu wa village yake kidogo tu, then ata confirm. Unajua huyo Sam mama wake wako na wamama wangapi? Wawili. Already ako na information. Okay. Ule mama mwingine hajazaa vijana, yeye ndio kijana lakini anatoka kwa nyumba nyingine. Okay. And kuna kijana kwa hiyo mama pana. Huyu mama ako na watoto wangapi? Kuna wawili. Okay. Kuna mwenye ameolewa bado. Okay. So when Sam comes tomorrow, niko na good information on you. And then I tell you, Sam, wewe kijana uko America, lakini naona unatoka kwa boma yenye iko na mabibi wawili. Na mama yako ndio mkubwa, si ni kweli? Na wewe ndio umesoma kweli. Sasa ule mama mwingine ako na watoto lakini hajazaa kijana. Unaona ni kumbe umechorwa. This guy is very frank. I mean, so whatever is happening in Ruto's office is that one. Kuna mtu anatoa information, anapeleka pale. So these people know where kugonga. Leo ataenda kwa ndege, tupige simu pale, it's order from above. Don't allow him to pass. He will be coming there by Satana. So akikuja mwambieni there's the head of the office wa immigration mwenye alimkataza. Aliambia, "Sisi, this is the order. And that order is from above. You don't know where above is." Unaona?
Did you see that video? Did you see that video where Raila was with his supporters na David Murathe?
Yeah.
Murathe alisema Moses, wachana na Moses. Yeye anakuanga huko mchana, usiku yuko na sisi.
Na Jacom. Sindio?
And ukiangalia vizuri, you know one thing. Moses Kuria has refused to ban his party.
Of course.
UDA is saying we are taking the whole thing as UDA first because they want to galvanize the party, have the majority, then they call somebody as a minor. We kuja na wabunge zako 5 and then we give you something here. So Moses Kuria has said, no, we are not banning our parties. Why? Because he wants to use his party to get also MPs from Central. Anajua kuna wengi watadhulumiwa wakati wa nomination. Kwa hiyo UDA because itakuwa single party. Kuna watu watadhulumiwa. That is why JAP, the Jubilee Party, is not banning it anything. Wanasema tutasimama na nyinyi. Kabogo is not joining Ruto on UDA. He will come with his own sisi kwa sisi as usual. Why? Mimi niko na chama yangu, kama hamnitaki kwa chama yenu, niko na chama yangu. Nita win governorship or nita win, lakini munipe huku. So they are coming with their parties because UDA is going to be like the main party in the Central Kenya. Yeah?
In Central or in Rift Valley?
Yeah. Today, you know, people are talking about all the parties dead. If huyu jamaa Ruto, no, not Ruto, but kijana wa Moi today aseme Ruto, if kijana wa Moi today says bwana wanakusumbua kwa hizo party, kuja KANU, because this UDA is a hot air. This UDA ni party ya Tuju. People don't know. This is the party of action ya Tuju ya kitambo.
Yeah, it's true.
Hii ni poa. And it was not sold. Unajua Tuju did not sell the party. Tuju just gave the party. And then they changed the name to PDR.
And
it is the same party.
Why did he do that?
Money.
Because he wanted to. Uhuru said, you ban your parties, you come here, I give you the positions. Then Tuju said, no, I'm not banning the. What can a party?
Everybody has a party.
You know, even Osoro is in his own party. Osoro is not in UDA. Kwa hivyo akienda pale apate a lot of resistance pale Kisii. The next thing is ataenda hiyo KNC yake, ako kwa KNC, Kenya National Congress. Hiyo ndio party ya Osoro. So when he goes there and he finds somebody who is now struggling, because we know their constituency is always now mara moja na usonge. However fast, however good Osoro speaks, he may not come back to the parliament. So what is he going to do? Kama hiyo UDA mwezi nipea, niko na yangu.
Hata Great wamejipanga. Hata Great wale Mount Kenya East wamejipanga na yao pia.
Great wako na party. Wiki umana wape somebody else another constituency.
Mgambe, Great wanaenda ata support Ruto?
Yes. Yes.
He
will.
Wait
yes.
Anangoja upepo.
Kiraitu will support William Ruto. Why? He is not safe when he's outside because Munya is like a dog just waiting to pick the meat. So he can't wait. If he jokes, Kiraitu and Munya are not supporting anywhere because they are waiting. If Munya runs to Ruto, Kiraitu will not support Ruto so that he can have the ticket. He's on. If Kiraitu runs to Ruto, Munya will not support Ruto. So the balance between Munya and Kiraitu depends on who first blinks to Ruto.
Oh, so Munya wants to be governor again.
Yes.
Yes, he wants.
That's why Isaac Ruto said, I'm not going to support UDA kwa sababu mtanidhulumu kwa nomination. Anajua atashindwa na Barchok. So the best option is, mimi wacha nibaki na CCM yangu, chama cha mashinani, na Barchok kuja na hiyo UDA, alafu tumenyana. Ndio maana jana alikuwa anasema, everybody arudishiwe kazi yake. Reason, he wants to go back to governorship so that Barchok arudishwe kwa shule afunze.
But what about if Ruto will not be on the ballot next year?
I said something on my analysis the other time. Like, for Ruto to be president, Raila must be on the ballot. If you don't have Raila on the ballot, the presidency, Ruto is out. Hatakuwa president. And for Ruto to be president, he has 3 things that he must do. Number 1, make sure that Raila runs. Number 2, make sure that he has 84% of the Central Kenya and Mount Kenya votes. Anything below 84% will see him seeing presidency kwa kio.
But do you think it's easy?
Why is it easy if he only managed 50%? As of now, he's only managing 50%.
Already, there's no way he will get that 84.
Get away from it.
No way.
He must get 84%. So if he's not getting 84%, then it means he's not doing well. And he has never done any election. He has never contested anywhere. So he was thinking of inheriting everything that is coming from Uhuru, which is already beating the Bucks. Okay? And for Ruto to be president, there must be a presidential candidate from Western Province. If there is no presidential candidate in the Western Province, then presidency Ruto is also on the balance. There must be a presidential candidate from the Western Province.
Don't you think there will be actually a strong candidate from Mount Kenya?
Anything like a candidate from Mount Kenya that can get even 10% of Mount Kenya will deny Ruto presidency, especially Meru.
Yeah.
If anybody comes from Meru and says he wants to be president, there is a rerun in Kenya.
You know, a presidency from Mount Kenya.
Okay.
Cannot
Collins,
go through there.
Collins,
it cannot go. It cannot.
To
It
bring
cannot
you
go.
to speak to Mount Kenya East region, which consists of Embu, Tharaka-Nithi, and Meru. For Kiraito, I think Lenny Kivuti, who is eyeing for the Embu governor, and Muthoni Njuki, Tharaka-Nithi and Embu. They have already taken the former Ole Kiapi's party, which is Restore Rebuild Kenya. Right now, Lenny Kivuti, who is the former senator for Embu, he is the second gen for the Restore Rebuild Kenya, which was for the Ole Kiapi, meaning Kiraitu, maybe the Tharaka-Nithi governor, and the Lenny Kivuti, they will be in that party, meaning the Mount Kenya East already wamejipanga, plus the Muturi, who want to run for the president with the same party that was for the Lenny Kivuti, was for the Ole Kiapi.
And he's serious.
Muturi is not going anywhere. Muturi is
Mr.
positioning
Mugambi
himself to be a running mate.
Mr. Mugambi, I think what's going on here is that you are confusing between those Mount Kenya leaders and the people who vote. Okay, so there is a difference between those two things, right? Now, if myself I was to talk to Raila today, I'll tell Raila, don't listen to these leaders that come to you from Mount Kenya. Don't listen to those people. All right, now go to the ground and start talking to the people who vote. Stop listening to those Kiraitos and those other people, because there is a difference between those leaders and the voters. Now, the second thing is, if you want, there is nobody who can become the president of this country, all right, without the vote of two regions, Rift Valley and the Central. If you miss those two, chances of you becoming a president is zero. And okay, nyi kataeni, but I'm telling you, in 2022, even if you mtakataza, I'm telling you.
2.9 million. Like,
no, stop thinking from that perspective, my friend. Remember that you have, as a presidential person, you have to win. Is it 24 counties?
Yes.
You have to win 24 counties, and you have to have 50+1. You understand what I'm saying? Now, most of those counties, if you look at them, most of them you find them in these two regions, in Rift Valley and in Central. All right. Now, for you to get the 50+1, you really have to go to Central and really convince a lot of people. You have to go to Rift Valley and convince a lot of people. And that's what I'm saying. Raila should not listen to those leaders. I mean, you go there and you listen to someone like Murade, don't go and listen to that person, because that person is lying to you. Go to the people on the ground, listen to what they are saying. And remember, during Kibaki's time, they listened to Raila when he went there. In fact, what did they call him? Jamba, right? Because they used to sing him. All right. Now, the same way he did at that particular time is what he should do now. But akienda alafu ananini na kina the M guys, wanakuja wanamwambia, oh, wewe usistuke, kura ya Mount Kenya iko na wewe. My friend, utakuwa na shida in 2022. Alafu utakuwa unaanza kusema ungeshinda, lakini utaanza kusema sijui imeibwa, imefanywa nini. You see what I'm saying?
How many counties are in Rift Valley, Kitch?
You check it out.
No, you tell me. You know the answer.
Let me tell Kitch something. When you talk to Rift Valley, it's a very vast area. We have Laikipia there. We have Turkana. We have Nakuru. We have Kajiado and Narok that hold majority of the voters. So when you talk of Rift Valley, I think you are talking of South Rift.
Tuko na Nancy. Nancy, can you get the link?
Sorry?
Tuko na Nancy hapa na apati link ya kuingia. Nancy, can you get in? Where are you out?
But there are some people struggling to enter.
We have few. Go to YouTube. Nancy, you can go to YouTube and then it will be easy for you to join. Please.
I think they are taken to the bathroom or something like that.
Collins, are you there? Are you an admin? What do you admin?
No.
Who is the admin?
I think the admin is the one that shouldn't get people in. I think Motebe is asleep already.
Okay. Mtembe is asleep.
Okay, Kish, Kish, let me ask you one question. Serious na kupinga. In the last elections, walikataa kufungua server kwa nini?
Now, si umeniuliza swali, si ugaje sasa nijibu ama?
Ndio, sijamaliza. Nielekea hivi.
Uliza swali, umeuliza swali za server. Swali la pili,
kufungua server. Na yet Rift and Central hawakupigia Raila kura.
Haya, sasa wacha nikueleze sasa Okay, nitakupeleka polepole. Najua Sama anachomeka tu hivi. Nikisema tu hivi Sami. Haya, sasa sawa. Sasa sikiza
Because you are trying to raise emotions before you say the point so that you can see it's making sense. So make the sense first, then we get the emotion with you.
Let me repeat this.
Sasa unaongeaje Collins wewe? Nilifikiria wewe ni
hapana, unataka kutuweka, you want to put us so that we can get the emotion first before you make the sense. Then we get that's when we will some will attack you with emotions. So before you raise his emotion, tell him always.
Some yuko hivyo, lakini tuwe wangwana, lakini tusije sasa wacha niseme. Sasa simeniuliza George ama?
Nasema last election Rift, according to you, it's not correct because iko Kitale, iko Trans Nzoia, which are Raila strongholds. According to you, in Rift Valley yote wanapiga kura kwa debe moja na Central kwa debe moja. Last elections mbona walikataa kufungua server mpaka leo?
Haya, sasa wacha nikueleze, sasa wacha nikupe jibu sasa Okay? Now, nitakuanzia kutoka pale. Walisema kwamba elections zimeibwa. Right? Tukubaliane mpaka hapo. Si ndio maana walienda pale kotini wakawa wanasema kumeibwa Now, kumbuka in every single voting center the maximum number ya wale watu walikuwa wana vote ni 700. Alright, nitakupeleka pole pole. 700. Sawa sawa. Sasa hapa 700 uko kwa center kulikuwa na observers including political parties, wale observer wa political parties. Not only that, mpaka AU, UN and all those observers walikuwa kwa hiyo. Sasa ukiingia pale you identified in 3 forms. Alafu ukivote nini votes zinakauntiwa papo hapo na winner anakuwa declared papo hapo. Sasa kutoka hapo hakuna observer wa ODM hata mmoja ambao walienda pale akasema zile kura zimepigwa hapa ni more than 700. Hakukuwa. Kumbuka walipoenda kotini walienda kuargue process. Hawakuenda kuargue the number. Walienda kuargue the process. Sasa ile shida hasa nakuuliza ni moja. Kama basi walienda kuargue kwa process na wanataka server pale, kumbuka before hata nikuje kusema maneno ya nini ya pale kwa server, kumbuka kuna time IBC walisema kuna watu walijaribu kuhack the servers lakini hawakuweza kwa sababu hawakujua server ziko wapi. Na ndio maana hawa walikuwa wanataka server zifunguliwe ndio wajue server ziko pande gani. Kwa sababu here is the thing, kama wangeenda kotini, wangechukua kesi ya server ya kufunguliwa, wakuje waseme, haya sikizeni, pale Tharaka Nithi tulihesabu kura 800. Tulihesabu watu wakiingia hivi, tulihesabu watu 800. Sasa hiyo wangekuja waseme tulihesabu 800 na observers wote kwa hii center walisema kwa sauti moja kwamba for sure kulikuwa watu 8. Sasa pale unaweza sema kulikuwa na kizungumkuti na kuna kitu ilikuwa inafanywa pale. Kwa hivyo hata ngoja kidogo Sam. Sasa wakisema server ifungulie, basi watakuwa na ile hata we mwenyewe utaangalia useme kwa kweli wana point hawa watu, kwa sababu kama pale wali count more than 800 people na pale wakasema watu wetu walidhulumiwa kupiga kura pale, na observers wote including the EU, the UN na wengine wote including the international medias wote wakasema kwa sauti moja pale Tharaka Nithi kulikuwa na shida. Sasa kweli hata mimi mwenyewe ningekubali niseme enyewe asifungueni sana pale kwa sababu kulikuwa kuko na game pale, lakini wewe unaenda unasema, ngoja nimalize Mugambi, lakini wewe unaenda pale unasema ati unataka server ifunguliwe, lakini wewe usemi ni kwa nini. Unasema ati kimeibwa, lakini hupatiani sababu, yani hupatiani evidence. Usemi kwa county fulani, voting center fulani kulikuwa na 1 2 3 4 things.
Ni sawa.
Waona sasa?
Okay, kids.
I think you are making so much noises with no points and not answering the question.
Sasa kwani hiyo yote ubaya yako wewe Mugambi ni kusema ati wewe, kwani hiyo yote nikisema huko unashika na sema nini?
Umeuliza swali.
Unajua nyinyi wote ni watu wa Raila nyinyi nyote. I know that for a fact. Na ndio mimi najua that. Ndio maana nikisema
Raila,
sema mambo ya Raila my friend. Umeuliza swali na aujibu. Unaulizwa kwa nini server ikufunguliwa, ona tupatia story mingi.
Na si ndio hiyo, kwani kujibu ni kujibu nini? Unataka niseme nini? Sijui.
Haujajibu, si ungesema haujui. Useme tu hivyo, sijui.
Wacha nimjibu.
Haya, jibu basi. Walikuwa wanataka kufungua server kwa nini?
International press,
You know, all you guys, you know, nyinyi nyote mko kwa side moja tu, waona. Sasa ndio, lakini nawaelewa.
Shania Zakaria anasema Shania Zakaria anasema swali ndogo unakauka, si useme jibu.
Sasa nimekuexplainia vizuri sana. Huwezi sema unataka server ifunguliwe na huna evidence yoyote, na nikasema hivi.
Kwa nini usifungue?
Let me talk to
Sasa
Kish.
unataka ifunguliwe ndio ufanye nini?
No,
Ufanye nini?
nikisema nimeona kama nimeibiwa, fungua saba niangalie. Kwa nini unakataa kufungua?
Na ukitumia evidence gani? Ukitumia evidence gani?
No, lazima nipe na evidence. Lazima nipe na evidence ndio
Of
ufungue.
course lazima ukuwe na evidence useme Tharaka-Nithi kulikuwa na watu 700 na you see
there's a good one. Can I help you?
Kish? Pale wanza kusema ati kuna
Kish, can I help you on that?
Mimi nataka kusema hivi, sikizeni kwanza. Mimi I want to go by what he has said. Amesema kulikuwa na international media. Kulikuwa na AU, kulikuwa na EU observers. These people did not go to court. They did not give evidence to court. Wale walipeana evidence ni watu wa Raila na watu wa Jubilee. So don't mention watu wa EU watu walikubaliana. They didn't give evidence in court.
Yeah.
Now the evidence ile walikuwa nasema wanataka survey funguliwe is because they're also complaining about the numbers. And
who complain about the numbers?
The ODM sites.
Opening of the
no, they did not complain about the numbers. You go to the code and read the whole thing point by point. They never argued about the numbers, my friend.
But they say they wanted the server to be open.
Why?
Okay. Let's be realistic with this. ODM did not take anything about the servers. They said we don't trust this process. Then the IBC said one of the things was to open the server. That is the court. Yeah. The court gave the direction, and if a directive is given that open the servers and then make the process be as transparent as possible, then these people did not open the server. That means that's why Raila did not take part in the next election. Because one of the regulations of the court was not done.
Yes.
The court said, fungueni server, and then we see. If these people knew that there was nothing or there was something, they could have opened the server. So the reason why you are telling us that they did not open the server because you don't know, or they did not open the server because it was not the complaint. The complaint was, we don't trust whatever happened. But if you want to tell us what happened, give us the servers.
Yeah, the court waliposema hawatafungua server, was the IBC punished? And the answer to that one is yes, because the election were nullified. You understand what I'm saying?
By the way, Collins, we are going nowhere, by the way, trust me. We are not.
I didn't want us to explain whatever happened in 2011, that election.
So, Ebuni Kulize Collins, because hii maneno ya server, you know, it comes back to one thing. Do you believe waliiba kura?
Yes.
You think so?
Yes.
It is. It's obvious.
What evidence do you have at waliiba kura ati kwa sababu hawakufungua server?
No, that is the kukata kufungua server is not the reason. That is a result. We cannot wait. We cannot blame a reason on a result.
But you are saying you are saying waliiba. Isn't that what you're saying?
The problem is why was election in Kenya?
Skiza, umesema waliiba kura na ukasema vizuri sana they did, right?
Yes.
Now, is there at any given time ulisikia ODM wakienda pale wakasema on a certain center kulikuwa kuna wizi wa kura? Remember,
there was a lot of problems with
the law is very clear. Okay? Now, the law is very clear. There is kura ikivotiwa, watu wakienda kuvote kwa center, wakienda wakivote kwa center, the votes are counted in the center. Na the winner anakuwa declared in that center. You understand what I'm saying?
Between Form 34A and Form 34B, there was some 34B that were missing.
Let me say this. I think the Jubilee could have won the 2017 elections, but they did get 50 plus 1.
That is the thing.
50 plus 1.
But using what evidence, Mogambi? No, unajua uwezi sema ati waliiba na uwezi sema walipoenda kotini which voting center did they say iliibwa?
I've told you last week. If today I take you to court claiming that you have stolen my pen, let's say my pen, right?
Yes. Yeah.
If you have the pen,
Mhm.
you'll give me the pen before you are given the penalty. What I'm saying is, if Jubilee was very sure that it had 50% plus one,
Yeah.
they would have themselves, they would have said, let us open the server to see that we got 50
confirm
But the reason, but the reason, the reason
But because
why,
they knew they
no,
didn't get
listen,
that,
the
that's why
reason
they
why
constrained
they
the
didn't
server.
want to tell, now the reason why they didn't want to say where the servers was is because the servers walikuwa wamejaribu kuhack, not even one. You remember Raila akihold logs
Oh my
hivi?
goodness.
You
Like,
remember? You remember akihold log hivi? Because you see, here's the thing. Unakumbuka time ya Kibaki, Kura at that particular time they had evidence. You remember in Tharaka Nithi? Now let me talk. In Tharaka Nithi walisema nini? Walisema kuna time kura zilikuwa zinaenda hivi, and in fact kwa media walikuwa na report hivyo. Wanasema on the ground vile kura kulikuwa ina wewe nyamaza Sam, wacha nimalize.
I'm leaving.
I'm also leaving in the next
I'm leaving, but Kench, hold
We
your
are
horses.
arguing on nonsensical things. They don't make any
As
sense.
we leave, Sam,
Of
hold
course,
on.
because you don't want to see anything.
Kitch, why was the election 2017 repeated, Kitch? In one statement, why was the election repeated in 2017?
It was nullified.
Why was it nullified?
Why?
Because they didn't open the servers.
That is not the thing. No,
it's not about stealing.
No, the server was not the reason why the election was repeated.
What was the reason why?
It's a result.
Go as by Collins. Go as by his arguments. Why were the servers not open?
It was not open because these guys, they had tried hacking it, and so they didn't want to say where the servers are.
So if today I try to get into your house, if today I try to get into your house and you get me the key, then I tell the people that gari yangu iko hapa, ilipotea lakini iko hapa ndani. So tukienda kwa court pale, wanasema huwezi fungua kwa sababu nilijaribu kufungua mlango yako.
Of course, siwezi.
Na kama gari yangu iko hapo ndani, si unifungue uoneshe, wewe kuja hapo uangalie kama kuna gari yako, mimi ndio nitakushtaki sasa.
Lazima ungekuwa uko na evidence. Unajua mimi nakwambia hivi, ile time ya 2017 inaitwaje? Ile time ya
you got into politics.
No, it has nothing to do. Na hivyo ndio mtashindwa 2022. Na mtakuwa mnasema maneno ya
sana.
sana.
We are not talking about 2020. We can't mix 2022 and 2017. We
of
can't
course utashindwa tu.
Only a minute.
Hata kama tutashindwa, we will be defeated on account of transparency, fairness and truth.
In fact, I'm very happy. In fact, I'm very happy wanasema sasa servers zitaletwa huko chini. Ndio muone
even if there is no server, even if there is, Moi did the election in 1987 with Mlolongo.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, that's one we can't trust it. You can't trust how it used to be.
Even in 2007, there was no server.
We did election in 2007. I was a deputy presiding officer. There was no server.
Yeah, of course there wasn't.
Okay. And then the thing that made the election to be nullified was not the server. The server is a result.
Collins, let
me make my point.
Ukishindwa mtafanya nini? Wanasema wata complain. Nyinyi mtafanya nini?
No,
can I make my point?
Just accept. Kwani si Ruto yuko na history ya
kuaccept. Kama process ni mbaya uta accept, si ndio?
Of course. No, once sasa process itakuwa mbaya namna gani na utaenda kujiona. Why do you think people did not even go to complain kwa Juja? Kwa sababu
wakiona. Some let us make our final submission.
Yes.
Allow us to make our final submissions. And I'll begin myself by saying this. Our debate has been so cordial, although Kinch has been so stubborn to listen. My second point is, if at all Jubilee was so confident that they won in 2007 elections, they wouldn't have allowed themselves to be subjected to another presidential election.
Correct.
Because the presidential election is so intensive and so costly. So there's no one who was sure that he won the first round would have allowed himself to be subjected to the second round. Meaning, these people were not very sure if they got 50% plus one. Could be they were ahead of the NASA by some votes, but not by 1% plus one. Even if I was Uhuru and I was very sure I got 50% plus one, I would have said, let us open the server to witness that I won with 50% plus one. Remember, they did know that Raila could abscond the rerun in October. Raila's abscond came as a surprise. So if Uhuru was very sure that he won with the 50% plus one, he would have advocated for and supported the open and the recount of the vote. That is my submission for tonight. Let us have George, then Kinch, Collins, then Sam.
I want to leave now. Can I submit and then I leave?
Do it and leave.
Who doesn't want to leave?
Sorry?
Sam.
Everybody wants to leave. My submissions
Sam.
are,
I want to go now. Huh?
My
George, leave.
submission is,
Huh?
my submission, let's have a very organized debate. If I listen to you, you also listen to me. If I give you a chance to talk, give me a chance to talk. That way we'll get somewhere. But if we are all talking at the same time, we'll never get it right. Just like Mugambi said. On the last point, server, the server could not be opened because there were some ungazetted stations or voting centers that were submitting results, numbers to the server. So opening the server could have given evidence that there are some ungazetted polling stations that were submitting numbers. And that's why the NASA side was talking about the process and the numbers. That's my submission.
Okay. Can we have Collins? Sam.
All right. Yeah, for me it's simple. Like as I've been saying even before, even in the other forums, I've been saying the politics hasn't started yet, and we are yet to witness the politics that we've never witnessed before. In fact, the election for next year is gonna be very expensive, and that's the reason why you're seeing Ruto going. He's so tensed everywhere. He's going to Uganda, trying to go to Zanzibar because he wants to bring a lot of money in the country so that he can be able to do the campaign for next year. Because he knows without money, there's no way you're going to win that election. So, what people you just need to understand, it's money that speaks during the election. It's not about telling people what is bottom up or this. They don't care. In fact, nobody cares about the issues. It's about which politician is going to be able to galvanize serious resources and be able to win votes. And that's what normally happens in the United States. If you do not have enough money, forget about it. You can never win presidency. And that is the reason why you see Ruto even does not want the BBI to go ahead, because if he opposes, his resources is going to deplete, and he will be unable to actually run for the election for next year. And then another thing that I also want to bring to light, I was even waiting for one of you to even mention it. Is today we've seen the case in ICC for Gisheru. The court, they've actually rejected his appeal. And let me tell you, that thing is going to put Ruto in so much trouble. So he's got so many things to worry about other than the next year election. So he's got so much on his plate that actually, like, for him to win the next year election, in my own opinion, is going to be very difficult. I don't see that happening. Okay, I can listen to Collins and Kitch, and then I'll be able to talk.
Collins, give your final submissions, kindly.
I think the debate has been good, and it's very sober. We like it when we hype it up. And I think I thank Kitch for this. He always brings it so that we get it. And the more we argue, we get into this topic of election 2017. We didn't know we could get into it if he's not there, if he was not there. So thumbs up, Kitch, for always sometimes trying to be so controversial. Because I know sometimes you just bring the topic when you know, like, it's not the thing that we should discuss, but he brings it so that we open up more. My submission tonight is the presidency itself should be able to work together involving the deputy president and the president, because wakipigana, it's us, the common mwananchi, that is suffering. Again, we should not expose Kenya to the international community as a failed state. Whatever Jubilee is doing is presenting themselves into the international community as a failed party that is running the government. The party had DP Ruto and Uhuru as a ticket. If I was supposed to advise Deputy President Ruto, which I think I started talking about in May 2020, I would tell Ruto to resign. If he resigned during May 2020, he would have crippled Uhuru's government. Even today, if he resigns, he's going to get a lot of sympathy. If I was to advise him, he should resign immediately. Some big thing like this has happened. He just says, I'm done with this government. I'm out of it. Let Uhuru fail on his own. Then he's not going to take the failures that are going on. But the more he stays in, it will take him a lot of time. And I think that is what is not being told. He will take a lot of time defending what they didn't do and what they did as a government, instead of telling the people what he wants to do. He will use a lot of energy debunking the myths. And that is going to make him not look at us as a serious candidate for the next election. He will be defending the ilks of Jubilee, which is so bad for him. The next thing is I will tell Ruto to look at his office. The person leaking his information from his office is based inside that office. The third thing about his office is somebody said, when he was still together with them, Mutai Nguni said, Ruto is the best candidate for president. The problem is Ruto listens to Ruto. Ruto listens to Ruto. He doesn't listen to any other person. And look at the people he surrounds himself with. He may be a good person apart from the private functions. As a government employee, he may be a good person, but look at who are his friends around him. I will mention them. People with questionable characters. They're really tainting his name. And they're really making him look bad, because there are few people who are trying to defend, but they don't know what they're defending, because there are people who are there who are spoiling the image of the deputy president. So he should look at who is in office and who is not. And anytime somebody has been rejected or being accused of some law, he should always keep off. Even if he doesn't want to side with him or he wants to side with him, he should always keep quiet. Defending the people who are accused in courts of law makes us think otherwise of him. So if I was advising him, he should keep quiet, let himself be a free man, and things will work for him. He's earning a lot of sympathy to the extent that he's now losing the sympathy. You can be sympathized by some people until they think now, huyu sasa pia anajipendekeza sana. Wewe ndiye anateswa kila saa. He should not behave as a last-born who is always looking for sympathy. It's a point where he's now losing the sympathy. The best is Uhuru failed, and I can say it in any word that is possible. Uhuru has failed, but continuing to stay with him and still lamenting that his position was taken, because when he's looking for favors, like when he's being mishandled at the airport, then people like Murkomen start running and Alice Wahomes that Ruto should be respected. He's the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. And when there's a problem with the government, then they run and say Ruto is not in the government. The government was left for Jubilee and the ODM. That is a double speak. You can't eat your cake and still have it. It's either you eat it, clean your mouth, walk away.
But Collins, you tell me, how has Uhuru failed?
Okay.
According to them, there is a lot of corruption.
This is submission time.
There is a lot of corruption.
Submission time, please.
Yeah, this is a submission time. There is a lot of corruption that has gone on in Jubilee government in the 10 years. I'm not talking about the first time or the second time. They were Jubilee. There were a lot of corruption cases. There are a lot of loans. There are a lot of things that have not happened. A lot of promises that were given that were not given to the people. The laptops are not there. The free education is not there. The stadiums are not there.
So it seems was failed.
The whole Jubilee government has failed. Whoever says Uhuru is good and Ruto is bad is a problem to himself. Whoever says Ruto is good and Uhuru is bad is a problem to himself. These two people failed. So it's upon them to make it up. Or if Uhuru decides to make it up now, then Ruto will remain in the dark with his lies. Because he's the chief liar of the Republic of Kenya. Do you note that he's the only person who is telling lies, but the position he occupies in the government is the second in command, lying to the public. So that's a chief liar. If he is able to resonate himself with the position he is occupying, then he will do good. But as at now, Jubilee has failed, and Jubilee is headed by Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. This is not the time when we could say, I was not, they're doing a problem by telling us Kibaki was a vice president of Moi, and when Kibaki got into power, Kibaki was a vice president, appointed. Now, Uhuru is a president with Ruto deputy elected. Uhuru cannot send him away, but he can resign from himself by himself. So anything that happens, they gain. Kibaki could not advise Moi because he was not a principal advisor. By those times, the legal advisor was Attorney General. As at now, the principal advisor is deputy. So if he messes today, he's messing. So I think that makes my submission for the night.
Asante. Haya basi. Sasa mimi mwenyewe mzalendo mwenyewe ameingia sasa. Haya sasa ni hivi Mimi nitaanza kwa kusema hivi. Kwa hii mjadala wote nimeupenda sana na mtu asije akafikiria nina hatred kwa mtu yoyote. Napenda saa zile tuna argue vile, kwa sababu ukiargue na mtu vile utajua msimamo wake. Kama hapa mimi najua mimi nilikuwa the only one ambao anapenda Ruto na nitamtetea hapa kwa sababu mimi mwenyewe nitakuwa pale, nitamvotia, nampenda, na mimi hata nikaweza kumpatia voti yangu, nitampatia voti yangu akae nayo kwa mfuko. Haya, mimi maneno ya resignation nitaambia Ruto akae pale kwa sababu hii ndio sababu Number one, akiresign leo Kenya haiwezi enda mbele without a deputy president. Haiwezi. Kwa sababu gani? Kutakuwa na constitutional crisis. Kwa sababu prezo akiwa mgonjwa, nani atachukua usukani? Hatuwezi sema usukani utachukuliwa na speaker, kwa sababu hapa kuna mtu ambaye aliresign. Kwa hivyo akiresign leo kutakuwa na elections. Na sasa hizi wacha nimalize. Unajua siku
That's not true.
No, si wacha nimalize kwanza Collins. Si unajua hata wewe kuna vitu umesema ambazo ni uongo na sikuingia kabisa. Waona? Haya, kwa hivyo wewe ndio umesema tukue wangwana Haya basi, sasa ugojee na mimi nimalize, nimekugojea umemaliza na mimi sasa niingie. Sawa. So, hivyo ndivyo mimi nimesema kwamba leo hii akaresign. Kwa sababu kiti cha DP si kiti cha appointment, ni cha election. Kwa hivyo Uhuru hawezi enda achukue mtu amweke pale aseme sasa huyu ni deputy wangu. Haiwezi happen. It will be unconstitutionally wrong. Sawa. Kwa hivyo mimi nitaambia Ruto, we kaa pale. Wacha watu wakupige, wacha wakufanye madharau, wacha wakufanyie maneno yote, na wale masupporters wote wakinarao wakufanyie all those kind of things, but sit there. It's only 12 months, and then kutoka 12 months tutaenda uchaguzi, tutachagua watu wengine. Kwa Mr. Rao nitamwambia hivi, Rao, hii maneno ya handshake ambao umeenda kujiekelea, hii maneno ya handshake itakuchoma. Kwa sababu wale watakuwa wanafanya maneno kwa sababu ukiangalia kama saa zile wale majaji 6 ambao hawaku appointiwa pale, hawakuwekwa ndio huyu hakusign ndio aende wapelekwa kuwa watu wakubwa pale. Rao alinyamaza kimya when all these things were happening. Na sasa kuna mtu atakuja aseme, wewe Rao una history ya kutetea haya maneno yote. Ile time yule jamaa M1 alikuwa anapiga watu huko, wewe mlisimama na kina Matiba na mkasema imetosha. Sasa itakuwaje haya matendo yote yanafanyika, maovu yote yanafanyika, ila umesimama umenyamaza tu kwa sababu ushapatiwa GK na unafanya haya maneno yote. Kwa hivyo mimi naweza mwambia Rao leo hii, nimwambie fanya hivi Rao, kuwa mtu muungwana, useme a wrong is a wrong, na utoke umwambie huyu jamaa, umwambie yale maneno unafanya mimi nimetoka na sitakubali. Rao mwenyewe akionekana na yule mama ambao alikuwa wa NYS na anakuja anamsanitize pale, watu watakuja waseme basi hii history yote ya Rao ilikuwa ni ya uongo. Hii history yote ilikuwa ni ya mbweha na yuko na ile nini skin ya kondoo, kwa sababu pale alikuwa anasema, alikuja akatuambia yule mama aliiba, lakini tena tunamuona kwa ofisi yake na anamsanitize hivi. Rao bwana, utajichoma ukikaa kwa hii nini yote. Na ndio maana hata wale watu, kuna wale watu ambao wangetaka kumvutia Rao, lakini wakiona yale maneno ambayo anafanya, hiyo ina turn off wao wenyewe. Hata kama ni mimi nione yeye mwenyewe, mimi tuseme nilikuwa nimependa Rao hivi kwa sababu ya kufaitia freedom na kufaitia what is right, lakini yuko pale anasimama kwa hapo na anamsalimia huyu ambaye anafanya maneno mabaya. Asipoongea na akae pale, hii maneno itamchoma. Sasa pale nimetoka. Maneno ya kuibwa kwa kura, mimi nitasema hivi, hakuna story ya kuibwa hapa. Na mtu akisema imeibwa, kama ile time ya Kriegler, ile time ya Kibaki, hata mimi mwenyewe nitasema hapa, mimi sijui nani aliwin. Watasema Raila aliwin na Kibaki akaiba, mara Kibaki aliwin. Sasa mimi sijui hapo, najua kulikuwa kuna maproblem pale, lakini after IBC walipokuja wakachange laws na wakasema mtu kutakuwa per every voting center kutakuwa na 700 people, not 701, not 702, kutakuwa na 700 people, na kutakuwa na observers wa kutoka each and every political party. Atakuwa nasimama pale, unaingia hapo, unakuwa identified.
Okay, bye guys, Mgambi. I'll see you guys on Saturday.
Okay, sasa wacha nimalize. So unakuwa identified by 3 people, by 3 ways, alafu ukishapeleka pale ukivote, inakauntiwa papo hapo watu wakiona, na winner anakuwa declared at that polling center. Kwa hivyo sasa mimi nitasema kama wanasema iliibwa, haikuibwa. Maneno ya Sava, walisema maneno ya Sava kwa sababu walikuwa wanataka kuhack pale, na walisema vizuri sana, walikuwa wanataka kuhack, ndio maana walikuwa wanasema wacha tujue hack nini ziko wapi. Lakini all in all nitasema hivi, Wakenya tupendaneni, tupige siasa vizuri, na mimi nawaomba wale Wakenya wenzangu wote ambao wako pale, kusikue na vita hata kidogo. Tukue na vita ya politics na ya maneno, lakini si vita ya physical, kwa sababu ya physical ni mbaya. Ya maneno iko sawa, lakini physical ni mbaya. Kama ambao tuko hapa, sisi tuna argue, alafu at the end of the day sisi wote tunacheka na tunasalimiana na tunasema sisi wote ni Wakenya. Kwa hivyo mimi nimefurahi kukua kwa mjadala huu. Na nilikuwa naingia kidogo lakini unajua mimi naumwa kidogo bwana, nikiona mjama wangu yuapigwa naumwa kidogo tu hivi, lakini kama basi nilikuwa nimekuingilia na ukawa umesikia vibaya, basi naomba msamaha. Lakini sote mimi nitasema mjadala ulikuwa mzuri na tupendaneni si wote, lakini ikifika ni siasa, tupigane siasa ya maneno, lakini si siasa hii nyingine. Haya, asanteni. Lakini
Okay. Collins. Kinch.
Okay, Kinch.
I would like to, Collins, let me just give Kinch something.
Okay.
When you talk about the office of the deputy president in our constitution, Article 149, it says, after the deputy president leaves the office, the president can appoint or nominate a person to the office of the deputy president. So, if Ruto vacates office today, the president has 14 days to appoint a new deputy president, because our deputy president is an appointee to the president. Thank you.
Actually, he can even die before the president. So there's that
Collins,
opening to the president.
Yeah,
So
that's what I wanted to read. The same thing you've read.
It's okay.
Because when somebody says election will be done, then we read from 148, Article 148 of the Kenyan Constitution says
Then
how the
149.
vacancy can happen, and then what happens. The president and the deputy president must write to the president that he's resigning. He must state the date that he's resigning for, and then if he doesn't state the date, then on the noon of the day that they have received the resignation, then from that time we don't have a deputy president. It takes within 14 days the president announces that you have picked George as our deputy president, taken to parliament, and then the parliament does the vetting, and then they accept him as the deputy president. If they reject that kind of guy, then he has to nominate, but the person must come from his party.
Yes. So I think we need to make things no one thing. This forum as being a forum of facts. We argue from the fact point of view, not hearsays or what you think. So
And
thank you so
nobody's
much.
against Ruto. Nobody's against Ruto.
No,
In
but
fact,
actually, he is our deputy president. We respect him until when the next elections is held. He is a state officer.
you never know that when Ruto becomes the president, you will hear somebody's name called Collins Onyuka, na atakuwa pengine amewekwa, because nimeishi Caribbean sana mara mingi hivi, hizi nchi za Caribbean unaweza sikia mimi nimepelekwa hata huko nikae nikiwe nikirepresent huko.
Of course,
I've been walking through the Caribbean. So hata nikipewa siku ingine, go to Antigua, go to Barbados. I've been there to Montserrat. I've been there to St. Kitts. I've been to Nevis. I've been to Cayman. So I like going around these small countries. Ukisikia nimeitwa, then you'll be like, how? And he was criticizing Ruto. I'm not criticizing him.
Facts.
Criticizing is not an issue.
So asanteni sana.
So thank you. I think I will contact Mutembe to switch off the everything.
Haya basi, usiku mwema watu wote.
Yeah, leo hatuja big up our people. Peter Mushiri was watching us.
Oh yes.
We have to big up these guys because these guys make the show run because they are always with us. We have Wycliffe Mulumbu.
Yes.
We have Shania Zakaria, Wycliffe Mulumbu. We also still have
Nyamboro
Cheng, Masio Menge. Then Nancy, our senator from UK, she's always on the program, but it's like today she was locked out a bit. So we can big them up.
Patrick Mushiri.
Patrick Mushiri, I called her Peter Mushiri. Pole, I massacred your name. There is Mercy Omenge. There is Mercy Omenge again. Fred. Kuna Shania Zakaria. Kuna Education from Sami.
Freddy.
And then kuna Simeon Dungu. Kuna Eric Wekesa. Wekesa was here with us.
Then Felix Yoko.
Yes.
Yes, we have Zeb Chepkonyi and the rest. So feel appreciated, guys. So Collins, it has been a good day to talk to you, and you have demystified most of the myths that have been there from the bottom half to other things. Although we know there are some people who talk more than listening, let us always accommodate them. It's a learning process. With time, you learn to listen more than talking.
Yeah. So can I call Mutembe? Can I contact him?
Kindly call him.
Because I know I have another phone. Maybe you have the same phone.
I have the 2-3.
So he can end the chat. You know, we always sometimes end the chat and remain on the background.
Okay, just call him.
We have a good deputy president. Shida inaanza tu when he doesn't want to look at presidential. He is president, but he doesn't want to look presidential.
Ruto is a good guy. The problem is when he takes the political podium.
No, but he's just being misled by a few people.
Absolutely, I agree.
And it's being messed up by somebody in the office. If they will realize who this person is,
the better for them.
Let me see. Clinton is awake.
Sorry?
Or Clinton is already awake. We can.
Motebe is not picking, yeah?
Yeah, it's not picking.
Let me try from my side, then you can contact Colin.
Oh, you are in Kenya?
I'm in Kenya, sorry.
Oh, you can use the direct call on him.
Yes, let me call Motebe.
So uko Meru ama uko Nairobi?
Mi niko Nairobi, shughuli zangu Nairobi.
Yeah, I think I should be tembelearing Nairobi.
No, whenever you are out, then just I'll give the call. The phone number.
You know, the last time I was in Kenya, I almost lost my life in Westgate Mall. So
pole.
No, unajua nilienda na nikatoka wakati nilipoteza passport. So I was like, wacha niende niharibu time huko kidogo kidogo, niliambiwa ningoje. So when I was coming, nikafika saa niliingia tu pale kwa Nyayo House, si watu wanapangaga pale chini.
Yes,
so mimi sikupanga chini, mimi niliingia nikaenda kwa 8th floor pale juu straight, mahali ma VIP wanahudumiwa.
Yes.
Ndio tukasikia du, na nilikuwa nimetoka tu pale.
Okay.
Oh, Themba is here.
Themba
is here.
How are you, Collins?
Niko salama sana. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
You know, in 2006, we used to listen to Cast Diaspora Debate. I used to like it sana. And that's when we Cast FM, that's when Cast FM was new, 2006. So tulikuwa tunasikia a lot of things. And if there is something that radicalized Kenyans sana, that's why anaitwa Sang could not be left in the ICC. Hiyo kipindi yake ilikuwa inaitwa Cast Diaspora Debate. Alikuwa anaita watu kutoka nje. They really influenced Kalenjins. Kabisa. So I used to listen to it because they were people who were not talking in Kalenjin language. So they used to talk in Kiswahili and English. So these things that we are doing, part of it are very good. One time I'll connect ourselves with the Rumba TV, and so that when they will see what we are doing, and we can talk with them. Yeah.
But the base is not speaking up. Just SMS him if he see the SMS.
Yeah, when he's not picking, then Themba.
You guys are closing it up right now?
Yeah, we are closing up. So maybe you can give us your views on
your final thoughts.
Your final thought. And in fact, make sure in your final thought, make sure you touch for us something on vaccination. Is our COVID being handled well?
Okay, I want to give my final thoughts by first of all appreciating Colin's explanation of the bottom-up approach. I logged off at the point you are trying to explain it to, I think, Kitch or Rich. Is it Kitch or Rich?
Okay.
And that was basically, in my view, you are explaining it as it appears in the devolution document, as opposed to what is being propagated by the other side, I mean the Ruto side. Now, my closing remark would be, Mugambi, if we would try as much as possible. Of course, we know some of the people who have already picked sides. That's okay. I mean, in a political system, you need to reach a point where you make decisions. But would we try as much as possible? I liked what you are doing, Mugambi, to encourage people to come and critically.
Yeah, we are done. We are only 1 minute, so you can log in.
Carry on.
Yeah, so where we can critically, look out the issues and ideas that are being sold to us, so that you make an informed decision as opposed to just making a decision that is because of emotions. Politicians I've studied the psychology of voter behavior. And they have within their systems people who have who their simple role is to tell them you're going to win. So by winning, that person gets his whatever part and he goes. You know, they hire technocrats. They're hiring people from the UK, from the US. Their role is simple. You come, we want to win this thing. So these are people who have studied voter behavior, they have studied psychology. So all these other things you are being told, they are just rhetorics that are meant to sweep certain people's perception towards a certain direction. I want to give you an example. Why is it that constantly the bottom line of why the other side, that is the Tanga side, are speaking, they are simply saying that they have been betrayed. Yet in the same breath, they come back and say, do not rely on endorsement. It is the same word, but twisted. See? So you find they want to play with perception. Let's agree. And I think in this platform, Mugambi and Collins, you guys can try and raise the bar on the engagements to the extent that, yes, you have made your choice, you have decided. Let's now engage those particular ideologies and issues that you bring. So it should be devoid of personal attacks, devoid of calling, saying the other side of this, but tell us, okay, fine, what is it that you have on the table, right? Mm-hmm. Because the choices that you're going to make, all of us will live with them, because once the president Ruto or Raila has been elected, whatever it is that they're going to bring, it's going to affect all of us. So I was glad that Mugambi and Collins, you tried to bring us up to speed, to understand the real issues. I hope that, of course, I'll be coming. Nitakuwa nakuja as often as I can, and we'll try as much as possible, because the more you build a critical mass of an informed voter, the better the policies that are going to go, so that the person who is going to go at the ballot box is informed. Because if they are not informed, then they are likely to come and fall to the things like, oh, watu wa Central wameamua, oh, watu wa Mount Kenya tumesema. Listen to their language. When the other side says people, what these other people, they are not people. So you see, there's still us and them. But that is good for the politician. As long as we are us and them. For a politician, that is good. But for you, the voter, you are there as a menu. It depends on who will get the biggest chunk of the piece of meal. Yeah. So I think I really appreciate being part of this forum, and I'm glad for the chance again, Mugambi. Glad meeting you, both of you.
Thank you so much, Demba. I think now we can. Have you spoken with Motembei, Collins?
Yes, nimemwambia we are finishing.
I think now we can log off. You will just shut everything off. Eh?
Thank you so much, and Mungu awabariki. Tukutane Saturday.
Thank you so much. Saturday is the day.
Bye.
Bye.